Hey guys, welcome to yet another session by Scaler, and in this particular session we're going to look into Python complete course. So before we move on and understand what will be covered, please make sure to subscribe to Scaler's YouTube channel so that you don't miss our upcoming videos, and also leave a like if you enjoy our content. And if you have any queries, leave a comment down below and we would love to help you out. Now let's look into the agenda for today's session. We'll start off with the introduction to Python and understand its use cases. After that, we'll be looking into the basic concepts in Python and also looking at the Hello World program in Python. After that, we'll start looking into more advanced concepts, so operators and functions in Python. Then we'll work with tuples, lists, and files. For example, we'll also work with CSV files and JSON files. Then we'll start off with the introduction to Django, which is the web development framework provided by Python. Then we'll be looking into how exactly to add an application to a website, which is the Django application. And finally, we'll be building a Django model. So this is the agenda for today's session. Now, without any delays, let's begin with it.
My screen is now visible. Okay, perfectly. So I guess some of the lecture needs to be redone. So once again, you will find the link to the lecture notes in the description. Right. So these are the lecture notes. These are the lecture notes. GitHub.com/Scaler Academy/Intro to Python. All right. Can you see my screen, guys? Can everyone see my screen now? Yes, perfect. So you will find the lecture note over here, GitHub.com/Scaler Academy Introduction to Python, right? And you will see that currently this repository is almost empty, but it has a link to lecture 1. As we move on, we will populate things over here. Okay, perfect. So if you go to this particular link, lecture 1, this link should be in the video description. You will be able to see how to download Python. Right? You will be able to see instructions on how to install Python on your system. Okay, so this is the real Python link. This is the website for this real Python. So if I click on this link, it will open up this website, and it has a nice set of instructions on how you can install Python on your system. All right, so for Windows, for Mac OS, for Linux, it has all the instructions. You can even install it on your iPhone or on your Android phone. Okay. So once again, what I want you to do before tomorrow's class is to go to this link and see how you can install Python for your operating system. Right? And before tomorrow's class, everyone should be ready with a Python installation on their system. For today, what we are going to do is we are going to go to this particular website over here. Right? So we are going to go to this particular website. The website's name is repl.it. Okay, repl.it. Right? So if we go to repl.it, we open this page, we will get a URL, something like this. So just give me a moment. Interesting. Right, we will get a URL. I am not really sure why it is giving this URL. Just give me a second, guys. I think I'm logged in. So let me just quickly log out for you. Right, and if you go to repl.it, you should see something like this. Right now, what we want to do is we want to click on this button so this button start coding over here. Right, and when we click on this button, it will give us a prompt. Right, it will ask us that okay, I am going to create a new REPL. Right, and please choose the language which you want to code in. So we are going to code in Python. So let us quickly choose Python over here, and then we will click create REPL. All right, so I want each and every one of you to do this right now. Open up your browser. In the browser, type this URL, repl.it, right? Click on create REPL, choose the language as Python, and finally click create REPL. And once you do that, you will get a screen that looks something like this. Okay. Perfect. Now let me quickly introduce several parts on the screen. There's a lot going on over here. Don't worry about all these things. Today, we will be working mostly on this right-hand side, on this black side. Okay. So over here, this is called the REPL. This black portion over here, this is called the REPL, REPL. REPL simply stands for read, execute, print, loop. Right. So this basically means this is an application that will read your code. So whatever you type in, it will read your code, it will execute it, it will print the results, and then it will wait for your code again. Right. So we will see what this is, but for now, this is the REPL. On the left-hand side, you can see some sort of a text editor. Right. So you can see the text editor and you can see the files that are available on this system. All right, so we won't be using this left-hand side for now. We will be using this right-hand side at the moment. All right, and let me quickly zoom in once again. So I just want to make sure that this text is visible. Is this text visible, guys? Yes, perfect. All right. Please maximize the command window. So I'm just going to, I'm not maximizing it. I'm just going to resize it a little bit so that it is much more clear. All right. Cool. All right. Is this better? Perfect. Okay. So let us start with the very basics of Python. Okay. So some people still cannot see it. Can you guys see it now? Can you guys see it now? Yes. Okay. So we are going to start with the basics of Python. So first of all, what we can do is we can treat Python as a calculator, right? You all have a pocket calculator. You can treat Python sort of as a calculator. So what we can do over here is we can come and type very simple things like 1 plus 1, right? And when we hit enter, we will get the result 2, right? Now Python is much more than a calculator, but we will start very simply. All right. If you enter 1 plus 1, you will get 2. So what other operations does Python support? All sorts of mathematical operations, right? The basic mathematical operations. For example, multiplication. So what is 10 times 20? Well, that is 200, right? So that's multiplication side. You can do subtraction. So 20 minus 14, that is 6, right? You can do division. Now division is a slightly different in Python, right? So if you do 30 by 20, you get 1.5. And in fact, 30 by 20 is 1.5. Right? Now, if you are coming from other languages like C++ or languages like Java, then you would have expected this to give you back 1. Right? So you would have expected that this will be integer division. For those of you who don't know about integer division, do not worry about it. Right? Do not worry about it right now. But by default in Python, this slash sign is the one, it gives you floating point division. If you want integer division in Python, if you want to get an integer result back, then what you have to do is you have to do this double slash. Okay, this double slash is the integer division in Python, and this will give you back 1. Right? Perfect. Cool. Now, this thing, this integer division fact, this is for Python 3.8, right? This is for Python 3. So on top, if you see over here, you can see the version of the Python that has been loaded. So it says over here, I'm using Python 3.8.2. All right. Now, if you are familiar with Python, or if you have seen Python earlier, or if you try to run Python on your system, you might be getting Python 2. You might by default have Python 2 installed. Right? Python 2 is obsolete. Please do not use it. Python 2 has been dead for quite some time. Right? Please make sure that whenever you install Python or whenever you use Python, you stick to Python 3 only. In Python 3, you can choose any version. You can choose 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and so on. But it is always better to stay with the latest version. All right. So whenever you install Python, just make sure that you install Python 3.8. All right. Perfect. So I hope these basic mathematical operations are clear to us. Addition, multiplication, subtraction, normal division, and integer division. Right. This is the normal division. It will give you fractional values, and this is the integer division. Apart from that, we also have another operator for the power, right? So if you might know, what is 2 to the power of 5? So 2 to the power of 5 is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. 2 multiplied 5 times, which is 32. So we have this operator double asterisk. Right? This operator calculates the power. All right. And this does not just work for integers. So you can calculate the square root of 2 as well. So you can do 2 to the power 1 by 2. So 2 raised to the power half will be the square root of 2, and you can calculate the square root of 2 in this manner. Right? Perfect. So what if I do something like this? Minus 1 to the power 1 by 2. What is this supposed to be? So this is the square root of minus 1. Right? Does the square root of minus 1 exist? Does the square root of minus 1 exist? Well, it depends on how much you know about mathematics, right? So in real numbers, the square root of minus 1 does not exist. But we can extend the real numbers into complex numbers. Right? And in complex numbers, we can define something called the imaginary number iota. right? And iota is defined as the square root of -1. Well, Python, unlike most languages, Python by default supports these complex numbers. So if I hit enter over here, you will see that I'm getting some value. I'm getting some really, really weird value. First of all, this weird value, it is not a number. It is not a normal number. It is a complex number. So it has two parts to it. It has a bracket. In the bracket, it has one part. It has some part over here. This is the real part. Then it has a plus sign. And then it has an imaginary part, 1j. Right? Now in mathematics, you would usually write I. Right? You would usually write I. However, I in programming languages is very frequently used as a variable name, right? As a loop variable. So Python has chosen to use the J notation, right? To use the J notation for this complex, this imaginary number. All right. So, I mean, why is this result? This is basically saying that this is 0 plus 1j. This is 0 plus 1j. Now, while calculating this, it made a very slight error. It did not give you back 0. It gave you 0 point followed by 17 zeros and then a 6.12. Right. So do not really worry about this result. This is some nuance of floating point calculations. Right. So once you study how the floating point numbers are stored in memory of computers, you will get to know that yes, errors like this are very common when you are working with any particular computer. All right, of any particular programming language. This is not specific to Python. Okay. Perfect. All right. Cool. So far we have covered addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, integer division, and power. And we saw that there are complex numbers as well. Okay. Now, as you had studied way back in class 3rd or class 2nd, there is something called baud mass, right? So if you want to group operations together, you can use a bracket to group operations together. In programming languages, you will always use these brackets. Right? So in mathematics, you can use these brackets or you can use these brackets as well to club operations together, to club expressions together. In programming languages, we always use the parentheses, the round brackets. Okay, so if I want to say that 2 plus 3 times 4, right, then the result I should get back is 14 because 3 times 4 will be executed first, right? Asterisk multiplication has a higher precedence than addition. Right? So 3 times 4 will be executed first, so this will be 12 and you will get 14 back. If you want to do 2 plus 3 first, then you will have to put this inside bracket, inside these parentheses. Right? So just like in normal mathematics we do, so that we can get 5 times 4, which is 20 back. All right, perfect. So I hope that everyone is clear that you can use Python as a very, very simple calculator. Now let us move on to more programming things. All right, perfect. Let us move on to more programming things. Okay, so just before we move on to programming, I just want to point out one more thing. So Sukanya has asked a very nice question over here. Sukanya asks, what is the maximum range of integer in Python? Right, so now if you are coming from languages like C++ or Java, then you are familiar with the limits that integers have. Right? So for example, a 32-bit integer cannot store every possible number. Right? It can store numbers only up till a certain value. Right? So there's an upper limit to how much data you can store in a 32-bit integer. Right? Similarly, there are 64-bit integers and so on. In Python, these integers are not really limited. Right? In Python, all the integers are big integers. Right? So basically, what you can do over here is you can come here and you can calculate 2 to the power 1000. Now 2 to the power 1000 is a pretty large number. Right? 2 to the power 1000 is a pretty large number. If you try to calculate this in C++ or Java, then it will overflow the integer. But in Python, because the integers are not limited by a particular bit size, they're just limited by how much RAM you have. Right? So you will easily get the result back. And it will be a huge, massive number. Right? This is this huge, massive number over here. Okay? Perfect. Cool. Now, one tip. If you are in this REPL and you want to clear the screen, right? Currently you see some output. Right? If you want to clear the screen, if you want to get rid of the output, what you have to press is Control and L. So Control plus L. That is what you have to press. Now, if you're on Mac OS, you might call that Command plus L. Okay, if you're on Mac OS, you will call it Command plus L. But on other systems, Windows and Linux, you will press Control plus L. So I'm just going to press Control and L, and you see that whatever was there on the screen, it has vanished. All right, perfect. Harsh is asking, so is the maximum 2 to the power 32? No, Harsh, the maximum is not 2 to the power 32. In some other programming languages that support that have 32-bit integers, if you have a 32-bit integer, the maximum number you can store is 2 to the power 32. But Python can very simply store 2 to the power 33 and any larger number as well. Okay? Perfect. Okay. So moving on, let us move on to some more programming related things. So let us quickly introduce variables. Right? Suppose that you wanted to calculate the area of a rectangle. Right? So what does a rectangle have? A rectangle has some width, it has some height. Right? So you all know about rectangles, they have some width and they have some height. And how do you calculate the area of a rectangle? The area is width times height. Right? So what you can come over here and do, and you can declare a variable. So a variable like width. You can type width and you can put the equals to sign 2. Right? Width equals to 2. Now this is not the mathematical notation. If you are familiar with college level algebra or class 10th level algebra, then you might assume that we have written an equation here. We have written that the width is always equal to 2. That is not what we are saying over here. What we are saying over here in programming, this equality sign, this is an assignment operator. What we are telling it is take this value 2 and put it in this variable width. Right? Or basically, this value 2 can also be called by the name width. Okay? That is what we are saying. Similarly, we can come over here and say HEIGST height equals to, let's say, 40. Right? So we can say width equals to 2, height equals to 40. Now, if you want to calculate the area, we can come over here and say, okay, take the value which is in width. Take whatever value is in width and take whatever value is in height. And when you press enter, you will not really get anything. If you want to print out the value of area, you can type out area over here. And it will show you that yes, area is 80. Okay? Yes? Right. So there's one thing that I want to introduce to you. So back when we were doing simple calculations like 1 plus 1, the result was printed out. Right? But when we did this, area equals to width into height, the result was not printed out. Right? So this is specific to the REPL. This is specific to the environment we are currently working in. Right? So in this environment, if there is a result and you assign it to a variable, right? If you calculate 1 plus 1 and then you assign it to a variable, then it won't be printed out. Right? Then you will have to manually print it by telling X, right? By saying X or by saying the name of the variable. Right? On the other hand, if you do not assign it, then it will directly be printed out. All right. Perfect. So I hope this variable example is clear. Width equals to 2, height equals to 40, area equals to width times height. Yes. Perfect. Now, there is one more variable over here in the REPL when you are working. Suppose you wanted to get back the last thing that you have calculated. Right? Suppose that you wanted to get the last thing that you have calculated. So I calculated 2 plus 32. Right? And the result was 34, but I did not really save it anywhere. I did not really save it anywhere in any variable. Well, the Python REPL will automatically save it in a variable called underscore. Okay, so you do see the symbol underscore over here. So underscore, if you put underscore over there and press enter, you will see 34 printed out. So whatever was the last result that you calculated, Python will save it in this variable called underscore. All right. Perfect. All right. Cool. So I hope this is clear. Let me quickly clear the screen. So I'll press Ctrl L to clear the screen and everything is gone. Okay. Now let us move on to something more advanced. So basically, let's talk about strings now. So whenever we are doing programming, the first program that everyone writes is called a hello world program. It is called a hello world program. So in Python, the hello world program goes something like this. You type print, then you type a open parenthesis, an open quotation mark, hello world, right? Then a close quotation mark, then the close parenthesis, right? There are no semicolons in Python, right? I mean, you can put a semicolon, but it will be ignored. Okay, you don't really need to put semicolons in Python. So when you press enter over there, you will see hello world printed out to your screen. All right, you will see hello world printed out to your screen. So let us basically talk about what this is. Let us talk about what we wrote over here. So print is a function. Right? Print is a function. Right? We will come to what functions are and how to define functions, how to define our own functions. We will come to that. Right? This thing over here, including this quotes, right? So this quote hello. Just give me a second, guys. Quote hello world. Right? This thing over here, including the quotes, this is known as a string. So you might be coming from other programming languages, so you might already be aware of strings. A string is nothing but just a sequence of characters, right? A sequence of letters. This is string. Okay. So basically, a string is another data type in Python. Just like 1 plus 1 gives you back a result. That result will be an integer. Right? Similarly, if you do 1 plus 2.5, that will give you back a result. The result will be a floating point number. Similarly, this hello world in these quotes, this is a string. And you can assign it to variables as well. So you can say my string equals to hello world. Right? Hello world. You can come over here and say that. And now if you want to print the value of my string, you can do print my string, right? And it will print hello world. Is that clear? Yes. Okay, so some of you are worried about what just happened. A black string came up, right? This black string came up and I entered a command and exited. Don't worry about that. That is just something I will need to do from some time to some time in the background. Okay, don't worry about that. All right, cool. So you can have strings and you can store the strings in variables as well. Now, one thing that you will notice is I use this underscore thing over here. Right? I use this weird symbol underscore in the variable name. So this is known as the camel case. Camel case. Right? Different programming languages have different styles. They have different styles of coding. They have different patterns and they have different. They have different styles of coding basically. So in something like Java, you will use a variable name that looks something like my string. Right? But in Python, we prefer using underscore. So we will write my string. Okay, so this is very, very important. If you write a Python program in camel case, people are going to be very upset, right? So please make sure that you always write snake case. So this is the snake case. It has snakes in between, underscores in between. Okay, perfect. Moving on. So now that we are talking about strings, let us talk about what these strings are. Right? So if you want to talk about a string, if you want to declare a string, if you want to write a string, you always have to include it. You always have to enclose it. You always have to enclose it in these quotes. So on the left hand side, there must be a quote, and on the right hand side, there must be a quote. Okay. So this is how you put a string. So basically, if you do not put a quote on the right hand side, then it will give you an error. Right? If I do not put a quote on the right hand side, it will give me an error. It will give me a syntax error saying that, okay, I was trying to find a quote over here, but I did not find any quote. And I encountered the end of line. Okay, cool. Now, this is one way you can talk about strings in Python, but there are many, many other ways, right? There are many, many other ways. For example, in Python, you can also use the double quotes, right? So there are two symbols. There's the quotation mark and there's a double quotation mark. You can also use the double quotation mark in Python. Well, this is perfectly fine. Now, notice that even though I entered double quotation, right? In the output, it gave me back single quotations. In the output, it gave me back single quotations. These are exactly the same. Right? A string with a double quotation and a string with a single quotation. They are exactly the same. It is just that you can use whatever you want. If you want to use single quotation, you can use it. If you want to use double quotation, you can also use it. Idiomatically, right? Most Python people prefer using the single quotation mark. Okay? Perfect. So let me clear the screen once again. Control L, clear screen. Okay. So suppose that I wanted to say hello. So suppose that we have Lakshay in the chart over here. Right? I wanted to write a string like Lakshay said hello. Right? Hello. Right? So I wanted to say something like this. So notice that in this string, I want these quotations. I want these quotations to be a part of my string. Right? In Python, I can do this very simply. I can start my quotation. I can start my string by this quotation. I can say Lakshay said hello, and I can end it like this. Right? So I will get Lakshay said hello, and it will have these quotations. If I print this variable, it will give me Lakshay said hello. Right? This will be printed out. Right? Is that clear? Now this is possible. This is possible because our strings are currently delimited by single quotations. Right? Had you started your string by double quotation, Lakshay said hello, right? And if you try to do something like this, then you will get an error. Why will you get an error? Because what Python thinks is that, okay, your string started over here and it ended over here. It ended over here. Then there was some weird thing. I don't really know what this is. But then another string started over here and ended over here. Right? So Python is confused what really happened. All right. So whenever you encounter situations like this, for example, if you have this single quoted string, if you have something over here, right, something over here, and if you want to include some quotation, right, single quotation over here, then how will you do that? Right, how will you do that? You will escape it. So you'll have to escape these characters. These are special characters that you have to escape. How do you escape a character? You put a backslash in front of it. Right? Notice that this is not a forward slash. This is not the division symbol. Division symbol is called the forward slash. This is the reverse division symbol. This is the backslash. So if you escape it like this, now this thing works. Okay, now this thing works. All right. So once again, this string that we had over here, which Python was earlier confused by, right? Python was earlier confused by this particular string. Just give me a second. So my bad. So Python was earlier confused about this string. Lakshay said, right, hello. Okay. So if I want to fix this, I just have to escape this quotation and this quotation, right? And now Python will be happy. Is that clear? Perfect. Now this is not the only type of string that Python supports. Python supports a lot of varieties of strings. So Python supports something called f strings. Python supports something called byte strings, right? Python has, raw strings, right? And many other things. Okay. So Python has a lot of variety of strings. As we move on throughout the course, we will be discussing these variants, right? So in fact, we will be seeing f strings today as well. All right. But I hope that most of the things about strings are clear. Okay. Now there's one more thing that I want to introduce, which is the comments. So in most programming languages, when you're writing your code, right, you might want to describe that code. You might want to talk about that code or basically explain that code, right? And whatever you write, you want it to remain with your code. You don't want to put it somewhere else, right? And so the issue is that you don't want those comments. You don't want those explanations to be executed by the computer. Right? Those are just some comments that you have placed for your understanding. So every language supports some sort of a comment syntax. Right? So in Python, the comments are done by using this pound symbol, this hash symbol. Right? So if I do something here, right, I can write anything here, and Python will ignore it. Okay, so it will not execute this line. Any line that has this hash, it will not execute this line. And I can go a little further. So I can say 1 + 1, right? And then I can put a hash, and then I put something here. Right? So in this line, this part will be executed. Right? But everything that is after this hash will be ignored. Okay? So if I do this, I will get back 2. This something here will be completely ignored. All right? Perfect. So these are comments in Python. Now, most languages have a multi-line comment as well. Python doesn't really have a multi-line comment syntax. Right? Python doesn't really have a syntax for multi-line comments. All the comments in Python are single line. So if you do something here, right? Something here, right? It is not the case that you can add a new line over here. Right? It is not the case that you add a new line over here. If you want to add a new line, you will have to type another hash symbol. If you want to move the comment to the next line, you will have to put another hash symbol. Otherwise, it won't be considered a comment. All right. There is a different thing that we use in Python to represent multi-line comments, and that is the triple quoted strings. The triple quoted strings, let us not worry about them right now. Okay, as we move on, we will discuss more on that. All right. Perfect. So I hope this is clear. The strings part is clear and the comments part is clear. Now let us move on to very simple input and output in Python. Right. So before we move on to input and output in Python, let me quickly show you, if you want to read something, if you want to read a particular value in Java, what you have to write. Right? So I'm just going to compare the languages over here. So in Java, you would do something like this: import java.io.star, right? Then you will do public class main class, right? You will do public static void main string args, right? You will do throws IO exception, right? And in there you will do something like buffered reader br equals to new buffered reader new input stream reader reader system.in, right? And then when you finally want to use something, if you want to read something, you will say string input, string my input equals to br.readLine. This is what you will have to write in a language like Java to read a simple value, a simple string from the user. Now this is horrific, right? This is horrific. In Python, you don't have to do any of these. In Python, you don't have to do anything that complicated. Python is very simple. It is very elegant. Basically, what you can do is you can simply do input, give me a string. Right? You can do something as simple as this. Right? You don't really have to put this as well. So you can remove this. You can remove this as well. So if I just write input with these two brackets and I hit enter, it will wait. Right? It did not give me anything back. The reason it did not give me anything back is because it is waiting for an input. Okay, it is waiting for an input. So I can give some input over here, some input over here. And when I press enter, this input will be returned to me. Right? This function will give me back whatever I have inputted. Sorry. I can also store this in a variable. So I can say x equals to input. If I do x equals to input, it is once again waiting for input, and I will have some value over here. Right? And when I press enter, this value has been assigned to x. So if I do x over here, then you will see that okay, this x has this value. Right? Perfect. Now when you are so it doesn't really look nice, right? When I did some input over here, it doesn't really look nice that the person does not really know what to do. It tells me nothing. It just waits around. Not the best thing. So what I can do over here is I can come and say input, and I can give it a prompt. Right? I can give it a prompt like give me a string. Okay. So now when I press enter, this prompt will be displayed. This prompt will be displayed so that the user knows that okay, I have to enter something. So something is entered. Right? Now once again you will see that all right, this does not look pretty. Right? This does not look pretty. So usually in your prompt you would want to include a space at the end. Right? You would create something like this. You would write something like this. So you will in this string itself you will include a colon and a space so that you get this pretty output over here. Right? So that if you type something, then it is clear that okay, this was the prompt and this was the input. All right. So this is the basic way we do inputs in Python. Cool. Now, suppose you want to read an integer, right? Suppose you want to read two values. Suppose you want to read two numbers and you want to add them up. Okay. So let me just clear the screen. So what will you do? If you do A equals to input, right? So let me enter 10. And if you do B equals to input, let me enter 50, right? And if you try to add them up, A plus B, right? If you try to add them up, you get this weird result 1050. 10 plus 50 is not 1050, right? 10 plus 50 is 60. Right? So what happened over here was whenever you do an input, the value is returned as a string. Right? So don't worry about what I'm typing right now. But if I ask for the type of it, right, then it will say that okay, it is a string. Okay. What I am trying to get as input is a number. So for example, a thing like type of 10. This will be an integer. So I'm trying to get an integer. So what you will have to do is you will have to convert this number into an integer. Convert this string into an integer. The way you can do that is simply put the int function around it. Right? So if you have int 10, right, if I have int 10, it will give me back the number 10. Okay? I give it a string with 10 and it will give me back a number with 10. So I can come over here and say A equals to int input, right? And now it will wait for an input. It will take that input, it will convert it into an integer, and then it will save it in the variable A. Is that clear? So if I press enter, now I can enter a value 1024, and now A has an integer. If I ask for the type of A now, it will be an integer. All right? Perfect. So what we are going to do is we are going to say A equals to int input, right? And so we have some value over here. B equals to int input. We have another value over here, and now we can do A plus B, and it will give us back the result 30. All right, very basic stuff. Okay, moving on. So now basically what I want to introduce is, so this still feels a little weird, right? This still feels a little weird that when we ask for input, we have to give the input immediately. So now let us move on from the REPL. So this black portion is called the REPL. Let us move from this to a file. on the left you see main.py. This is a file. This file is stored over here. Okay, this file is stored over here in this directory, files. All right. So let us try to write our programs over here in the left part. Okay. So I can write the same program in the left part. I can say a equals to int input, right? And over here you will see something popping up. So this is called IntelliSense. This is called autocomplete. Right? So your editor, if your editor is good, it will try to tell you, it will try to give you some documentation. It will try to help you in writing the code. Okay. So it will tell you that this int function, this converts a number or string to an integer. Right. Similarly, if you go to this input function over here, right? If you go to this input function, it tells you that this reads a string from the standard input. All right. So I can come over here and I can say a equals to int input, and I can say b equals to int input, and then I can say print. I can actually say a plus b. Right. Now let me try to run this. So to run this, I will hit this big green button over here. Right. I will hit this big green button. Now, when you have Python installed on your system, finally, this is not. I mean, there will be no big green red button over there. Right. So we will see how to run the Python from our terminal, from our command line, when all of you have installed Python. Right. So in the next class, we will see how to actually run Python from the command line. But for now, to run this program that we have written in this file, all we need to do is hit this button. And as soon as we hit this button, you will see that nothing is really happening. That is because it is waiting for input. Right. It is waiting for input. So I can give it a number like 5. I can give it a number like 6, and it ends. It doesn't really give me anything. It doesn't really give me anything. The reason it doesn't give me anything is because I have not printed out these results. Right? I have not printed out this result. So when we were in the REPL space, if I did 1 plus 1, the REPL automatically printed out the value. Right? The REPL automatically printed out the value because the REPL is sort of interactive. Right? This will not happen in Fusion. When you're writing actual code, if you want to print, you have to specifically tell the computer to print. So if I come over here and I say print, right now if I execute this program, the program will print. But before that, let me make one more fix. So let me come over here and give a prompt over here. Right? So I can say enter first number, right? And I can come over here and say enter second number, right? And now when I execute this program, you will see that, okay, now I get a pretty prompt over here. Now I get a nice prompt over here. Enter first number. My first number is suppose 12. Enter second number. It is suppose 54. Right? And then it will give me the addition back. 12 plus 54 equals to 66. Is that clear? Yes, this is how we do input and output in Python. Simply the input function. If you want to convert it into an integer, you pass it into the int function. Right? And to print something, you simply print the value. Okay? Very simple. Perfect. So this is basically what I want to leave you with today. I mean, today we just covered the very, very basics of Python. Going forward, we will step up our pace. So towards the end of this particular video series, what we want you to do is we wanted to create a complete web application in Django and deploy it. Right? So you will have your own website up and running. Okay. So to do that, we will have to pace things up a little. Do not worry though. If you have any question whatsoever, right, feel free to post it in the chat. Okay. During the class, if you feel that I'm going too fast or if you feel that something is not clear, feel free to ask a question in the chat. Questions are always welcome. All right. Now, once again, before tomorrow's class, what all of you have to do is you have to go to this particular link, Real Python 3 installation and setup guide. Right. So the URL for that is realpython.com installing Python. Right. Realpython.com installing Python. This is the particular link. Okay. So just go over there and see how you can install Python on your operating system. All right. So once you're done with that, we will resume the class tomorrow. There's one more thing. So if you look in the video description of this particular video, you will see several links. Right? So first link will be to this particular, one of the links will be to this particular repository. Right? One of the links will be to this particular GitHub repository. It will start with github.com. Okay. There will be another link. That link will take you to a discussion forum. That link will take you to Scaler chat. Right? So that link will take you to an interface, chat.scaler.com. So that is a community where you can come and interact with other students. Right? So whoever is watching this YouTube series, those people can come over there. They can chat live with each other. Other students who are at Scaler Academy, right? So at our tech university, those students will be there, so you can chat with them as well. The TAs, the mentors, the instructors, right? Me included. So we will all be present in the chat. So if you have any questions, any further questions, anything that you would like to ask, anything that you would like to clarify, anything that you need help with, just post it over there and we will be able to reply to you. All right. So links in the video description, and see you tomorrow, same time. Okay, 6:30 to 7:30 is the class. Tomorrow we are going to pace it up a little bit. Please make sure that you have Python installed. Perfect. So let us end the class and see you tomorrow, same time. All right. Bye-bye.
Basically, we'll start with the recap for the previous session. Let's just begin with the recap from the previous session. So basically, we discussed about variables in the yesterday's session. Let's say that a variable lecture day is 2, and we try to print this variable. So what do you think will be the output for this? So I'll be using VS Code as my text code editor. And basically, we have this integrated terminal here. And to run the file, I can just say Python 3 and the file name. So it gives the output as 2, right? So now, basically, we also learned about numbers. So numbers which can be integers, float, or complex, right? So if you remember, let me create a variable square area that is 36, right? And let me create a variable circle area that is something like 6.28. And let's say iota is -1 raised to the power of half. So if we try to print out all these variables, let's say I print out square area and circle area, and then let's say iota. So what's going to be the output? So if we use a comma in the print statement, basically that separates all those variables by a space. By default, end line is the separator. So using a comma here, we can print multiple variables directly. So if I run this program, I should get all these variables, 36, 6.28. You see there is a space here. Then again, there is a space here. And you can see that we get the third variable, that is iota, which is a complex number, right? So numbers can have these 3 types. So all good till this point. Any doubts about variables and numbers? So we also looked at some basic mathematical operators. So for example, we looked at plus, we can say square area plus circle area, right? So this should basically give me 42.28. So if I try to run this, I will get a 42.28 here, right? So any issues till this point? Great. So let's also see, we also looked at some other mathematical operators that we can use. Let's say 4 into square area. And then let's say we try to use the division operator, iota by square area. So you see that it will give you these three lines, right? And you can remember that by default end line, or basically end line is basically \n. This is the default separator. So whenever you print anything, by default you will see a \n, that is a new line, right? How to print new line? Okay, Rohit is asking a question. Rohit says how to print output in new line without multiple print statement. Okay, so for that, basically we can use, let's say, we can use the format strings. So let's say I can say print f, and basically what I will say is, let's say I want to print out square area, circle area, iota. So I can say square area, then a \n. So whatever is inside these curly braces will get printed. Then circle area, \n, and then iota. So let's try to run this. I'll just use an integrated Python interactive. So VS Code also provides this Python interactive shell. Right from the file, we can use this. Let me show you the output of this. Just, it's taking a few minutes. Yeah, so you can see that. Okay, square area, I think square area is defined here. Let's just try to print square area till this point. Okay, basically I have to rerun all these things. Let me just rerun all the code from the beginning. Okay, let's use that one only. This is a little slow here. Let's use the terminal itself. That would be easy. Yeah, okay. So let's try to run this thing now. So it should basically, we are doing here a formatted string, right? Whatever is inside the curly braces will get printed, like whatever is the value of that variable. So you can see that all these three values, 36, 6.28 and iota value gets printed here, right? So that's how we can use formatted strings, or we call them F strings, right? So you also learned how to take input from the user. So basically about end and separate keywords, Harsh, you can try to look up the documentation, right? Let's continue. We also learned about taking the input. So let's say I want to take two numbers as input from the user. So number one is int of input. Number two is again int of input. And then I try to print their sum. So that's how we can do this. And now it is asking, it is basically waiting for an input from the user. So let me give 100 and 200. So you see that the output gets printed here, that is 300. So Arijit, the issue here was not this. I basically switched to a different, like I tried to run the file in a different environment. So that's why I had to redeclare. Yeah. So let's continue. Print number one from plus number two works here. So that's how we take input from the user. And one more thing, like there is one special value that is equal to none. So that here basically means nothing. So like in other languages, you have null. So it is something like that. So if a variable has no value, we say that it has none value. Okay, it's waiting on input 2 and 3, 5. And finally, you can see that none gets printed here. So variable which has no value, we give it the value none, or it will have the none value, right? So Himanshu is asking which editor are you using? I am using the VS Code editor. How to take inputs in a single line. Harsh, we will look at that later. Sai Teja is asking where can I access the lecture notes? You can access them from the Scaler Academy Intro to Python repository. Tarun, if you couldn't understand anything, just look at the lecture notes once. Like if you have started, this was just a recap of the previous session, right? So maybe you might have to go back at the previous session once to get these things in detail. So let's continue. Now we will start with control flow today. So we will be basically be learning control flow. Yeah, so Aditya is asking about certificates. So one basic announcement here for today's session is like we will be providing you some digital certificates which you will be able to access after the end of all the sessions that we will have. So after the entire series on Python gets ended, you will be having a test. We will be creating a test that you can access, and that will basically will assess what all you have learned from the sessions, right? So if you will be able to score above a threshold, you will be getting that certificate. So that we will be sharing complete details at the end of the lecture series, right? So Rahul, just try to think about that once. Yeah. Will the notes be there on GitHub with the name? Yeah, so notes repository you can see. Let me also add it here. You can see the lecture 2 notes in this, right? So let's continue the session. Basically, let's now go to operators. So we'll first look what operators basically are there. We just saw the addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, integer division, these kind of operators from yesterday's class. So today we will be continuing and building upon some more operators which we need to basically do control flow. So our main agenda for today is understanding control flow. So let's start with some of the operators. We'll look at some relational operators first. So relational operators are basically like less than, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to. So let us say you have a variable a equal to 3, right? And you want to know whether a condition a less than 3 holds true or not. So you can just create a variable less than 3 and say a less than 3, right? So this equal to is basically an assignment operator. So equal to is an assignment operator. It is not checking for equality, it is assigning. So if I say a equal to b, so what basically happens is this variable a gets the value b. So value b gets assigned to the variable a, right? Value b gets assigned to the variable a, right? So what do you think will be stored in the variable less than 3? So basically, there are two type of Boolean variables that come into picture here, true and false, right? So a condition would have either a true value or a false value. So here a less than 3, what do you think? A less than 3 is true or false? So what should be the output in variable less than 3? What do you all say? False. So everyone says false, right? So let's try to print the variable less than 3. And also let's try to print what is the type of variable less than 3, right? So let's try to see Python 3 operators.py. So you can see that the output is false and the type of this variable is class bool, right? So this variable basically stores a false value, a Boolean false value, right? Had it been a less than equal to 3, the value here should have been true, right? So that's how you can use the conditional relational less than and less than equal to operator. Similarly, there is greater than and greater than equal to, right? Now, there are two more operators that are equal to, double equals, and not equal. So let's say we want to check whether a equals to 3. So equals 3. So I can simply say a equal to 3, right? So this condition gets evaluated and then this gets assigned into this variable equals 3. So if I try to print out equals 3, this should give me the variable result true. So as you can see, it is true. Let me comment out the above ones. So you can see a is equal to 3. So that's why this variable equals 3 gets me true. So now what if, let's say I say equals 3 is a not equal to 3, right? So then if you, let's say not equals 3, right? So this variable exclamation equal to refers to the relational operator not equal to. It will return true if a is not equal to 3. So let's say if we try to print not equals 3, it should give us a value false. Why? Because a is not equals 3, right? A not equals 3 is false because a is equal to 3, right? Had it been 5, so if a had been 5, that it would return true because 5 is not equal to 3. That means it is true, right? 3 is not equal to 3 was false. So any doubts till this point? Everything is clear till this point? Shall we resume? Okay. So similarly, we can compare strings as well. Okay. Similarly, we can compare strings as well. So let's say that we have two strings. Let's say we have string 1 s1 equal to interview bit, s2 equal to scaler. So when we say print s1 is less than s2, so what it will does is it will compare the strings lexicographically. So in the dictionary order, basically it will check starting from the first character if I is less than s. So basically I is less than s, so it will return true. So as you can see, the last print that will be giving us true, right? So had I been using here, let's say s1 is small s, right? S1 is scalar and s2 is capital S, right? So then basically what happens is then this will print a false. Why? Because small s is not less than capital S. So in computers, basically in programming, the characters are stored in ASCII format. So you can just remember this. This is an American standard code for information interchange, and basically the capital letters come before the small letters. So you can just remember this fact and try researching more about this, right? So let's continue. If everything is clear, if you have any questions, please ask. Okay. So let's now continue. We will resume with the control flow. So now we have learned about some of the operators. Okay, let's also look at some of the logical operators. So there are 3 more logical operators that are and, or, not. So basically, before we get to control flow, we must know how to operate on these conditional or the logical operators, right? So if you can see, let's say we have a variable x equal to 5, and I say result 1 is simply nothing but x is less than 1 or x is greater than equal to 10. So what do you think is going to be the output of this variable? So here what we are doing is we are combining 2 conditions. So this will be having one result, one Boolean value. This will be having another Boolean value. So when we say 2 Boolean values or, so that will return true when either of those Boolean values is true. So here x less than 1 is false, x greater than equal to 10 is also false. So both of them are false, so the output should be false. So you can see that the last statement returns a false, right? So if I had said that x is equal to 11, so then it would be giving me a value of true. Why? Because the second condition, x greater than equal to 10, now returns a value true. So either of the 2 conditions have to be true for the or operator to return true. Similarly, for the and operator, both of the conditions have to be true. So if I now say x less than 1 and x greater than equal to 10, and I try to print result 2, so it will basically give me a false value here. Why? Because x less than 1 is now false, right? So this and operator will give an output of true when both of the conditions are true. So any doubts till this point? Yeah, Pratham, you are right. If the first character equal, then next. So that is how the strings will be compared lexicographically. You're exactly right. So there is one operator not as well. So that will basically return the negation or the opposite of the condition. So let us say if I say print not of result 2. So that should basically print a true here because result 2 was false, right? So you see the last one will be returning a true here, right? So let's continue. Now you have learned about the logical operators and the relational operators. We are good to go for understanding conditionals. So basically the motivation behind the conditionals is that in our general life also decision making plays a very important role, right? So in general life, in real life, we have to make a lot of decisions, right? So in programming also, we have to make a lot of decisions, and depending upon the output of a particular condition, we will be evaluating a condition, and based on the output, we'll be going to some part of the code. And if that condition is true, then some part. If it is false, then some part. So likewise, like let's take a example. So let's say that your mother tells you to go to vegetable market and says that for buying some vegetables, and tells you to buy cabbage, and also says that if cabbage is not available, then buy broccoli. So you have to go to market. You first ask whether whether the cabbage is available. If it is, then you will buy that. Otherwise, you will buy broccoli, right? And in the third case, when none of these is present in the vegetable market, you will simply come back home without anything, right? So these conditionals are very important in real life decision making and also in programming, right? So that's why we have the constructs like if, else, and else if. So in Python, we will have elif for using else if. So first, let's simply write down a program that takes an integer as input. So we are taking an integer as input, and if this integer is less than 1, So there is a parameter x, and if this parameter x is basically less than 1 or greater than 10, so then the message is rude. So let's say we'll have to print that the message is rude, right? Otherwise it is a polite message, right? So what we can say is if x is less than 1, so whatever is the condition, so this condition will get evaluated. As we have seen in the operators, there are these conditions that we check, right? So it will have a Boolean output, true or false, right? So this condition gets evaluated. Now after this, what piece of code gets executed? So you have to write a colon. So the syntax is if followed by the condition, then you write down a colon and then you press enter. So if you have, if you are using some code editor, it will automatically give some indentation of 2 spaces or 4 spaces, right? Otherwise you just press a tab, right? So whatever is inside if, that will have to be indented to either 2 spaces, 4 spaces, something like that. So whatever is inside here now will be the part of if. So if x is less than 1, let's say this is the block of code which gets executed if x is less than 1, right? So we can say if x is less than 1, print that it is a rude message, right? Oh, sorry, yeah. Thank you, Rohit, it is input. Yeah. So otherwise, if x is greater than 10, then also we will say that it is a rude message, right? So that is one straightforward way of doing this thing. So let's try to run this program. So I provide the input, let's say I say 14. So it will give me rude message. Let's say I give -1, it will say rude message. Let's say the input is 5. So it will not print anything, right? Piniseti has asked one doubt. When I press Control I, instead of clearing the screen, it's displaying Control L. So you can just type clear. If you are in the Python prompt, you can just type clear. Okay, so you can, I think you can say Control C, CTRL plus C. So just look it up. Or from Control D, you can exit the Python console REPL, and from Control C, you can give an interrupt, right? So let's continue. So do you see a problem in the above code, right? So first of all, so Tawfiq is asking a question that according to previous lecture, after hash, all terms will be ignored. Okay. Is my screen visible to you clearly? Okay. So let's continue. So basically, after hash, whatever is there is a comment, right? So only this line of code will not get executed. Only the line number 8 is a comment and does not get executed. Does that make sense? Just give me 1 minute. Okay. So basically only this line is a comment and this will get executed, right? So whatever is inside this block, let me say print hello world. So this also will get printed, right? So let's try to run the program. Sorry, I'll say Python 3 conditionals.py. Let's say we give the input 10. So it will print nothing because none of these conditions was evaluated to false. Let's say 11. So both these statements get printed, right? And let's say -10, then also both these statements get printed, right? So if I have something here, print I, that will not get printed, right? If I say -10. So only these 2 lines get printed. So I hope that answers your question. So let's now continue. Fine. So the issue with this piece of code is that there is a redundancy in this code, right? So the redundancy here is that you are having the same line of code repeated multiple times, right? this line of code is being repeated multiple times. So let's say that once you have to change your program, and like let's say somehow you have to print some other message and you forget changing the line here, right? So that will lead to an inconsistency, right? So redundancy always leads to inconsistency in code, right? So the better way here is to combine these conditions, right? If x is less than 1 or x is less than 10, then print rude message, right? So this is a better way to write down the same piece of code. So it will work the same as before, but it will be a better coding practice, right? Sorry, it should have been x is greater than 10, right? So I hope you understand this part. So let's now continue. So Bayagani is asking what is the name of that compiler. So this is basically VS Code I'm using, and I have installed Python 3 over here. This is not a compiler. Yeah, this is a VS Code code editor that I'm using. Yeah, editor is VS Code. Python is basically an interpreted language, right? Yeah, right. So it's VS Code. Yeah, Rohit. So let's continue. So again, the issue here is, let's say that we also had to print a polite message in the other condition. So let's say that our requirement gets changed and we have to print polite message for all other cases, that is 1 less than equal to x, less than equal to 10. What I can say is if x is greater than equal to 1 and x is less than equal to 10, right? So in this case, we will simply print polite message, right? So let's try to run this piece of code. Let's say 5. So you will see a polite message comes here. Let's say 11. It will give us rude message. So now this code works. But what again is the issue here is it is not that robust. So let's say our condition gets changed. Let's say this condition gets changed somehow. The rude messages come outside the ranges, let's say minus 10 to plus 10, right? So then we will have to change both these if conditions inside both of these. So robustness is not handled here. So that is why there is another construct that is known as else, if else. So what we can say is after else, we will write colon again. So whatever is inside this else block will get executed when this condition fails. So now we have something to handle the case when the condition returns false, right? So either this gets executed or this, right? So let's try to run again. At 5, it says polite message. 11, it says rude message. So I hope you have understood a basic idea of the conditionals, right? So anyone has any questions? Great. So let's continue. So now there is one more thing. So let us say that our condition of rude message gets changed now. Now let's say that rude message is only for x is less than 1. So we'll say if x is less than 1, then print rude message. And the condition for polite message is same. So else. So what we can do is there is another construct that is else if. So we write it if elif, and we can say the condition x is greater than equal to 1 and less than equal to 10. So what we now have is in the else block also we are checking a condition. So if this condition is false, then our control flow will get to this line. It will check this condition. And if this is also false, then we'll get here. So here we can say that other message, right? So now let's try to run this program. Shashwat says, can we put semicolon in place of colon? No, we cannot do that, Shashwat. So the syntax is you have to print colon to indicate that a new block is starting, right? Vikas, VS Code is basically a code editor where you can write code and it provides an integrated terminal so that it becomes easier, right? So let's continue now. Let's say Python 3 conditional.py. I'll say minus 10. It will give a rude message. If I say 5, polite message. And if I say any other value that is greater than 10, let's say 11. So it will say other message. So the control flow is first this condition gets evaluated. If this condition is true, then this gets printed and we will get to line number 16 or 17. So if condition at line 10 is true, we'll get to line number 16 directly. So let's have something here, print outside loop. So now let's try to evaluate all three cases. So if I say -10, so it will print rude message and then outside the loop, right? And again, let's say I say 5. So what happens is the first condition returns false. So then we'll check the second condition. So it is now the second condition returns true. So we'll print this and we'll get outside the if else ladder, right? So this is basically what we sometimes call if else ladder, right? First this condition gets executed. If this is false, then this. If this is false, then this, likewise. So if I now say, let's say I say 11 or 101. So now both these conditions will return false. We'll check this. This is true, right? So I hope you have understood a basic idea of control flow. Dhruv was asking a question. The if we used earlier were two separate things, while if and else were interlinked. Yeah, Dhruv, you are exactly correct. If is a statement, not loop. Yeah, if is a statement. Manas, you are exactly correct. If is a statement, not a loop, right? So let's continue. So basically, now I hope you have a basic idea. So now let's try to implement that market situation that we were saying. So let us say that our market has these following vegetables. Vegetable market contains these vegetables. So now what we'll say is, if let's say we were to buy carrot first, if carrot, so there is a construct. So basically vegetable market is a list that contains a list of vegetables. So we will go about lists in the next session. So where we'll see lists, it is a list of strings, right? So we'll understand more about lists in the next class. So if carrot is present in the vegetable market, then we can simply print that we bought the carrot, right? Otherwise, we will check else if broccoli or let's say cabbage is in the vegetable market. Then we can simply say print bought cabbage. And otherwise, when none of the conditions falls true, we can simply say that came back empty-handed, right? So this is the scenario that we were trying to simulate, right? So let's just see. So basically, currently, carrot is basically, let's see. Carrot, you see, it is not in the market, right? So we will buy the cabbage. So it will print bought cabbage, right? So let's say if we remove cabbage also from this vegetable market, it will say that came back empty-handed, right? So you can try to explore about lists and this in operator. We will try to cover it in the next session. Let's continue from here. So now we will look at another interesting control flow, that is loops. So loops basically we use very often in programming, right? Yeah, loops. Let's try to get to loops. So basically, frequently we want to write down a program that is doing some piece of, repeating some piece of thing again and again, right? So basically, like what is a schedule of a software engineer or a programmer? He wakes up in the morning, he basically has food, starts writing code, and then basically likewise sleeps at night, and the same procedure keeps on repeating again and again, right? So we are repeating some piece of thing again and again. So in real life we do so, and similarly in programming we need to have this thing, right? So we want to write down a program that will repeat some piece of thing. So let's say you are playing a game in which you get a score of 2 points for every 1 second. So let's say you play a game where you get 2 points after every 1 second, as long as you are alive in that game, right? As long as you are alive in the game, right? So how will you write? So the game developer will basically have some logic that after every 1 second, this score variable will get updated. It will get added. 2 points will get added to that score variable, right? So we need loops frequently in programming. In whatever software you see, loops is very common, right? So let's say that we were trying to print two variables onto the variables from 1 to 10 onto the screen. So we want to write down a program, print numbers from 1 to 10 to the screen. So one basic approach is you will say print 1, print 2, print 3, you will continue like this. You will say print 10, right? So let's see. So it will take a lot of time, right? And likewise, you will write a lot of statements. So how we can do this simply? We have loops, right? Loops comes to the rescue here. So we have for loops in Python or while loops. So let's say that we first look at for loops. So for loops are the ones which we use when we are sure about when our loop will terminate. So in this case, we know that after 10 iterations, a loop will terminate, right? So we have to iterate the print statement 10 times, and that will be printing some variable which will get on incremented each time, right? So there is a range keyword in Python that basically allows us to create a list of numbers onto which we can iterate. So in Python, unlike other languages, so if you are from C++, you have seen something like this. You can write down a loop like this. So if you are from C++ or some other background like C++, Java, you must have seen some programs like this, right? But in Python, you do not have these three things. You do not have initialization, condition, and the updation. So in Python, basically, you have to iterate over some sequence or some container. So iterate over some container, values in some container or a sequence. So this range keyword will be very helpful here to create a range of 10 values in which you will iterate. So what we can say is for I in range 10, we can say print I. So let's try to see what will be the output of this. Vidhan says, I joined slightly late as per normal time. So Vidhan, you can just go through the lecture notes and the recording once the lecture is over. Like, I hope you will be able to understand that part. Also, whatever I will be covering right now will be quite separate. Like, you can start from here also. So for loops, we are looking at currently how we will repeat some piece of code again and again. So the syntax is, this is the variable which we are looping on. And here we have some sequence or some container. So currently we have a sequence. Range of 10 will provide us. So range of 10 will basically provide us with a list of numbers from 0 till 9. So the last value is not included here. So that's why you can see that we got numbers from 0 to 9. So what if you were to print numbers from 1 to 10? That was our end goal, right? So what we can say is range also provides us another feature. So as you can see, it provides us a start and a stop. So the start we can have 1 and stop we can have as 11, since the last value is not included, right? So let us see we were to do this thing. And if you see now, you will get numbers from 1 to 10, right? Arijit says, how does it decide if 10 has to be printed or not? So Arijit, it decides this thing. Basically, this range of 10 will give you a list. So let's see that. So let me go to a Python REPL. So I try to see what is range of 10. So it says that it is range from 0 to 10. So I can convert this to a list. So let's say what is list of range of 0 to 10. So this is basically the list or the container in which we will be iterating. So we'll look more into list in the next section. So let's try to see list of range of 1 to 10, 1 to 11. So if you will see that, it will give us a list of numbers from 1 to 10. The last number is not included. It is an exclusive range. First number is the inclusive range, right? So I hope you get some idea, Arijit, right? So this code works fine now. Sorry. Python 3 loops.py, right? So it is printing numbers from 1 to 10, right? So now let us say that we want to print all even numbers. So how do we do that? So we can also specify the step, basically how much we have to step, right, in the range keyword. So let's see. So we can say that print, for I in range 1 to 11 and will step a value of 2, right? So that is every time the value will get incremented by 2, right? So let's now see, we'll get all even numbers from 1 to 10. let's print out the previous ones, right? This will give us all odd numbers because we are starting from 1. So had it been that we are starting from 2, we will get all even numbers, right? Does that make sense? So Pratham is saying use and equal to space. Yeah, Pratham. What about reverse range? So reverse range, Stuti is asking what about reverse range. So just try to look upon that. Just take that as a homework, right? Let's continue. Like we have more things to cover. Like what you can do is, or let's just take it. So what we can say is we will specify the range as minus step as -2, the step that we'll be taking, step increment. So the third argument is the step increment. Let's say we make that equal to -2, right? So now you can see that we can iterate in reverse direction, right? So even if we were to print list of range of 11 to -2, so we can see that we get these numbers in a negative, in the reverse order, right? So let's now continue. As someone Pratham had mentioned, right? Use end equal to space. So let's try to do that, Pratham. So what I can say here is end equal to space. So this will basically use space as a separator instead of end line, right? So now you can see that we get the numbers separated by space. So we can also have a print in the end that basically has a end line as the default separator. End line or the \n is the default separator, right? So let's just run that. You can see that it gets printed very nicely here. So thanks Pratham for this. Right. So let's continue now. So if we were to do the same thing using a while loop, right? So how do we do this? So while loops we generally use when we are not sure about the termination point, right? We generally use when we are not sure about the termination point. We know that there is some condition. When that condition evaluates to false, we will stop our loop, right? So about the number of steps before termination, right? In a for loop, we are certain about the number of steps that we have to take. So basically, let's try to write down a while loop here. So let's say a counter variable is 1. So now the condition will be while counter is less than equal to 10. So this is the condition. Whenever this condition evaluates to false, we will stop then and there. Otherwise, we'll keep on iterating inside this loop. So we have this colon, and then we can say print of Himanshu, is your question answered? Yeah, I think that is answered. We can say print counter. Let's say end is equal to space. And then what we have to do is we'll have to increment this somehow. So we say counter plus equal to 1. And in the end, we can say print, right? That is for printing the end line, right? So let's try to run this. So you can see that the numbers from 1 to 10 get printed, right? So now what happens is counter is 1. The condition gets evaluated, it is true. So then we print this and we increment counter. So this is basically a shorthand notation for counter equals to counter plus 1. So as we saw the assignment operator, we can write down assignment operator more simply when we have to increment. So this basically is increment and assign. So first counter variable gets +1 and then it assigns it, right? So these are in C++ also and some other programming languages as well, but the counter ++. So if you are from C++ or some other similar programming language background, this kind of thing doesn't work here, right? So just be aware, right? So let's try to see now. Yeah. So I hope you have understood how this while loops works as well. Any doubts till this point to anyone, right? Any doubts? Any doubts to anyone? There are some questions. If we have to print doubles of numbers, by the way, between given range, let me see what you are saying to ask, trying to ask Priyal. if you have to print doubles of numbers between between given range using for loop. So that also you can try. That will be a good exercise. So Prakash, that is just the syntax issue, right? Okay. Any other doubts? Aslam, what is the thing that you are not able to understand? Please tell what it is exactly. Why do we use two print functions? So the second print function is just for printing the end line, Dhruv. It just prints the end line because we are using a separator here. So let's say if we do not have this. So it will just print like this, right? In the end, there will be a space. So just to have this extra end line character, right? We are using this last print. I hope that answers your question, Dhruv. Kastub, I am using VS Code editor. I have highlighted this point many times in the session. Pratham, the separator is used when basically we have to assign a different separator from end line, right? Can you show pattern programs? Yeah, we'll take that up later. Pooja will take that up later. Okay. So let's continue now. So let's try to write down a program that will basically print the multiplication tables of numbers from 1 to n. So let us say that we want to print multiplication. So one more thing, you can use multi-line comments as well in Python using triple quotes. So let's say it's a good practice to write down multi-line comments or comments at the top of your program. So we want to write down a program to print multiplication tables of numbers from 1 to n, where n is the input from the user. Karthika says, can you please explain in, sir? We'll take that up in the next session. Himanshu, there is already a video on GSOC that is in the Scaler Academy. You can just check that out. You can just search. There is already a video on that. Okay. So let's now continue. So basically, right now, we will have to print something like this. So let's say n is equal to 5. So we'll have to print something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 3. So in the first row, basically, we'll get the first multiples of numbers from 1 to n. In the second row, we'll get the second multiples, and likewise, right? In the end, we'll have something like 10, 20, 30, likewise, right? So we have to print this multiplication table. So now basically we try to analyze this problem. So there are two loops running over here. One loop will be from 1 to n and the other loop will be from 1 to 10, right? We have to print 10 multiples of each number from 1 to n. So there are two nested loops involved over here, right? So for nested loops, like you can take up an example, like let's say that in real life scenario, a train has multiple compartments, right? And each compartment has multiple seats, right? So the ticket checker basically goes over each compartment and each compartment goes over each of the seats, right? He then checks the ticket for each of the passenger in that seat, right? So there is a nesting compartment and inside compartment is a seat, right? So here also there is a nesting. There are tables of numbers from 1 to n. In each number you have to print 10 numbers, right? So basically, let's try to write this down now. We have understood how we will be doing it. So there will be two loops that will be using it, right? So let's say first we'll take n as input from the user. And then what we can say is for multiple in the range of 1 to. So we'll print 10 multiples. So outside, so consider it is a good, like I will give you a tip, like take your rows as basically outer loops. So if you struggle with nested loops, consider rows as the outer loops and the columns as the inner loops, right? So we can say that 1 to 11 and the inner loop will be for number. So in range 1 to n, right? So we can simply print what we have to print number into multiple, right? And we can separate it by a space, right? And after the inner loop gets over, one row will be done. So we can simply print an end line using this, right? So let's try to see what happens. Python 3 multiplication table.py. Let's say we hit the enter. Samsul, very much thank you. Like you are enjoying the session. We can say 5. So you see that all the tables from 1 to 5 gets printed. Like so now there is one issue over here, right? So the issue here is the formatting is not so good, right? So let me just write it here. So there is a formatting operator, like in C++ or other languages you see there is a printf function in C++ generally. Similarly, we can say here printf %4d. So by 4 I mean the width I will specify for each of the elements. So like if each of the number I keep it in a width of 4 units, fixed width, %4d, and then what I have to print is this thing that is number into multiple, right? So this d basically refers to integer, and whatever is inside these brackets I am specifying the integer. So this might be a bit overwhelming. Like just try to look up how to format in Python. Like we have time constraint over here right now, so let's just try to run it. So now you can see that every element will get a width of 4 units. Let's try to minimize this. Let's say 2 units. Sorry for this. Let's say Python 3. So you see that it is very visible very clearly now, right? So I hope you have understood this. Yeah, you can search about format specifiers. Rohit, you are exactly right. So let's continue now. So we'll now look at jump statements. So now having looked at loops, we should look at the jump statements that are the break and continue basically. So let's first look at a real scenario. So where we can use the jump statements like break and continue. So let's say you have a program that sends emails to 100 employees, right? And after sending 10 emails, your internet suddenly gets disconnected. So what should the program do? Should it continue sending the mails to rest of the 90 people? That will also result into an error because internet has disconnected, right? So better is that you break from that loop, whatever is that loop that is sending mails to 100 employees, and just continue your loop after the internet is back, right? So basically break statement is very much useful when you want to break out of loop at a certain condition, right? So let's just try to see through some examples. So let's say we have this list of strings, and now we say that for name in names. So someone had asked about how do this in operator works. So the for loop basically goes through every item in this container. This is a list is a container. We'll look about them in the next session. So we iterate over each one of them, that is we'll go over each of these strings, right? And let's say that whenever we first print the name, and if the name is scalar, so let's say we try to break from this, right? So if name is scalar, so we can simply say break, right? So what will now happen is this loop will run, like this first string will get printed because the first statement is this. Then the second statement is we check this condition. This condition hits false because this capital S is not the same as small s. So these two strings are not equal. Again, this string is not equal. Now third string is equal. So we'll break out of this loop, right? So let's try to run Python 3 jump statement. So you see that the first 3 only get printed, right? So the last interview bit will not get printed, right? Dhruv says what should be taken in outer loop and inner loop. So in the outer loop, we generally have the rows that are like vertically. In the inner rows, we have the columns. So the outer loop basically does the processing for a row. So just try to write down this code once yourself about multiplication table. And Dhruv, you will be able to do this very quickly. Just try to write down some programs on matrices. You will be able to understand it beautifully then, right? So this is the break statement. Now let's also see a continue statement, right? So let's say that now instead of breaking at some point, we want to skip some iteration. So let's say that for name in names, this first check if the name is scalar, then we will continue. So we don't want to print scalar in small. We want to print S in capital always, right? And then we try to say print of name, right? So now what will happen is only this third string will be missing from our output, right? So let's try to print this. So you see that the third string scalar is missing where s was small, right? So let's try to quickly write down one more program here. So let's try to understand what happens when we have break statement in a nested loop. So let's say now instead of just iterating through these strings directly, we want to iterate through each of the characters as well. So we'll have two loops again. So let's say we want to find out in which string this character I appears. So what we'll do is for name in names, we'll say first let's try to print. We'll use format strings here. We print the name in the outer loop, right? And then we iterate over each character in this name. So we can iterate over each character in name by using for char in name, right? So this char is just a placeholder variable. It could be anything else. So then we can simply say print f found this thing name with the letter. We have found a name which is having the target letter, that is I, right? And then we can simply say that we'll break out of this loop, breaking out of the inner loop, right? And we can say break, right? So one more thing, right? We'll also have to check that if char equals target, right? I just missed this part. So we want to find out in which string this target character appears, right? So inside this if statement, Rohit, what we are doing is we'll check the character whether it equals to the target, right? If it is equal, we'll print that we have found out a name with the letter I, right? So let's try to run this program. So let's see. So you see that how it happens. Scalar in the outer loop, interview bit in the outer loop, found interview bit with letter I, breaking out of the inner loop, right? So whenever you said breaking out of the inner loop, so then the outer loop will basically continue, right? So only the inner loop will break, right? So just make sure you understand this thing very clearly. Whenever we have break inside a nested loop, only the outermost loop where the break is used gets terminated, right? So then we will go to the next loop, right? So I hope this is clear to you. Just try to write down as an exercise, just try to write down a program that checks if a given number is prime. Try to use the break statement, right? As an exercise, right? Shashwat is saying something. In the Rohit, is your doubt clear? I did not understand continue statement. Dhruv, we use a continue statement whenever we want to skip some iteration. So for example, this was the piece of code. So now whenever the string is name is equal to scalar, we'll continue. We will not go to the line number 14, right? So that is what happens, right? So Ritik, just try exploring this on your own. We are running out of time, so just try exploring this on your own, Ritik. That would be a good exercise. So now before we end the session, like let's just look at one more concept. So we'll look at functions. So now function basically is you can consider a function as a black box that takes several inputs, does some processing. So it takes several inputs, will do some processing, and then will produce some output or will return some output and can return some output, right? So that is what is a function basically. So one thing when we write programs is basically we can have a big piece of code file, and then the issue with that will be it will become difficult to maintain, right? So we can use functions and break our code into small tasks that are functions, right? So why do we use functions? For reusability. So the main things for we use functions are for reusability, right? We want to reuse some parts of code. So let's say we have a function that finds maximum of 3 numbers, right? So whenever there is a requirement, we have to find max of 3 numbers, we'll directly use that function instead of writing the same 3-4 lines of code again, right? So the other thing is abstraction. So basically a function, we only need to use a function, we need to know its name and only the arguments that it accepts, right? You do not need to know how it works internally, right? So if you use the documentation of languages and frameworks, you must have seen that you mostly are interested in a function. It will have a well-defined name. You will be able to get through that only what it does, right? So some other use cases are, it makes it easy to maintain the code, right? And debugging also becomes easier because once you know that the exact function where my code is breaking, you can get to that code and try to debug it, right? So let's try to write down a simple function. So let's try to have a print function that will simply print something to the screen. So how do we define function is, we can just have keyword def. So def keyword is used to define a function. Then comes the name of the function. Let's say the name of the function is print function. And after that, what we can have is, we can have a bracket. Inside these parentheses, we'll pass some optional arguments. Like arguments are optional. Let's say we do not want to have any arguments, we can skip. Then we'll have a colon, as we have in all our control flow statements, right? Now we'll have some logic here, logic or the main code of the function, right? We can simply say printing hello to the screen, right? So let's now try to see how we can run this function. So to run this function, we simply have to say the function's name and then the parentheses, right? So the parentheses are required, they are a must, right? So let's try to run this thing now. So you can see that it shows printing hello to the screen, right? So also we can have some function. Let's say we have a function add 2 numbers. It takes in number 1 as input and number 2 as input, right? And it simply returns. So a function can also return something, like, right? So it is like a black box, you can consider. You also know the processing here, right? When you are defining, but when you are using functions, you just treat them as black boxes, right? That have some inputs and basically return some output. So you can simply say here, return number 1 plus number 2. So how do we call this function now? So let's say we have a variable x, as we take it as input from the user. We take y as input from the user. And let's say then we say print of x plus y. Sorry, this is when we don't want to use the function. Now we want to use the function. So the function is returning something. So let's say if we simply use the same structure we followed earlier, we simply say add 2 numbers, x and y. So will this work? So let's try. So we given 3 and 4. So you see that it did not give any output. Why? Because the thing it was returning, we did not store it somewhere or we did not print it. So either we can simply say print this thing. So that will basically print the output. It says 3 plus 4 is 7, right? So the other thing that we can do is, we can simply say, we can store this result in some result variable and then we can print this result, right? So that will basically print the result now, right? So whatever the function returns, we can store it in some variable. So I hope that makes some sense. Now, basically, one more thing. So if we have a function that does not return anything, so let's go back to this piece of code. So this function print function does not return anything. So now if we try to store into result something and try to print it, so then you will see that, what do you expect here? What do you expect here? Anmol, how to take input in same line? We'll try to answer that question later in the next session, Prakash. When we look about lists, Anmol, how to add a line in print statement with the result? Okay, I think I covered that part, Anmol, earlier, right? Dhruv, this is going too fast. Okay, sorry for this. Like, try to like visit these things, try to implement them yourself. I think you should be able to get these concepts. just go through the lecture notes once. All the code that I've written here is available there, very structured, and we have tried to detail every part there. So if we try to do a print here, it will print none because it is not returning anything, right? So here, if you see that, we'll get answer as none, right? So although this thing is not actually recommended, so instead we can simply have a return none. Okay. Sorry, I think I indented it incorrectly. So just make sure, one learning here is, make sure you indent your code properly, because if your code is not properly indented, you will get indentation errors, right? So these are the things that we had for today. I hope you have gotten a good amount of idea about control flow. So we looked at, if we do a brief recap, we looked at some operators, relational operators, and we looked at logical operators. Then we looked at conditionals. Then we looked at some examples. Then we looked at the loops control flow, which is very frequently used in programming and software engineering in general. Then we created a program to print a multiplication table. We looked at jump statements, break and continue. Finally, we looked at functions, right? So try to do this thing as an exercise. Try to write down this function that returns maximum of 3 numbers, right? So I hope you have understood many things that we have covered. If not, just try to revisit and just try to go through the lecture notes once. So the lecture notes are also attached in the description. Just try to go through them once, right? So any other doubts that you have, you can join the Scaler chat link that is in the description. So for any doubts, there is a discussion forum, Scaler chat we have. You can join that, right? So I hope you have enjoyed this session. So in the next session, we'll start from here. We'll continue about the data structures, basic data structures in Python, the lists, tuples, dictionaries, sets. Just try to look at them before attending the session, right? So also I made that announcement about the certificates, like if anyone has missed that, yeah, we'll add all the things in the description. Just one thing, let me confirm. Any doubts till this point? One thing I had to confirm, like if there is a quiz that is going to be launched on some social handle. Just give me 1 minute. If you have any doubts, yeah, so let me repeat that thing. So basically, we will be providing certificates as well, digital certificates as well, if you attend all these Python series, and at the end of it, we'll be creating a to-do application, right? So basically, we will be conducting a test. So based on that, digital certificates will be provided to you, right? Okay, so one more thing, we have an interesting exercise for you as well. So basically, you can just 1 minute, you can go to the Instagram account of Scaler Academy. We will be launching a quiz there. So just go to the Instagram account of Scaler Academy. We will be launching a quiz there just to test your understanding. Our team has created a quiz for you there. You can just attempt it right now. It will be launched as soon as we end the session. Yeah. So the quiz will be launched in the Instagram. You can just follow this. The link will be there in the description, most probably. Yeah. Let me just check it. The notes are available in the GitHub account. So in the Instagram account, you can just go through that. you will be able to find a quiz. So the team must have launched a quiz there. Yeah, let me just post it here as well. So I hope you enjoyed the session, and we'll continue with the same excitement as today's. Make sure that you attempt the sessions if you like today's session, right? And just try to attempt that quiz right now. I hope it was a good experience, and just you can follow us, follow Scaler Academy, and thank you for watching the session. Bye. Bye, everyone. So we learned about conditionals, loops, jump statements, and also about functions, right? So let's just recap some of these concepts. So first we'll recap the things with the help of examples, right? So let's try to write down a program that will check if a given number is prime or not, right? So let us take a number as input from the user. So now what basically is a prime number? A prime number is one which has only two divisors, right? Which has only two divisors. So the first one is the number itself and 1, right? And the first prime is 2. Basically 1 is not a prime. So second 2 is the first prime, right? So after that we have 3, 5, 7, 11 likewise. So basically we have to write down a program that will tell whether the given number n is a prime number or not. Let me also move this thing to the right. Yeah. So how do we check this thing, right? So we know that a number will be divided by, like the divisors will be starting from, so 1 is a divisor for all the numbers. Yes, Vidhan, we are doing that only. We are recapping the yesterday's concepts. Function concept also will recap. So basically 1, 2, 3, like we have this number n. So the max divisor except n would be could be n by 2, right? Everyone agrees till this point. So from the range n by 2 to n, we cannot have any other divisor, right, except n. So what we can think of is we will write down a loop from 2 till n minus 2. So 1 will be a divisor for all, right? So we write down a loop from 2 till n by 2. So if any of these numbers is a divisor for the number n, then we can say that the number is not a prime number, right? Do you all agree with this point? So let's say we'll write down a loop for divisor in range of 2 till n by 2, and we do integer division here and plus 1 because this range is exclusive, right? Now how do we check divisibility? We just check that if n modulo divisor is equal to 0, right? Equality operator we checked yesterday, right? Equals 0. We can simply print that the number is n is not a prime, right? And now since we have we came to know that n is not a prime, so we can break at this point. So why do we need to go further, right? We can use the jump statement we learned yesterday. So we can simply say that break here. We do not need to continue the loop, right? So now can we simply say outside whether that n is a prime or not? So let's say if we say this, if it is not a prime, then definitely it is going to be a prime. But do you see some issue here? Will this piece of code break for some point, break for some numbers? So let's try to run this, right? So let's try to say python3 recap.py, and let me provide the number 5. So it says that 5 is prime. It works. Yatin is asking a question, why is n by 2 taken? So Yatin, it is because that we will not have any divisor from n by 2 to n. So let's say that n is equal to 36. So from 19 onwards, so 19, 20, so all these numbers after 18, right, after n by 2, so they will never be a divisor of the number 36, right? So do you get this point now? Except 36, right? 36 basically we will have only 1 and n as the divisors of the number, right? Did you get this point, Yatin? Yatin, is this question clear now? So now basically what we can do is we can try to test for some smaller values as well. So let's say if we say 2, so 2 is prime. Okay, if we say 3, 3 is prime, right? But what if, let's say, we put 4? So if we say 4, then it will give that 4 is not a prime as well as 4 is a prime, right? So why? Because when we do this break, it will continue the execution from line number 21. So we need to maintain some information. Ravi Shankar says, can you please explain this logic once again? So yeah, let me explain this. So let's say a number is like n is equal to 12. So what are the divisors of 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and 12. So if you can notice that from n by 2 onwards, there will be no divisor, right? Because if we say that when we divide n by 2, we get 2, right? So if we say 12 by 6, we get 2. So if we divide by 12 by 7, we will get something in 1 point something. 12 by 8, we will get 1 point something, right? We will get a floating point, a decimal value, right? We cannot get an integer if we divide n by any number greater than n by 2, except n only. So I hope this makes sense now, Ravi. Okay, so the issue here was when we are saying for a number which is not a prime, it will be printing both the things. So we need to maintain some information that we have checked that number, right? So we need to have some flag here, some kind of variable, let's say a checker variable that is initially 0. So we can say now checker is 1. So if checker is 1, then we will not print. So if checker is 0, then only we will say that n is prime, right? So that means we did not print n is not a prime, right? So you need to maintain this extra variable, right? Did you get this information? So now you see that 6 is not a prime, right? 2 is a prime, 3 is a prime, 11 is a prime, 12 is not a prime, right? But still, can you figure out a particular n where this will fail? Still, there is one corner case missing here. So always try to figure out the cases where your code can break. That is a good thing, right? If you follow that. Vidhan, I did not get your point. So this piece of code will break at n equal to 1. So let us say if we say n equal to 1, it will print that 1 is a prime, but 1 is not a prime, right? Because this range function, inside this range, we are going from 2 till n by 2 plus 1. So let's say n is 1, right? So we will go from 2 till that is 2 by 2, that is 1, 1 by 2, which is 0, 0 plus 1, that is 1. So you see there is no value which will lie in this range of 2 till 1, right? Because this left point should not be greater than the right end point, right? So that is why we just need to have one extra check here. That is, if n is 1, then we will not print it is a prime. So if n is not equal to 1, and this is the case, right? Otherwise, we will say that n is not a prime. You can see how we are using the if else that we learned yesterday. So let's now try to see with 1. 1 is not a prime, 2 is prime, 3 is prime, 4. Okay, so this time it breaks with 4. Why again? Because the checker need to have a value 0. So else if checker is 0, right? Or what we can have simply is else if n is 1, right? So just try to figure out different ways to write this thing. Just remember that for else if, the syntax is ELIF. We do not write else if or something like that. Remember this thing, you might make some mistakes here. 1 is not a prime, 2 is prime, 5 is prime, let's say 6 is not a prime, right? So now this piece of code will be working. So Himanshu, Vidhan, I answered that question. We are using a checker because if we have went inside this thing, then we do not want to print that it is a prime, right? Because we have already printed it is not a prime. Himanshu, the today's agenda is we'll be learning some of the data structures or the containers in Python that are lists, tuples, sets, and dictionaries. So currently we are just recapping the concepts we learned yesterday. Yeah, Sumit, I have answered that question. Praveen, I have tried to explain the logic. So basically we are iterating over all numbers from 2 till n by 2. If any of them is a divisor, we say n is not a prime. Otherwise, we say n is a prime. Just in that case, n equal to 1, we need to say that it is not a prime, right? So does that answer your question? Yeah, Ravi, something like that you can do. So let's now continue. So anyone has any doubts, like make sure you try to implement this thing yourself. There could be multiple ways to implement the same program, right? So you will be more clear when you do this yourself, right? Rocky, break is used because Rocky is asking why is break used. So the break is used because that we have already come to know that n is not a prime, right? So there is no point looping further. I hope that answers the question. So there are a lot of resources, Shamim. You can just try Google it. Yes, Arijit has a good point. We can use square root n. That is a good optimization, but that is not very intuitive in the first moment. So thanks for pointing it out, Arijit. So let's continue if you are clear with this, everyone. So now we will take one more example before we continue. So let us say that we want to print out this pattern. So we want to print this pattern onto the screen. So someone had asked how to print patterns using loops in the previous session. So the observations you can have here is, it is a two-dimensional kind of structure. There are some rows here and columns here, right? So every row will basically have, so let's say that the first row 1 has 1 star. Amit says you speak too fast. Okay, let me try to be a little slow. Anand says can return be used. So return can be used in the case we were making a function. So currently we just have a single piece of code. We are not breaking our code into functions. If you had a function, you could have used a return. So row 1 has 1 star, row 2 has 2 stars. Likewise, right? Ith row or basically rth row will have r stars. So hope that you have got this point. Let's say that n is input and we need to print n rows, right? So how will we do this thing? So this is the question right now. So basically, again, you see that we have to loop in two directions here. One is the row and other is the column. So you can have two loop variables here. You can have two nested loops. So the outer loop will basically loop over rows. So it is a good practice. Always outer loop is used for rows and inner loop is used for columns, right? Okay, Amit says that treat audience. Okay, Amit, I'll take your point into consideration, Amit. Thank you for that, Amit. So basically, we want to print this kind of a structure, and the outer loop basically represents the rows and inner loops represents the columns, right? So this is the row 1. This will have the value r equal to 2. This will have r equal to 3. This will have r equal to 4. So now when you are looping over a row, in each row you will loop how many times? R times. So in each row, let's say you have a variable for row. So let's say that it is also a good practice to use variables like r and c for rows and columns. So for r in range of, let's say, okay, for row in range of, let's say we have number of rows equal to n, right? In range of 1 till number of rows plus 1, right? So when we loop over this variable, let's just try to print the row number. Let's just see what happens. Let's go step by step. So if I print 5, so you will see that you get the numbers from 1 to 5 printed. Yeah, I get this point. Sumit, it will be more clear once we are complete with this. So till this point, any doubts? how we are printing the numbers. Any doubts till this point? Now here you have to print 1 star, here you have to print 2 stars, here 3 stars, here 4, here 5, right? So basically inside also you need to write down a loop. So for column in range of how many times you have to repeat? 1 till row plus 1. So this will be repeating row times. So here basically row will have the values 1, 2, 3 like this. So let's just print out the column value and separate it by space. So end equal to space. And let's try to print an extra end line so that we get to see it clearly. So now let us see. So what do you see? Leela Manas is asking how long we will take to get data structure. So this is one last example we are taking before we continue. So you can see that we have got this kind of structure or the triangle 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 printed to the screen, right? So now instead of these numbers, we want to print just a star here. So we can simply say print star, right? So let's try to run this now. So you see that we get the structure that we wanted to print, right? If I try to say 7, then we will get 7 rows. So anyone has any doubts till this point? So one exercise for you will be to try to implement this using a single loop. So that will be a good exercise for you. Try to implement this using a single loop. Any doubts till this point? Okay, so let's take one more example before we start with some basic data containers like lists and tuples. Okay, Ashish is asking what does end equal to space means. So that basically means we are separating by space. Bhakti says, can you please repeat? So what part do you want me to repeat? Okay, so let's repeat this logic once again. So if you see that we are basically having some structure like this. So let's say we were to print this thing. So there is one variable that is looping from 1 till 4. So here R is 1, here R is 2, here R is 3. So we can simply write down one loop for R that will start from 1 go till 4, right? Now inside also we need to write down a loop. So inside there is a loop from 1 till R, R's value, right? So that is why there is this nested loop coming into picture. So right now you just want to repeat each of these values by a star, right? So if you, Ashish is saying Vidhan, did you get this point everyone now? So Ashish, if we just write down this thing, then we will get some issue. So if you just try to print now, so you see that you will get all these things in new lines. So let's try to use the space only here, because by default end line is the separator. The range function is exclusive. So Ashish, the range function is exclusive. The last value is not included, right? Okay, so let's continue now. So one exercise that was given to you was to write down a function that will basically return max of 3 numbers. So I hope you were able to complete this thing. So we will not discuss it now. We want to continue further. Okay, so let's just continue the discussion on functions once. We'll just learn 2 more things in functions. Yeah, we always don't require 2 for loops. Saksham, you are correct. Yatin tried that as an exercise, how to make equilateral triangle. So let's learn one more thing about functions. So let me just recap how we write functions. So let's say that Okay, let me just recap about functions as well. So let's say we want to write down a function that will return max of 3 numbers. So first we write down the def keyword and then the function name, and inside the parenthesis we have these arguments, and after the parenthesis close we need to put a colon, and then we need to indent. After that there are some questions. I am skipping some of the questions because that have already been answered. Okay, so now let's say that we simply return one of these numbers. So the return value is what is getting returned to the caller of the function. So let's say that we call this function max3. We have 3 variables. A is 3, B is 7, C is 5. So we will simply, let's say, try to call max3 with A, B, and C and store the result. And then we try to print the result, right? So let's try to see what happens. So you see that you will get 3 printed because we are printing the number 1, right? So that is basically like how we define the functions, how we call the functions. Since the function is returning some value, that value is getting returned, and we are able to store it in some variable and print that value, right? So the logic to return max of 3 would be, so let's say that we store our max in some variable. Let's say that the maximum number is number 1. So when can number 2 be maximum now? So if number 2 is greater than the maximum 1, right? Greater than equal to maximum, then only the maximum could be the number 2, right? You get this point? Now again, if the number 3 is greater than equal to maximum, so then maximum would be number 3. So I'm giving you the optimized logic right itself. So just try to think it step by step. Yeah, you can use the inbuilt function Harsh to find the maximum. And finally, we can return the maximum. So let's now try to run this function. So if we run this, we get the maximum of A, B, and C, that is 7, right? So the logic here is basically we store the maximum as 3, then we compare whether 7 is more than maximum. If it is, we update the max. Then we compare 5 with maximum. If it is greater, we update the maximum. Finally, we return the maximum, right? Yes, Harsh, you are right. We can use the inbuilt max function. You are right, Harsh. So let's learn one more thing about functions. So basically, there are some functions that can have some default arguments. So for example, let's try to get into some kind of physics here. So let's say there is a function distance traveled that takes in the time taken, the speed, and let's say that we want the speed to be as 0 by default. And we have some variable for acceleration due to gravity. So let's say that is 9.81. So we can specify some arguments which have default values. We call them as keyword arguments, which can have default values, right? I'm getting some questions. Can we have more than one return? So Aditya, that is a good question. We can have more than one return for one function, but basically the one return which will get called, which will be executed the first time, will be the one that will be returning. So like there could be multiple conditions in your function, and depending on the condition you are returning some value. That is possible. Rohit, like it is up to you. Up to you. You can use VS Code as well. Up to you. Yes. So Abhijit, that is a good thing. Like that is the first point where you should start. I gave you the optimized logic considering the time we have. Okay. So now let us say that we simply want to return. We want to return something, distance equal to time into speed. So speed into time plus 0.5 into, or let's say minus anything, like let's say if they are in the same direction, speed and gravity are acting in the same direction. 0.5 into gravity into time squared, right? So now we can simply return D. So now these kinds of functions are useful when there are some values which can have some default values. Like now we need not pass this value. So let's say that this was not the case. This was not the case. And let's say that we simply say D is equal to distance traveled of, let's say we travel for 2 seconds. So now if you try to print D, you will get some syntax error. So if you try to run this program, you will get syntax error. So you see that missing positional argument, speed and gravity, right? So speed and gravity are two arguments that are required here, right? So let's give some default values to them. Speed is 0 and gravity is 9.81. Now if you run this function, you will get no error, right? Because it is a valid function now. You get this distance traveled, 19.62, right? So that is the concept of default values or keyword arguments, default arguments, right? So does that make sense to you? So also we can pass in some other values here. If let's say we have some speed initially, we can pass it. We can pass it directly, or we can pass it using the keyword as well. So now if we try to run this, we will get this output. Let's try to print this value. So you see that it got incremented by speed into time, that is 1 into 2. So we could also have passed it like speed equal to 1.0, right? So I hope this makes sense. Yeah, we can use constants as well, but let's say that we want to change the gravity value. So we want to pass in something like 9.71, right? So that is the concept of default keyword arguments. We might want to change them in some cases, right? Don't we need to declare the type of the function? Because based on the function type, return type will be there. Yeah, so because Python is a dynamic language, so basically we need not have types for things here. Types are determined dynamically, right? So this was a good question. Unlike other languages, we do not need types here. So Harsh, keyword arguments is the name for arguments which can have default values. So there are two types of arguments, one which have default values, with default values, or without default values. So the ones which have default values are known to be as keyword arguments, right? So is this clear to everyone? So the type of variables, I did not get this question, will the type affect? Okay. So let's continue from here. So there are some advanced things that have been mentioned in the lecture notes. You can just try going through them, right? Preetham, just you can give that at a try. What will happen if you pass it as 1 instead of 1.0? Just give that a try. Okay. So let's now continue. So there is one interesting exercise for you. Just try to have a list as a default argument. So one interesting thing that we can discuss before continuing further. So let's say that we have a function def foo, or let's say anything that takes in one variable a and takes in a list as a default empty. So now if we try to say l dot append a and we try to return l. So now let us say we call foo with 3 and we try to see what gets printed. Then we try to call print foo with 5. So what do you expect here? What do you expect the output to be? So here empty list is there, 3 will get appended. It will return a list containing 3. So we'll learn more about lists right after this. So Pranjal, the lecture notes are available on the GitHub repository as always. You can just access them right now. So basically this is a warning. You should not use default arguments with lists. So let's try to run this program. So you see that you get 3 and 5. It was expected that this will give 3 and this will give 5. But the thing with default arguments is they are basically created only once in the memory. The default arguments are created only once in the memory. So this was very unexpected output. So just make sure you are very clear with this thing. You never use lists as default arguments. So this is something which many people do not know, right? So this list was basically created only once in the memory, Rohit. That is why. So just try exploring more about this thing, Rohit. That would be an interesting exercise. So let us now continue with the data structures part. We'll start with lists, right? So Ravi, Ravi, we got 3,5. Let me elaborate once again. So the thing is, this list was created only once in the memory. So there is one thing known as ID function. So ID function returns the identity of an object. Everything here is an object. So Shivanand, we are covering dictionaries very soon. Vaibhav, we are using VS Code. Yes, Shivanand, you need to revise the earlier classes. So let's try to print the ID of L. So you see that both these lists are stored at the same location in the memory. Just try exploring about the ID function. So basically both of these lists are at the same location in the memory. So basically when we use default arguments, they are only created once in the memory. So this, I know this could be tricky and a little overwhelming. So basically Harsh has a good question. So data types are basically the ones which language already provides, and data structures are some things which we can build on our own, right? So we can create a graph data structure, we can create a stack data structure on top of a list data structure, right? So Python provides some inbuilt data types which we will be learning today, that are lists, tuples, sets, dictionaries. We'll learn the use cases of each of them, right? So Shubham Agarwal has a good question. Won't it be garbage collected? No, Shubham, you can try exploring about it once. You can try exploring about it once. We are using VS Code. I have answered that question, Vaibhav, a lot of times. Shashwat, just try to do this thing once. Okay. So any doubts till this point? We can continue, right? So let's learn about some basic data types today, which we will be using. Yeah, Dhruv, we are covering now, which we'll be using in a broad sense of data structures. So basically a data structure is something which is used to store data efficiently. Right? So we want something that can help us store data efficiently. We want to retrieve the data efficiently as well. And we want to make changes to data as well, right? So there are a lot of operations that we wish to do, right? We want to add things to our data structure. We want to retrieve data efficiently. We want to store it efficiently, right? There are a lot of things that we want to do. So we have some basic data types that we can use to build some bigger data structures, right? So today we will be learning about some data types that Python provides us inbuilt. So that are something like lists, tuples, sets, dictionaries, right? So we'll try to explore them one by one, right? So any doubts till this point? Okay, so let us continue with lists. So basically, let us say that we were to take input from user, a bunch of numbers. So let's say that we want let's say first of all we want 10 numbers from input as a from user as an input. So how will we store them? Let's say we also want to store the numbers, store and sort the numbers in some order, let's say in descending order. So how will we do this? So Ravi, these are the data types. Ravi has a good question. So these are the data types that we are learning. On the top of them, we can define our own data structures as well, right? List is a data type. So you can call it that it is a data structure, but the inbuilt data structures are data types. So we can say in short that the inbuilt data structures that Python provides, that the language provides, we call them as data types because they are already there in the language. Yeah, we will cover all these things. We'll cover all these things. So let's say we want to take 10 numbers and sort them in descending order. So how will we do this? How will we take 10 numbers as input? So one way is like we can say n1 is int of input. We can say n2 is int of input, right? We can say n3 is int of input, but won't that be a tedious and messy way to implement this? How will we retrieve the data then? Let's say we want fifth number, we have to write print n5. Is there any efficient way to do this? Again, how will we sort them? So we need a container that can store all these 10 numbers, right? Need a container to store all these 10 numbers, right? So how will we store? So that is where lists come into picture. So we can create a list. So we can say that L is an empty list, or let's say numbers list is an empty list. Now, how do we take input from the user? That is a good question. So in Python, when we say, let's say that we take input, numbers input is input. So if we try to print this numbers input, so what we will get? So we'll get a string, right? So let's say that the user gives these numbers as a string. So user gives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So then, okay. I think we wrote this incorrectly, right? So let's just take 3 numbers as input. So what is the mistake here we are doing? So let's say we have to take only a single thing as input. So we'll say n is equal to input. Is that the right way? Right? And if we say print n, then we'll get 3. But now this 3 will be a string, right? If we say print type of n, this will be a string. Or it is an int in this case, right? So it doesn't allow to take multiple numbers as input, right? So we simply have to say we can use let's say we are saying we can convert them into string. I think that should work. Okay, so if we do int of input, then it will work for only one number, right? But we want to give multiple numbers that are space separated. So how do we handle? Okay, I think I'm using Python here. I have to use Python 3. So okay, that was my mistake. So actually the issue here was, if we see that here we have two things. There is a Python 3 and Python 2. So we just got confused in this thing, right? So I, by mistake, started using Python. We had to use Python 3. So if we say n is equal to input in Python 3 and we print this thing, then we will get all these things as a string, right? Even if we put one number, then also we will get that as a string. So that is why we got confused here, right? So we want all these numbers as input in a single line, space separated. So there is a function that comes to the rescue here, that is split function. So we can split this string. So let's try to print n here, and then let's try to say n list is n dot split. So now let's try to print what is n list. So if we give 3, 4, 5 as input, now you will see that we get a list of strings, right? Do you all get this point? We get a list of strings here that contains 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So now we want to convert them into integers. So how do we do this? So one way is we iterate over all elements in this list. So we say that for element in n list, we will say that element is basically int of element. So now let us try to print what is n list. So do you think it will get updated? Let's see. So you see that it did not get updated, right? That is not happening for us. So just that we have to create a new list. Let us call this new list is an empty list. Now what we can simply say that new list dot append this element. And then we try to print this new list. So now if you see, you will get this list that contains integers. So this append function is used to insert an element into a list. So to create an empty list, we can use these square braces, right? We can use square braces to create an empty list. And then to insert elements into this list, we can use the append function, right? Any doubts till this point? So is there an easier way to create this list? That is the question. So let me share with you a shortcut that will be very helpful here. So we need not do all this thing. What we can simply say is, we can say L is equal to input dot split. So first we take the input, right? Then we split it. So we will get a list of strings, right? So let's try to print L. So we are chaining these functions together, right? So you see, you get 3, 4, 5, which are strings. Dot split, basically split is a method that will split based on spaces. So that is a good question, Shashwat. So split is a method that simply splits the string. We get a string that is 3 space, 4 space, 5. So that gets splitted based on spaces and is basically stored in a list, right? I hope that answers your question, right? Okay, so Ashish says you are going too fast. So Dhruv, we are basically trying to take 10 numbers as input from the list, and we will want to store those numbers in descending order. So that is what we are trying to do right now. Okay. So basically, let's go one by one again. So let's just go one by one again. So if I just say L is equal to input and I try to print out the value of L. And let's say I provide the input as 1, 2, 3. So I get this 1, 2, 3, but these are not the numbers right now. So these are basically, this is a single string. So if you see 1, 2, 3 is just a single string. Now we want to convert this into a list. So first we need to split this based on spaces, right? So we say that new list, or basically number list, is L dot split. So dot split is a method that optionally takes a split parameter or the split keyword, that is space, as an argument. Now this will split based on space and return the individual elements. So this string 1 space 2 space 3 will be splitted based on spaces. So 1, we get 1, we get 2, we get 3, right? All of these 3 elements will be stored in numbers now. So if you print numbers and if you print type of numbers, so you will get here simply, let's see, you will get 3, 4, 5 in a list and their class is a list. So is this clear again? Is this clear to everyone now? Now the thing is we want to convert them into numbers, right? So there is a function, let's say we want to print sum of the numbers. So if you do it now, you will get something weird, right? So you'll say type error. Sum does not support string. It supports only integers. We need integers here, right? So there is a function that basically is a high order function that is known as map. So using this map function, we can convert every element of this string into an integer, of this list into an integer. So we can just say we want to convert into integer and we want to convert these elements into numbers list. So if we just try to print this thing now, so let's try to see what happens. So you see that you get a map object. So map is a high order function. We'll try to cover it again, like in more detail. Just try to learn this thing only, that it will convert every element of this list into an integer. Yeah, list works as an array. So Deepika has a good question. Does list work as an array? So list is like an array in other languages. You can index it based on the index. You can access the elements based on index as in other languages, starting from the index 0. So now we want to convert this into a list. So let's say numbers list is list of map of int of numbers. So now let's just try to print the numbers list and try to print the type of numbers list. If we try to do this thing now, okay, just we wrote one extra parenthesis. So you see that now we get numbers here 3, 4, 5. And if we try to print the sum of these numbers, we will get sum of the numbers list as 12, right? So does this make sense to you now? So first we converted every number into this, every element of this list numbers into an integer, and then we converted it into a list because map function returns a map object. So we are doing some kind of typecasting here, right? Shashwat, the line number 37 is basically printing the type here. So we use map is used to convert every element of numbers list into an integer. So like we were trying to convert it by running a loop earlier. So Rohit, we were trying to convert it by using a loop earlier. Right now we are trying to do it in one line. So this map function is a high order function, right? So I hope this answers all your questions. Blackout is asking what is Python. If you want to know what is Python, just revisit the first 2 lectures. You will get a very good idea. So now we can do this thing in one line, right? So we can simply say L is equal to list of map of int of input, int comma input dot split, right? And try to print L. So you see that this numbers was nothing but L dot split here, and L was basically input. So we just changed everything to a single line. So whatever we wrote above, we changed. We basically are trying to do it everything in a single line here, right? So now basically you will just get all the numbers here. So let's try to say 3, 4, 5. You get all the numbers here, right? That is a good question. What is high order function? We'll try to cover that thing later, more detail, right? So let us say that I give the input now as something like 5, 4, 2, 15, 7. So we want to sort these numbers now. So how do we do that, right? So we can simply say there is a function that is sorted function, sorted of L. This will return a new list which will have all these elements in a sorted order. So now let's try to print this new list. So if you see now, you will get all these numbers sorted, right? So is there any doubts till this point? Now we want to understand the other things that we know about data structure. We need, that is updating the data in this list, accessing the data. So we need to have update, access, right? All these things we want to do, right? There is a sort function also. Ravi, I'm not taking that question right now. Try to explore it. So one more thing, we can take the length of the list using a length function. So there are all these methods that Python provides us to make our day-to-day life easier. So to write programs easier, Python already provides us with lot of functionalities, lot of methods. So we can simply say length of L. That will simply give the length of the list, right? So you see that the length of the list is 5, right? So what if now we want to print the original list? So what do you think? Will the original list be sorted or not? What do you think, everyone? Will the original list be sorted or not? Yeah, Himanshu, that is a good question. So it is not in place sorting. So basically, if you see, the original list remained the same, right? It was not sorted. So if we want to sort the list in place, so we can use the sort function, right? So sorted function and sort function are two different functions. So we can simply say L dot sort. And let's say we want to sort in descending order. So we can say optionally reverse is equal to true. So this will sort and then reverse. So basically sort in descending order, right? So let's try to print L now. Now you see that this original list L got sorted in descending order, right? Yes, you are right. Yes, Karthika, you are right. We can write the line number 55 and 56 in the same line. Okay, Pranjal, so like map was just a function. So it basically, you did not go into the depth right now. So map was just a function that is converting each element into an integer, right? I tried going step by step basically. Like if we were to do this thing naively, like using our own logic, so then we had to create a new list to convert every element to an integer, right? So Pratham, you can use the official Python documentation. Let me just paste that for you, Pratham. You can just go through the official Python documentation. Okay. So let's now see how we will access a particular element of this list. So let's just comment all this thing above. Vignesh, I did not get your question. So right now we want to see how can we access a particular element into in a list. So let us say we have a list L is equal to 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and let's say minus 10. So we can access any element at a particular index by just writing the index in the square brackets, right? It is similar to other languages. We can just pass in the index. So basically, if we write down this first element is at index 0, next one is at index 1, next is at index 2, next at index 3, index 4, and finally last one is at index 5. So yes, predefined function for sorting in descending order. Okay, so next, let's say we want to print element, last element. So what we can do is either we can say length of L minus 1, because the last index will be length minus 1, or Python has a powerful way to access the last element, index elements from the last. So we can simply say minus 1. So that will give us the last element. Minus 1 means that from the last first index, first element from the last. Amit, how to get certificate? So we will be sharing more details later about this. So we will be having a test. You have to attempt the lectures and we will be having a test in the end, right? Mayank, we haven't created tuples right now. So you see that? That's how we can access a particular element, right? So now let us say that we want to simply update our list. So we want to add an element. Let's say we want to add 12 to the end of the list. So we can say L dot append 12. So let's try to print L now, right? So you will say that 12 is getting appended to the list, right? Okay. And let's say we want to insert at a particular index. So basically list maintains the order, right? So if we want to basically insert the element at a particular index, so how do we do that thing, right? So we can simply use the function that is L dot insert, right? That we will be passing the index. So the first thing you can see is the index. Let's say we want to insert in the beginning, we'll say 0. And let's say I want to insert minus 1000. Let's just try to print L now. So you see that minus 1000 gets added to the insert, right? Shashwat will be sharing the details in the last session, right? Any doubts till this point, how we can insert and how we can access the elements? So now let us say we want to remove the last element, remove a particular element. Yeah, we can also change a value at a particular index. That is a good question, Ravi. So we can simply say, let's say L of 1 is equal to 1000. Let's try to print L now. So you see that at the first index, the element gets updated to 1000. Pratham, we will cover this thing later. Fine. So also we can remove the elements. So we can simply say that, let's say we want to remove the last element. So we can say L dot pop. Pop basically will remove the last element and it will return that as well. So let's say we store it in X and then we try to print what is X. And also we try to print the list. So basically, let's see what happens. So you see that the last element that is returned will be 12, right? Chirag, mutable and immutable is we will cover when we will look at tuples, dictionary sets. So if you see that 12 is the last element that got removed from here, right? Now let us say we want to remove a particular element, right? So how do we do that? So that is, you just try to think about, like just try to research on that, how you can remove a particular element. So there should be a function for that as well. So let us say we want to remove the element 1000, right? L dot remove 1000, and let's try to print L. So this should basically remove the element 1000, right? So there are a lot of these methods that you can try searching in the documentation, right? So I hope you have got a basic idea how you can basically make changes, how you can retrieve the data, how you can sort the data, right? Any doubts till this point? So you can create a nested list as well. So now one more thing, like let's say you want to check if an element is present in the list or not. So at times we want to check the membership property. Check membership. That is, a particular element is present in the list or not. So we can simply say here, let's say print. Let's say we want to check whether 5 is present in the list or not. And let's say whether minus 10 is present in the list or not. So there is this in keyword that we looked up yesterday, right? So you see that 5 is also present, minus 10 is also present. Let's see if 10 is present. 10 is not present here, right? Okay. Ratnesh is asking. Yes, Ravi, just try to search about that in the documentation. Rutnesh, about what arguments? Yes, Rohit, you can look up, learn about stacks. Okay. So one more thing. So we looked at the join operator, the join function. Sorry, we looked at the split function. So let's say that we had the string 1, 2, 3, 4, and we tried to print what is s dot split, right? So let's try to see. So we looked at basically split method. So let's say we have this string 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we say s dot split, so this will basically return a list of strings. Now let us say when we want to join a particular join the elements in the list. So how do we do that? So basically we can say we want to join them, let's say by space dot join of what is s dot split, right? So if you see, you will get back the same string. So let's say I store this list s dot split. If I try to print s list, so the question that we will have today in the quiz will be based upon this join operator. So try to understand this. So basically we can simply say that, let's say we want to join them based on no particular space, without space. So we can say this empty string dot join s list. Now you will see that we got these elements joined, right? So join operator, as the name suggests, is used to join the elements in a list. How to make nested list? So Pratham, you can make a nested list something like this. So let us say we have a list of lists. So if we try to print a, you will see that it is a list containing lists, right? Does that answer your question? Yes, we will be covering list comprehension as well. Okay. So I think, do you people want to cover the tuples as well, or this is it for today? Yes, I have covered the 2D list part. Okay, so what we will do is, let's just not cover new concepts right now, because it will become a lot overwhelming at this point, right? So let's just take up any doubts that you have, right? Let's just take up any doubts that you have. So I am taking up some of the doubts that we have. So first of all, we wrote s dot split inside the join function because we want join function needs a list, right? So let's say we have a list of integers 1, 2, 3. Or let's say we have a list of strings 1, s1, s2. So now when we say space dot join a, so we will get s1 and s2 joined by a space, right? So join basically takes in the string list as an input and joins the elements of the list separated by spaces, right? So that is why we wrote. So basically, let us say if we have a is equal to s1, s2 already. We try to do now. So if we try to say space dot join a, it will give us some issues here, right? It will not give us what we wanted. So basically, the a is basically simply a string. So now that string's elements, individual characters are basically joined by spaces. So the individual characters, that is s1 space s2, all these are joined by a space. So we wanted the in strings themselves to be joined. So that's why we said a dot split, right? So I hope that answers this question. So any other questions that you have? Okay. So I think that is it for today. We have covered a lot of concepts. So we will be posting a quiz now. So as yesterday, we will be posting a quiz as I announced in the starting of the session. So you can just go to the Instagram page of Scaler Academy. There'll be some exciting prizes to be won. So you can just go to that Instagram account of Scaler Academy. That link is present in the description, and simply you can answer the quiz that will be sharing. So let me share the link here as well. So this is the link. I will be sharing a quiz here within a few minutes, and we'll be selecting winners based on the responses, right? So this one is going to be a little bit challenging than the previous one, the quiz we had yesterday. So hope you are all excited for this. So we have repeated the join concept within. Just repeat, just try to go back and try to implement it yourself, right? So Amit, it is not mandatory to attempt the quiz. It is not mandatory. So just that if you can check whatever you have learned from today's session, right? So thank you everyone for attending the session, and hope you found the session useful. So just head on to the Instagram page and start giving your answers. We are going to launch it very soon. So the curriculum is mentioned in the event that we have on the Scaler page. So if you go to the Scaler website, scaler.com/events, you can find that the link is in the description section as well, right? So thank you everyone. It was nice taking this session, and hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Introduction to Python. So in the last class, we basically discussed briefly over the basic data structures in Python. Right? We paid a lot of attention to lists. We talked about what the mutability and immutability of lists look like. How do you insert something into a list? How do you index into a list? Today, what we are going to do is we are going to take a slide shift, and we will be talking about how to organize your code in Python. right? So we will be talking about things like modules, how the Python code is executed, things like packages, virtual environment management, and so on, right? Once again, so after we have covered that stuff, we will come back to the basic data structures. So we will be discussing the remaining data structures like tuples, sets, and dictionaries. All right. Now, once again, if you are new to this stream, we are doing this live Python series in which we start from the very, very basics of Python, and the end goal is to make a complete application using Django, a complete to-do application using Django, and actually deploy it to Heroku. All right. So you will be able to see the previous lectures. If you just go to the video description, there will be a link to any of the previous lectures. All right. So without further ado, let us begin with today's class. All right. So yes, I hope that you can see my screen. Perfect. Cool. So let me quickly exit everything and let me open these things once again. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to open a very basic text editor, right? So as we remember in the first class, we started by coding in a REPL, right? An online code editor. But today, after that, we have moved to a local setting, right? We have moved to a local development environment. So I'm going to open my code editor, which will be VS Code. You can use any code editor if you that you want. You can use something like Notepad++ or VS Code or Atom or Sublime Text, or even Vim, Emacs, PyCharm, whatever floats your boat, right? So, but please make sure that it is a code editor. It is not just a text editor or a word processor. Please do not use anything like MS Code, and please do not use anything like Notepad, the vanilla Notepad, all right? So let me quickly open VS Code over here. So I've just opened VS Code over here. Let me also do one thing. Let me open the terminal. So irrespective of whether you are on Mac OS, Windows, or Linux, you will have a terminal. So if you just open this terminal, I'll just open this on the side over here, and I'll just open the VS Code on the left over here. Let me resize the windows quickly. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to create a new folder for today's class. So let me create a new folder. How do we create a new folder in terminal? We do mkdir, which stands for make directory. So let me quickly zoom in over here. We do mkdir, which stands for make directory, and then we enter the directory's name. So we can do project organization. All right. So now if I do ls, I will see that a folder has been created with the name project organization. And to go inside this folder, I can do cd project organization. Right. So now we are inside this folder, and currently this folder is empty. All right. So let me quickly go over here in the VS Code and let me quickly create a new file. Let me create a new file, and let me create a very simple file, and let me save this file inside this folder. So I am in the home directory over here. Let me go to this folder, project organization, and let me save this file as example.py. All right. Perfect. So let us quickly ignore these warnings that are coming over here. Let us quickly close as well. Let us go back to the example.py, and let us write a very simple hello world program over here. So I'm just going to write print hello world. Right. Now, how do we really execute this? How do we really execute this code using our terminal? We will have to. So I'm in this project organization folder. If I try to list the directory, so once again, ls stands for list directory. If I list the directory now, I will see that yes, there is a file called example.py in my directory. Right. Over here as well, you can see that. So currently I don't have any folders open, but this example.py is saved in my home folder, and inside that this directory called project organization. To execute this, I will run a command that will look something like this: Python 3 followed by the name of the file. Right, so Python 3 followed by the name of the file, in this case example.py. Now when I execute this, we will get a hello world back. Now depending on your system, whether you have Python correctly set up or not, you might get an error or you might get a result back. If you are getting an error, then please make sure that you have downloaded the latest version of Python from python.org. All right. So in the first class itself, we discussed how to set up Python. We shared some resources. There was a very nice link that we had shared, which allowed you to install Python on any operating system that you are working on. So please, if you are not familiar with how to install Python, please go to that first video and follow it along. All right. Cool. Now, once we have Python installed, we have to kind of figure out where the Python is actually installed. Because as we know, there are multiple versions of Python. Right? There's Python 2, there's Python 3. Inside Python 3 as well, there are multiple versions. For example, someone might be using Python 3.5, someone might have Python 3.7 installed, and so on. I suppose the latest version currently is Python 3.8. Okay. So since you might have multiple versions of Python installed on your system, it makes sense to know which Python you're currently running in. All right. So there are two ways of doing that. The first way is in the code, you can do something like the following. You can import the sys module. You can import the system module, and then you can print the sys.version. So this variable sys.version, this stores the current version of the Python interpreter that we are running. So if I go over here and I run the example file again, I suppose I did not save it. Let me save that and run the example file again. We will see that I am currently running the Python version 3.8.2, right? The other way I can do is I can come over here and write Python 3 minus version. Right? If I execute this, I will get the Python version once again as the output. All right. Now this tells me what Python version I am using. If I want to find where this Python file is located, right, where this actual executable is located, I can use the which command. Right. So the which, not that magic doing which. This is the which command, and I can type the name of the command. Right. So I can type the name of the executable that I want to find. So which Python 3. This will give me the location of this Python 3 file. So I currently know that this Python 3 file lives in user bin Python 3. All right. Perfect. So depending on what your program is, depending on what your project is about, you might want to use different versions of Python, right? So we will come in a second to how to switch between different versions of Python, how to make sure that we have the dependencies managed in a nice way. But before that, let us go back to our code and let us quickly see how Python really executes these files, right? So once again, we are back in this file. We are back in this file over here. Let us delete everything and let us create several print statements. I will create print. This is statement 1. Statement 1. And let me copy this several more times. So this is statement 2, statement 3, statement 4, statement 5. Right. So if I execute this file, you all know what is going to happen. If I very quickly execute this file, Python 3, example.py, you all know what is going to happen. All these statements will be printed out from top to bottom. Statement 1, statement 2, 3, 4, and 5. Unlike most programming languages, right, unlike most compiled programming languages, Python simply executes the file in a top to down manner. Right? So Python will execute this line, followed by this line, followed by this line. And it doesn't really matter what kind of code you have in the file. Python will always read the file from top to bottom and it will start executing things. All right. For example, I could come over here after print statement 5, I could define a function. I could define a function, and inside this function, I could do print inside function. Right. So if I do this, and once again, after that, I can say print statement 6. If I execute this file, what do you think the output will be? So Python will start executing the files. Right? Python will start executing the files. It will start from line 1. It will print statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, statement 4, statement 5. What really happens when Python touches this line? Python will execute this line as well. So Python will execute this line. However, this inside function, this print statement will not be executed. The reason is that when Python is executing this line, this is a line that declares a function. So what Python is going to do, it is going to read this function definition and it is going to create a variable in its memory. It is going to create a variable called foo, and that foo variable will hold a pointer to a function. Okay. So after this, we will print the statement 6. So actually what you will see printed out is statement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But in fact, Python also did execute this line. When it executed this line, it just declared the function. It did not call the function. Right? So if I just run this code very quickly, we will see that yes, 1, 2, 6 are printed out and the function has not been called. If I want to call the function, I have to explicitly call it. I can say something like foo, and I can call this function using these curly parentheses notation. Now when I run this code, the statements 1 to 6 will be printed out, and after that, this function foo will be called. So after that, the inside function will be printed out. Okay. So this is very simple. Python simply reads your file from top to bottom and starts executing statements. Whenever there's a statement like a definition, right? A function definition, or whenever there's a statement like a class declaration. So class spam, and we might have something over here. So print hello. Right? So all these things, whenever Python hits line 7 and tries to execute this line, it will not in fact execute this inside line as well. Python will not execute this line. It will just store this. It will just create a class and store that in the variable spam. That is what will happen when it executes the 7th line. All right. Perfect. Vidhan is saying that the code is not properly visible. Can you please change the background theme? So the current theme for the entire thing is dark. So I hope that it is clear to you guys, but let me quickly zoom in. Perhaps this is a little better. Right? Yes, can you guys see the screen better now? Perfect. Ravinder is asking, we could add an error in function foo, which would tell it run top to bottom. Not really. So Ravinder, if something bad happens over here, for example, if I try to do something like print 1 divided by 0. Right? Now in Python, let me quickly open Python terminal over here. In Python, if we try to do 1 divided by 0, we will get an error back. Right? The error is 0 division error. All right. Now, if I try to do something like print 1 by 0 inside this function foo, notice that this line will not be executed unless I call this function. This line will not be executed unless I call this function. So if I have code that just looks like this, this faulty line is inside the function, but the function is not being called. Right? Notice that this line is commented, the function is not being called. This program will run just fine. And I will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I forgot to save it, I suppose. We will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 printed out. Right? Now, if I actually try to call this function, that is when I will get an error. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be printed out. Then 6 will be printed out. And then when I execute foo, the Python interpreter will go inside this function. It will try to calculate this line, and which will result in an error. So I see after the 6 statement has printed, I was calling the foo function, and inside the foo function, I got a 0 division error. All right. When you actually declare this function, this line will not be executed. So if there is an error in this line, that's perfectly fine. As long as the error is not syntactical, as long as the error is a runtime error, this declaration will work just fine. The error will happen when you actually call the function. Okay. Perfect. So let me quickly zoom out over here in the terminal perhaps, so that this is a little more visible. All right. So the key thing to remember over here is Python executes files from top to bottom. Let's move on then. Now let us move on from one file to multiple files. Okay. So suppose that I create one more file over here. Let me create one more file over here. Let me say this is some module.py. All right. So if I do a listing of my directory over here in the terminal, we will see that we have two files now, the example.py that we already had and the summodule.py that we have just created. Let me come over here inside the summodule.py. Let me include a print statement inside some module module.py. All right, perfect. Now let me try to import this line in the example.py. So let me remove some of the code, and let me come over here and let me import some module. Right? Let me import some module and let us see what really happens. Right? When we try to execute this code, what Python will do is Python. So let us say that we are going to execute example.py. So Python will start reading this file from top to bottom. It will say, okay, I have to import some module. As soon as Python hits this line, it will look for this file and it will start executing this file from top to bottom. So the first thing that will be printed out will be this statement inside some module.py. Once this file has been completed, once this file has entirely been read out, Python will come back to this location and it will print the statement 1. Right? So the expected output here is first this gets printed out, then this statement 1 gets printed out, and as we see, that is exactly what happens. Right? Inside some module gets printed out first, and statement 1 gets printed out next. All right. Now, once again, unlike most languages in which all your import statements should be at the very top. Right? Whatever libraries you are importing, they should be at the very top. That is not true in Python. You can take this import statement and you can move it anywhere. So I can take this import statement and move it under under this statement as well. So now when Python runs my code, Python will first encounter this line and it will print statement 1. After that, it will go to import the module and print this particular code over here. Is that clear? Yes, so let us quickly run this now. Now we see that the things have reversed. I forgot to save it, I suppose. Yes, now the things have reversed. Right? So we print the statement 1 first and then we import the module. And when we import the module, this line gets printed out. I hope that that is clear. Perfect. So there is one thing that we basically learned over here, that whenever we are splitting our code into multiple modules, we should not really execute the code directly. We should not really execute the code directly. Over here, there could be some code that deletes a file. If I'm importing someone else's code, I don't want that code to execute directly. I want that code to be declared so that I can call that code whenever I want to. I don't want to call that code directly. For that, Python provides something else. Right? So currently, if let me try to print out a new variable over here. So let me just remove anything and let me just print out a variable called name. Right? So the syntax over here is underscore underscore name underscore underscore. Right? So there is double underscore. And in Python, you can also call this as dunder values. Right? So this is dunder name. The way you would pronounce this is you would say dunder name. And this just stands for double underscore name double underscore. This is a convention that Python uses for a lot of different variables. All right. So you will be seeing a lot of underscores in Python code. All right. Let us quickly try to execute example.py and let us see what we get. When we execute example.py, it says that the name variable holds this value underscore underscore main underscore underscore. All right. And that is how you distinguish whether you are being executed or whether you are being imported, right? So let me come over here. Let me quickly go to this module and let me also include the same line over here. Print dunder name, right? So I'm in some module. I'm printing the dunder name in some module. I'm also printing the dunder name in example.py. And let me quickly import some module from that file. So what do we expect to see? We will go inside some module. And we will execute this line, print dunder name. Then we will come and execute this line. But the value of dunder name for both these files will be different. Right? The value when we are in example.py, that will be underscore underscore main. But when we are in some module.py, the value of the dunder name variable will be different. Let us quickly see what we actually get. So we get over here some module, right? Basically, whenever Python imports a module, whenever you import a module like this, in the module, the dunder name variable will be the module name. So for example, in this case, some module. On the other hand, if you're directly executing the module, if you're directly executing that file, then the name will be dunder main. All right. So for example, in this example.py, I was importing the some module. So the dunder name was some module. But if I come over here and I directly execute some module.py, then in this function, in this file, the dunder name will be dunder main itself. Right? It will be dunder main and not some module. Is that clear? And that is basically how we can distinguish between when our code is being imported versus when our code is directly being executed. All right. Rohit is asking, are these constants? No, Rohit, in Python, nothing is a constant. I could totally come over here and try to change the value. So I could say dunder name equals to hello. Python allows that. Right? I can now print this value of dunder name and it will print out hello for me. Right? So main is printed, then hello is printed. So in Python, everything is changeable. All right. Dhruv is asking, does import also lead to execution of module? So that's a good question, Dhruv. Yes, whenever you import a module, you are actually executing it from top to bottom. Whenever you import some module, you're actually executing that module from top to bottom, which is why whenever you write a Python module, it is never a good idea to have executable code. The way we actually do things is we define functions, right? We define our variables, we define our functions over here. So I can say def foo and print inside foo, right? But I will not call foo. I will not call foo over here, right? So that when I import this module, only this function gets declared. The function does not get executed. if I want to execute that function, I can come over here and I can say some module dot foo. All right. So if I do this, then I will be calling some module dot foo explicitly. By just importing this module, Python will execute this module from top to bottom, but this function will not be called. This function will just be declared. Is that clear? Yes. So once again, if I quickly save both these files and run them, then we will see. Interesting. Nothing really happened. Oh, I ran some module. My bad. So if I just run some module, then I should not get any output. Right? I should not get any output. But when I run example.py will actually import this module. This function will get declared, and then it will finally call this particular function. If I comment this out, if I comment this line out, then you will see that just importing this module will not execute the function. So if I just import this module and try to run this, we see no output because the function got declared, but it did not get executed. All right. Okay, moving on. Now, if you want to detect whether you have been run as a module or whether you have been imported, how will we do that? Well, very simple. We already know that if our dunder name is equal to dunder main, right? If the value of this variable is this, then we have been executed. Otherwise, we have been imported. Yes. So which is why a lot of the times in Python code, you will see something like this. You will see something like this written out. If dunder name equals to dunder main, then you will actually call some functions. So perhaps you will call the main function over here. So def main code print code is being executed. Right? So let me quickly come over here. Let me try to run example.py. Let me try to execute example.py. And over here we see that yes, we get the output code is being executed. Why does this happen? So the interpreter starts from the top. The interpreter tries to run this line. When it runs this line, a function is declared. After that, it will run this line. It will check if the dunder name variable is actually equal to dunder main. Yes, it is, because we have executed the module. And then it will finally call the main function, which will print this particular line. On the other hand, if I try to import this module, so let me create one more file over here. Let me create a file called importer.py. And inside this importer.py, if I try to import example, and if I try to run importer.py, I will see nothing will be printed out. Because just by importing example, I am not calling the main function. Remember that when inside importer, when I import example, then this dunder name variable for the main function will contain example. It will not contain this dunder main value. So this code will not be executed. This function will not be called. Right? Now you understand basically why you see this kind of line in Python code if dunder name equals to dunder main. All right, and this is a very common pattern that you will see in Python codes. Perfect. Let us move on then. So far we have been talking about different files, but these files in Python, the correct term for them is modules. And so every .py file is a module in itself. Now we can go ahead from modules to packages. So there's something called packages in Python as well. What we can do is if we want to structure our particular program as nested directories, right? Or if we want to make sure that we are in different namespaces, what we can come over here and do is we can nest our code into further directories. So let me give you an example. So currently this is what the code looks like. This is what my directory looks like. So this is the current directory. Right? Inside this, I have an example.py, I have an importer.py, and I have a some module.py. Now let me create another directory inside this. So mkdir package, right? And I'm going to, so now if I look at it, I will see that a package directory has been created. Inside this, currently there are no files. Let me create a file inside that. And let me say inside package or package module. We call this package module.py. All right, perfect. So let me quickly show you the tree once again. So we have example.py, we have importer.py. Then we have a directory package. Inside the package directory, we have a package module.py. And once again, outside, we have some module.py. All right, now let us go to importer and let us try to import package module. Let us try to import package module. Okay. Let us try to import package module. Let us see what happens. Let us try to run Python 3 importer.py and we get an error. We get an error saying that, hey, there was no package named package module. So what really happens is when you try to import it, Python will try to look in this same directory. I mean, the actual thing that is happening is much more complicated. But what you can understand for now is Python is trying to look in this same directory. In this same directory, there is no file called package module.py. Why is there no file? Because that file is inside another directory. It is inside another directory. So I can't import it like package module. What I have to do is I have to give the name of the outer directory as well. I have to give the name of the package as well. So I can say something like package.package module. Now what Python will do is it will go inside this Python directory and then look for the package module. So if I run this, I get nothing back. Basically, the code executes successfully. All right. Perfect. Now you don't really need to understand it right now. You don't really need to know it right now. But I just want to introduce one more concept. In packages, you often will see files like dunder init. Right? So once again, we see this double underscore pattern over here. Dunder init is a file that is executed whenever you import a package. Right? So if I say print hello, over here, and if I come to the importer, let me quickly open the importer file once again. If I come to the importer and if I try to import package, then if we run this file, we will see that hello is printed out. The reason hello is printed out is because whenever Python imports a package, if this file exists, if the __init__.py file exists, Python will execute that. Okay, this file will initialize the module for us. Is that clear? Now there's a lot more to packages and modules and namespaces in Python. We are not going to go into so much depth because that is basically beyond the scope of what we can cover in 1 hour. Right? If you want to learn more about it, feel free to go to python.org, and over there you will be able to go through a tutorial that will give you all the insights and all the in-depth information of how packages and modules work. Perfect. Now let us quickly switch our gears from packages and modules to something called virtual environments. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this, but just like on your system, you can install different softwares. Just like that, with Python, you can install different libraries. Right? So for example, if I come over here and I execute Python 3, if I try to import a library, something like matplotlib, this is a library that helps with drawing charts, that helps with some numerical or some graphical data visualization. If I try to import matplotlib, it is telling me that no module named matplotlib exists. Okay, so this library is not available to Python at the moment. Similarly, if I try to import pqdm perhaps, this gets imported because pqdm is installed currently on my system. Right? Now let me quickly show you where these values are, where these things are installed, and how to install a particular library. So if you want to see what all libraries are currently installed with your Python, you can do something like pip3 list. And this will give you a list of all the things that you have installed on your system currently, along with this Python. Right? So in this, you will see that tqdm has been installed. So this thing called tqdm, this library called tqdm is installed on my system, which is why I could import it. Right? But nothing like matplotlib exists on my system. Right? There's no matplotlib installed on my system, which is why I cannot import it. If I want to install this, I have to say something like pip3 install and then the name of the package. So matplotlib. So if I do this, this matplotlib library will be downloaded from the internet and it will be installed on my system. It might take some time. So now it is completely installed. Now if I go back to Python 3 and now if I try to run import matplotlib, this will work perfectly fine. Is that clear? So once again, to install a package, install a library, we have to do pip3 install the name of the library, right? And if we want to see what things are installed, along with Python, what libraries are installed with Python, we can do something like tip3 list. All right. Perfect. Now, this is usually what we will usually never do this. This is a very, very bad practice. Currently, what I'm doing is I am looking at the global Python installation on my system. Right. So just like we saw that we were executing this Python 3. Right. So this Python 3 was installed in user bin Python. This is the global installation of Python on my system. Now, when we deal with larger projects, dependency management becomes a challenge. Right? The term is dependency management. That becomes a challenge because some projects might be using a different version of a library, while other project might be using a different version of that same library. Also, managing for a particular project, suppose that you are going to ship your product, right? You are going to give your project to a friend. How does your friend know what all libraries they have to install to make sure that your project works? Right? So basically managing all the dependencies of your project, that is something that we call dependency management. And for dependency management, to keep in mind that dependency management is necessary for us, we never install things in the global Python installation. Instead of that, what we do is we create something called virtual environments. Right? So to create virtual environment, first what you will have to do is you will have to install sudo apt install python 3 virtual env. Right? So the command over here is sudo apt install python 3 virtual env. Right? Now this is if you are working on Linux-like systems. So if you are on macOS, you will have to probably do brew install python 3 virtual env. If you are on Windows, you will have to I think the default installation of Python that you get, the default exe that you get to install Python automatically installs the virtual environment. All right. So if I hit enter over here, currently it is already installed on my system. So it will ask me for my password. I will quickly enter my password, and it is already installed on my system. So it will not really install anything new. But on your system, if it is not installed, it will download and install this package. Now, once this package is installed, we can come over here and we can specify something like virtual env. If I run this command, I will get a large output back. Notice that I'm getting an output back and not an error back. Right? I'm getting an output that is telling me that, okay, you're supposed to pass some extra parameters to this command, which you have not passed. Now, we will be using this virtual environment command to manage our Python installations. Not really Python installations. We will be using this to manage the virtual environments. Okay. So bear with me over here. Let us run a quick command first. What we are going to do is we are going to do virtual env -p. So -p stands for the Python installation over here. And we are going to specify the path to our Python installation. So user lib python 3. Right? After that, we are going to also give it a directory name. So let me give it a directory name called vn. So what this is going to do is it is going to create a virtual Python installation. It is going to create a virtual Python installation inside this directory, vn, right? And that virtual Python installation will be a copy. Right? It will refer to this Python. It will use this Python executable. So as soon as I hit enter, interesting, user lib python 3. Let me quickly see which python 3. Okay, it's not user lib python 3, it's user bin python 3. Right? So my bad, I entered the path incorrectly. So it is user bin python 3. When I hit enter, it will create a virtual environment. So notice that the output says created virtual environment using this C Python, right? Using the Python 3.8 interpreter. Apart from that, it also tells me several other things. It tells me that these all things have been installed. Right? These all things have been installed. So let us quickly see what our directory looks like now. A new file, a new directory called vn has been created. All right, a new directory called vn has been created. And if I try to do a tree in this, I will see that inside this vn directory, there are lots and lots of things. Right? So inside this VM directory, there are tons and tons of things. Inside this VM, there's a bin in which we have several files over here. There's a lib in which we have tons of other files over here. Right? So this is this is an isolated Python environment that has been installed for you. Right? Now, it is not activated yet. So for example, if I do Python 3, if I try to run Python 3 right now, the Python 3 will be executed from this location. Right? That is not going to help me. To activate this environment, what I have to do is I have to enter something like this. I have to say, so notice that this is the name of the virtual environment. I have to say source vn bin activate. Right? So inside this vn folder, there's a directory called bin. Right? Bin stands for binary. Inside this bin directory, there's a file there is an executable file called activate. So what I have to do is I have to execute that file, and I have to basically source it in my terminal. That will make sure that whatever exports, whatever things the file has changed, whatever environment variables that file has changed, my current terminal takes them over. So if I execute this, two things will happen. So first of all, you will see your prompt has changed. So earlier my prompt said pragya at Zen. Now notice that my prompt is saying pragya at Zen, and it is also showing me that I am currently working in this VM. Right? I am currently working in this VM. The second thing that has happened is your virtual environment has gotten activated. So now if I look at which Python 3 will be run, if I try to execute Python 3, instead of getting that user bin Python 3, the Python 3 that now will be executed will be inside this VM. Right? So this is my home folder. This is my home folder. Inside this, I have this directory, project organization. In that, I have created this virtual environment. And in that, inside bin in Python, there's a Python installation. So if I try to run Python 3 now, this Python installation is called. Now in this Python installation, by default, there is no library installed. So if I try to import pqdm, it gives me an error. If I try to import matplotlib, it gives me an error. Notice that in the default Python installation, all these libraries were available, right? But in this new Python installation, these libraries are not available. So let me quickly exit, and let me also try to see by pip3 list. Let me see what libraries have been installed. And in these libraries, these are some default libraries that will automatically be installed, right? But anything like tqdm, matplotlib has not been installed, all right? So currently I'm working in an isolated Python environment. If I want to install something, suppose I install tqdm in over here, pip install tqdm, my bad. This tqdm library will be installed in this current virtual environment. Right? As long as this virtual environment is activated, this tqdm library will be installed in this virtual environment. Now, if I do pip list, now I will see that tqdm has been installed. All right, and the nice thing is that whatever packages, whatever libraries I install in this virtual environment, they will remain in this virtual environment. It will not affect any other virtual environment, or it will also not affect my global installation of Python. Right, so that basically allows us to isolate our dependencies, to isolate our project and libraries. Okay, so currently the virtual environment is activated. If I want to get out of the virtual environment, I have to enter the command deactivate. Notice that this command will work only when the virtual environment is activated. If you try to execute this command otherwise, so currently I'm out of this virtual environment. You know that because my prompt has changed back. Right, my prompt has changed, gone from virtual environment back to just pragya at Zen. Right? So if I try to run this command now, it will give me an error. It will say that, okay, deactivate command not work. This command will only work when you are actually inside the virtual environment, when you have actually activated the virtual environment. Now, if I try to run with Python 3 again, I will see that I will get user bin Python 3. Okay. Very quickly, once again, if I do source venv bin activate, and now if I run with Python 3, once again, my Python installation has changed. And to deactivate, I can do deactivate. All right. Perfect. Yes, this is so. Pratham has a very nice point over here. Pratham is saying that this is like an incognito mode for Python. Exactly. All right. Perfect. So I want to leave you with this over here with respect to the virtual environments. There's a lot more to working with virtual environments, managing dependencies, right? Installing and shipping dependencies to other people, right? There are things like Docker. There are several other things that you use as a seasoned software developer. But we are not going to discuss all of that today. If you want to learn more about that, feel free to go to, once again, python.org, and you will be able to get much more information over there. All right. Now let us quickly switch gears once again, and let us go back to the data structures that we have been discussing. Okay. So let me quickly go back, and let me create a new file over here, and let me save this as datastructures.py. And let me save this in the Python organization folder. Perfect. So far in the last class, we have discussed about the most basic data structure, which is a list in Python. Yes. Does everyone remember how to create a list? So if I want to create a list with the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, I can say my list, or something like my list equals to, and what is the syntax? This square brackets, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right. Now I can come over here and print my list. So if I try to execute this, Python 3 or ds.py. If I try to execute this, I will get that list printed out. Right? If I want to create a list of all the numbers from 1 to 1000, how can I do that? If I want to create a list from 1 to 1000, then how can I do that? Will I have to type everything one by one? Not really, right? I can use this range function that we have discussed. So this range function takes 3 parameters: the start, the end. Notice that this end will be excluded. So 1001 will not be part of my result. And the step, right? So it will increment and steps of 1. So if I say my list 2 equals to range 101, if I try to print my list 2, I will get a weird output. Right? If I try to print this, I will get a really weird output. It will say that my list 2 is range 1 to 1001. Right? It doesn't really give me the list. If I want to create a list, I will have to explicitly convert it into a list. The reason is that this range function gives you back a range object, which is sort of a lazy object in Python. Now you don't have to worry about what lazy and what eager competition right now is, but just understand that this range function, when you call this range function, it will give you back a range object. If you want to actually see what's in this range object, you have to convert this into a list explicitly. So if I try to execute it now, this huge list will be printed out. All right. Perfect. So this was the basics about lists. Yesterday we also saw how to index into lists, how to find things from lists, and so on and so forth. Right? Today let us talk about some other data structures. So let us talk about tuples. Tuples are very much like lists. Right? So tuples are almost exactly like lists. There's one crucial difference between tuples and lists though. The difference is that lists are mutable. Basically, once you have created a list, you can change it. On the other hand, tuples are immutable. Once you have created a tuple, you are not allowed to change it. It is not changeable, right? You can't change it. You can definitely create a new tuple. You can definitely come and create a new tuple, but if you have already created your tuple, you cannot change it, right? So let us look at an example. Just like this list has the syntax of square brackets, just like that, a tuple has a syntax of round brackets. Right? So I can come over here and I can say my tuple equals to 1, 2, 3. Right? So this will be a tuple and I can print my tuple. Right? So let me remove this huge list from here so that we don't clutter our terminal. So if I run this, I will see that the list has been printed and this tuple has been printed. All right. Now let me quickly show the difference between lists and tuples. So if I try to change this list, my list of let's say 0. If I take this first element, I can change it to something like 100. If I run this, then after this has changed, my list will be, the first element of my list will be 100. But if I try to do the same for the tuple, if I try to do my tuple 0 equals to 100, then let us quickly see what happens. When we try to execute this line, we got an error. The error said tuple object does not support item assignment. Basically, for any index in the tuple, you can't assign a value to it. You can't change the value. All right. So tuples are immutable. Is that clear? Perfect. Now, if you want to create a list that has just one item in it, suppose the number 1, then how do you do it? You can simply come over here and say my list equals to 1. Yes, you can come over here and say my list equals to 1. Right? So this will give you the list just 1. But what if you want to create a tuple with this one value in it? My tuple. Will this work? Well, let us quickly see what happens. When we execute this. We get a list back, but this just looks like the number 1, right? This just looks like the number 1. In fact, if we print the type of my tuple over here, then we will see that it is not a tuple at all. It is an integer. The reason is that this bracket notation, right? This round bracket is also used to club expressions. Right? These brackets are also used to club expressions together. So to distinguish a tuple with one element with just the number 1, what we have to do is we have to have a leading comma over here. We have to end it with a comma. Now if I try to execute this, this tuple will actually be printed and you will see that the type is now tuple. All right. Perfect. So tuples are exactly like lists. It is just that tuples cannot be mutated. So whenever you are looking for a list that others cannot change, you will use a tuple. Other than that, the indexing and everything else remains exactly the same. Now, once again, when you were creating a large list, you could say my list equals to list of range of 100, and that will give you a list of 100 elements. If you want to do the same with a tuple, you can say tuple of range of 100. This will give you a tuple of 100 elements. Right? So firstly, we get a list of 100 elements, then we get a tuple of 100 elements. This is a tuple because it is delimited by these brackets, by these round brackets and not the square brackets. Okay. Prakash is asking why this extra comma is there. Right? So back when we did this, my tuple equals to this. Right? Why did we have to include this extra comma? Right? That is the question. So let me quickly once again answer it. So suppose that we are doing something like 1 times 2 plus 3. Right? Suppose that we are doing 1 times 2 plus 3. We've all studied BOD-MAS. Right? We have all studied BOD-MAS or PEG-MAS, whatever you call it. So what will be the order of these operations? Multiplication has higher precedence than addition. Right? Multiplication has higher precedence than addition. So 1 times 2 will be executed first, then 3 will be added. So the result over here will be 5. If I want to override that, if I want to say that, no, please execute this thing first. Right? If I want to say, please execute, let me make this 10 perhaps. Right? So the current result will be 23. If I want to execute this thing first, then I will have to explicitly put this in brackets. Yes, I will have to explicitly put this in brackets. Well, this will give me the answer 50. Well, what if I do something like this? What if I do something like this? This is just saying, take the number 1 and this number 1 is in brackets. Right? This number 1 is in brackets. So basically, we are not really doing anything. Right? I could come over here. I could write 1 plus 3. 1 plus 2 is the same as this 1 plus 2. Right? So these brackets are not really doing anything. These brackets will be completely ignored. Now we want a tuple over here. Right? By these brackets, we are not seeing the mathematical expression 1. We want to specify a tuple, and to distinguish the syntax between a mathematical expression and a tuple, we have to give an extra comma at the end. All right. Perfect. Cool. So this was very briefly about tuples. You will use tuples whenever you want to use a list, but you want the list to be immutable. Let us quickly move on to something called sets. All right. So if you have heard of sets, set is nothing but just a collection of objects. Right? A set, mathematically, a set is just a collection of things. Right? In Python, sets mean a little differently. So sets, once again, they still are a collection of things, but they have some other properties associated with them. The most important property is that sets are implemented as hash sets. Right? So if you're not familiar with what hashing is or how hash table works, don't worry about it right now. When you actually take a data structures and algorithms course, you will be able to understand how hashes work and how hash sets work, right? And why they are important. But for those of you who are familiar with it, Python sets are implemented as hash sets, which means that a lot of the operations, indexing into it, checking if a value is there or not, inserting and deleting into it, not indexing, inserting, deleting, and checking if a value is there, they are amortized constant time operations. Right? Now to create a set, we have a different notation. So once again, this is for a list. This is for a tuple. For set, we have to use this notation. This notation is for a set. All right. So let us quickly see how sets work. So I will say that my set equals to 1, 2, 3, and this will create a set. If I try to print out my set, let's quickly see what gets printed out. So 1, 2, 3 has been printed out. Let me just remove this thing. Let me just remove the previous code over here. Right. So this 1, 2, 3 will get printed out. Okay. Now, just like list supports a lot of different operations, sets also support a lot of different operations. To actually see what all operations sets support, what you can do is you can go inside your Python REPL. You can go inside your Python REPL and you can type help set. Right? And it will tell you all the different things that set supports. So it will tell you that, okay, this class has many, many different methods. So some of these are called magic methods. These methods that start and end with underscore, these are called magic methods in Python. Right? But apart from that, it has some methods like add, clear, copy, set difference, difference update, and so on and so forth. Right? Set intersection, checking disjoin, checking subset, and so on and so forth. All right. So very simply, if you want to insert something into a set, you will say my set dot add, let's say the value 10. And now if I print my set, the value 10 will be included in the set, right? So the value 10 is included in the set. Now notice the thing that when I added the value 10, the value was added towards the front. Right? The value was added towards the front. It was not added towards the end, which is surprising. Right? If I try to add perhaps another value, so let us say that I try to add the value 123, right? This some random value, and if I try to print it once again, now the 10 has been added after 3. In the previous run, the 10 was added before 1. Now it has been added after 3. That's weird, right? So the point over here is sets are always unordered. Sets are unordered. You can never ever rely on which order the elements will come out in. When you insert something into a set, the set tries to ignore the order. It does not try to remember the order, which is why it can do some operations much more quickly. Right? So if you want the order to be preserved, don't use something like a set. Instead, use something like a list or a tuple. All right. So sets will always be unordered. The order can change arbitrarily. All right. Perfect. Now let me quickly show you why sets are so powerful. So suppose that I have a list, my list. So let me erase everything. Let me create my list, and I have a very large list. Right. So I have a list of all the numbers from, let us say, 1 to 1 million. Right. 100,000 and 1 million. Right? This is my list. If I try to find if a particular element is in my list, then how should I do it? How should I do it? I can do something like print some element like 9999 in my list. Right? Or perhaps 99999 in my list. Yes, I can come over here and do something like this. So let me run this code, and we quickly get the answer true. Right? We quickly get the answer true. Let me try to increase this value. Right? Let me try to increase this value. Let me define an n, or not int n. I will just say n equals to 100,000, 100. Right? So suppose this is my n, because basically 10 million right now. 10 million. Right? And let me define the number value equals to n minus 1. Right? Or let me just write it over here. So I will check if n minus 1 is inside the list. Right? Because I'm creating a list of all the numbers from 0 to n, excluding n, n minus 1 will be in my list. Right? So I should always get true back. Let me try to run this once again. It took some time. Right? It didn't execute immediately. It took some time. Let me add one more value over here. Let me add one more 0 over here. Let me see how much time this takes now. So it is taking much more time. Right? It is taking much more time. So the reason it is taking time right now is because it has to do a lot of memory allocation. Right? The time currently is not just constrained by this operation, by just checking. It is also constrained by the time it has to spend to create this particular memory. So instead of doing this, let us create a smaller list. Let us create a list of just 1,000 items. Let us just create a list of 1,000 items. But let us do this thing again and again. Let us do this loop again and again. So I will do for underscore in range 1,000 or 10,000. I will do this thing 10,000 times. Right? n minus 1 in my list. It will just check if n minus 1 is present in my list or not, and it will do that 10,000 times. Right? And finally, I can print done. Right? So let us see how much time this currently takes. Let us see how much time this currently takes. It was done very quickly. Right? Let me try to increase the number of iterations. Let me try to increase the number of iterations. And now we see that this takes a very long time. Right? Now this takes a very long time. The reason is that in lists, if we have to find a particular value, if you have to search for a particular value, that searching is linear time. Right? That searching is linear time. On the other hand, if we are looking at sets, then the search is order of one time. Amortized order of one time. It takes us constant time. So if I do this with a set, you will see that it gets done very quickly. Right? So once again, if I do this with a list, this will take a long amount of time. So it is taking several seconds, and finally it will be done in some time. It is taking quite some time. Now it is done. But if I switch this to a set instead of a list, if I use a set over here, then it will give me back the answer immediately. Right? Because checking if a value is present in a set is very fast. All right. Perfect. Now, just like we have sets, we have something called dictionaries. Right? So once again, this was used to denote list. This notation was used to denote tuple. This notation was used to denote set. Well, for the dictionaries also you have the same notation. This is also used to denote dictionaries. Right? Now, dictionaries are maps. Dictionaries are mappings. So dictionaries, they are not the dictionaries that we see, that we actually hold, right? They don't have word meanings. These dictionaries are mappings. So they have some key and they have some value. For example, I can come over here and say my dictionary, or let us say squares of numbers, okay, equals to, and now I have to use a different kind of syntax over here. I have to use a key : value syntax. Right? So I can say that the square of 1 is 1. Then I can say the square of 2 is 4. I can say the square of 3 is 9. I can say the square of 4 is 16, and so on. Okay, so basically what I'm saying over here is that if you look at the square of 1, that value is 1. Right? If you look at the square of 1, that value is 1. Now, how do I get the square of a particular number? If I want to get the square of 3, I can do something like squares of numbers, and now I can give it a key. So these things on the left of column, all the things on the left of column, these are keys. All the things on the right of column, these are values. If I give it some key, if the key exists in my dictionary, then this will pull out the value. Right? This will pull out the value. So if I just try to print this, we will see 9 getting printed out. Right? We will see, I guess I misspelled the name. Right? You will see 9 getting printed out. Alright, so dictionaries are very powerful if you want to store mappings, if you want to store a key value pair. Now, just like sets, dictionaries in Python are also implemented using something called hash tables, which is why the indexing, or not the indexing, basically the indexing, yes, in this case the indexing is there. Indexing, searching in a dictionary, right? All these things are very, very quick. Inserting, deleting from a dictionary are very, very quick. Alright. I suppose that we can end it at this point today. I wanted to go into much more depth of all these data structures, but unfortunately we do not have the time. All right, so let us complete that some other time, and let us end the lecture with this. Okay, so once again, if you go into the video description, you will be able to find a link to some questionnaires. You will be able to find a link to a chat where you can basically go and discuss with your peers, with all the people who are watching on YouTube. You will also be able to discuss with the instructors. So I will also be present in the chat. If you have any questions, you can go over there and ask. So the links are in the video description. If you want to see the previous videos of this series, the links for that is also in the video description. All right. So I hope to see you the same time tomorrow. All right. So 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. And tomorrow we will be looking at some more advanced concepts of Python.
Welcome everyone to the day 5 of Introduction to Python series. Today we will be discussing mostly about file handling in Python. So just let me know if you can hear me and see the screen properly. Okay, great. So let us get started today. Let's first discuss what is the agenda for today. So basically, first of all, we will be discussing about how to open text files, how to read to text files through a Python program, how to write to a text file. Then basically we will see the different modes in which we can open a file, right? And mostly the motivation behind working with files is, let's say you want to write down a program that will take in a large chunk of text file, and let's say count the frequency of every word. So let's say it returns the word which comes the maximum number of times, right? So if you are to write such a program, you will have to deal with files. And also many of the times you will be working with APIs. So then you will be reading the input in JSON format. So we'll also look at how to read and write a JSON file, how to read and write the CSV files. Like let's say you are working with a spreadsheet file, then you can export it to a CSV file, right? So we will see how we can use Python programs to read data and write to CSV files. So basically the agenda for today is, first section we will discuss how to read and write from text files. Then second section, read and write from CSV files. And third section, reading and writing to JSON files. So this is the agenda for today. Do let me know if there is any questions. So once we start, we will be taking up questions after some amount of time. So like once we are done with the first section, then we will take up the questions so that it does not interrupt the flow for everyone. Does that make sense? So how to set up VS Code in Python? That question must have been taken earlier. So just Google it if you do not understand. The winner of the quiz, Prakash, would be announced on the social media page itself. So that's okay. Let's get started now. So let's start with the session. Basically, why do we need to operate with files? So basically, we want to write down whatever data we have in Python to some kind of permanent storage, right? Which we can retrieve at any time. So the program that you will run in Python, that will be working in the random access memory, right? That will be working with the RAM. But you want something to be stored permanently, that is in a non-volatile kind of memory, right? Where it will not go away. So that's where you want to write to disk files, right? So basically, what all operations do you need to work with files? So you need to open a file, and then you will have to perform the operations that you need. So let's say perform read or write operations depending on the kind of program that you're writing. And third step, you have to make sure that you close the file that was open, right? So this is the basic flow. Okay. Yeah, about JSON files we'll discuss. And yes, we did not have any class yesterday, so we are taking the part of yesterday today, right? So let's continue. These are the three operations that we will be needing to perform when working with files. So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's try to create a file. So let's say I create a new file in this folder. Let's name this as hello.txt. And let's say we have some text here. So there is some text here. This is, let's say, line number 2. And let's say here we have some mathematical string 2 plus 5 is 7, right? So this is our file hello.txt, right? So now, first of all, we want to open this file. So how do we do this in Python? Basically, there is a function named as open. So here you provide the file. As you can see here, you provide the file and then you provide the mode. So in which mode, and then the encoding, and like there are some of these optional arguments. So basically, let's just first provide the file name. So we are having this file1.py in this folder day5_live. So we'll create the file name here as hello.txt. So because this is a relative path from this directory where we have this Python file, right? Does that make sense till this point? So then basically what we can do next is we'll provide the read mode. So we are currently reading it. So we'll say we have the read mode. Read mode is specified using R keyword. So that's how we will open this file, and this will return a file handle. So basically the file handle is here F, right? So now whatever operations we need to do, we want to read it. So we can use this file handle that is returned, file object or handle, right? So let's try to read something. So let's say f.read, and let's try to print whatever is the output. So this read function is basically what we will use. So let's see what will be the output for this, right? So yeah, let's wait for the terminal to open up. Okay, so let's go to the day5_live directory, and let us try to run this program. So let's say python3 file1.py. So you see that whatever was there in the text file, you could read it. Does that make sense? So this read function basically is returning everything what is there in this file, right? So let us say we want some specific characters. So if you have noticed earlier, like when you are writing, so it takes an n, that is an integer, as an input. So let us say we want to access only the first 5 characters in this file. So let's try to run this now. So you see that only the first 5 characters were were read from the file, right? So basically, optionally, you can provide the number of characters in case of a text file, right? Otherwise, it will read the entire file. Does that make sense till this point? Okay. So basically, just keep your questions and we'll take them up once we have understood how to read and write the text files. By default, we are working on text files. So by default, whenever you use open command, it works on text files. So that you can just remember. Now, let us say that we want to read line by line. So how do we do that? So we can say that f.readLine. So read line is a function that will read a single line. Let's try to print the output. So if you see that after there, so there is a file pointer that is being moved when we read something from the file. Okay, so the open function basically returns the object of the file that we can use to access the file contents or modify the file contents. So F is basically file object used to access or modify the file contents. Yes, Rohit, there was no session yesterday. Okay, let's continue. So what you noticed that the output was first of all there, that is why, because we read the first 5 characters. Now you see we get whatever is there after this. So you see we get the space and whatever is remaining in this line, right? So basically why this happens is, like, let's say we comment this line, comment this first line. So you see then we will get the entire first line. So what is happening is there is a file pointer that is getting moved. Once we read something, the file pointer will get shifted and the read process will start from that particular read head, right? So we can also know that where is our current file position. So let's just try to see. There is a function f.tell. So if we say print f.tell, it will provide us the file pointer. So let's try to see. So you see that when we are at the start of the file, it is at 0th position. Let's first read 5 characters and then try to print it. So then you will see that it has moved to the position 5. So that is, so like this is the position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the position 5 where this space is happening. So after all this, the entire line will be read. So I hope you have understood everything till this point. So this will give us the current position of file read head, right? So that is till this point. Now let us say that we want to move our file pointer to the starting of the file. So that also we can do. There is a function f.seek. So here we can specify, let's say it asks 2 things. One is the offset and one is the whence parameter. So this whence parameter is used where we want to tell from which position, like from the beginning or from the end. Let's not consider this at the moment. You can just look up at the documentation for this. Let's just provide the offset to be 0. So now let us try to print where is the pointer. And let's try to run the program. So you see that it moved to the position 0. So f.seek 0 will basically move the file pointer to position 0. And we see that we get the entire first line, right? So does that make sense to everyone? So also now let's say we want to read the next line. So our file pointer after f.read line would have moved to the next line. So let's try to print that. So you see that it is at the 24th character. So now if we again do f.read line, it will print us the next line. So let's try to see. You see that, okay, let's try again. The thing here is the second line contains just this end line character. So if we have to do it once again, then we will get the next to next line. That is what we require. That is, this is line number 2. So basically every end line is counted as a single line. So what actually will be stored here would be a single end line character, right? So that's why the next time you see an end line character, let's just remove these end lines and try to do it again. So now you will see that you get all the 3 lines, right? So also one thing you notice is there is one extra end line coming here. So that is because this f.read line in itself contains an end line character, and this print additionally prints one more end line character. So to remove this, what we can say is we can use the space as a separator. Or let's just use nothing. So this is not a space, this is just a blank character, right? So if you will observe now, you will get whatever you had in the file. You will get all these 3 lines, right? And these are the file pointers. Let's just comment them, right? So you see that, let's also comment this part. You see that whatever was in the file, we have read that entirely, right? So if let's say I give one more end line here, then you will observe we will get one more end line, right? So I hope this makes sense to everyone now. Any doubts? So I'm taking up any doubts you have till this point about reading from the file. So if reading is clear, then we will move to writing to a file. So anyone has any doubts till this point? Okay, let's assume there is no doubt. One more thing. since I did not get anything, let's just see that there is one more function that will give us all the lines in the file. So let's just comment everything. So there is a function that is f.readLines. So let's say we want to get all the lines. So we can simply say f.readLines. And let's just try to print the lines. So yeah, Dhruv, f is the file object that you are using. So basically f is the file object. Yeah, f.tell we will use once again, right? First, let's just see that the f.readLines function will basically give us all the lines that we have as a list. So you see, it is giving you a list of lines, and in each line you can see that there is an end line character, right? So Rohit, I'm not answering that question right now, how to reach the end of the file. You can explore it once. So let's just go to f.tell once again. Yeah, so let's now try to call f.readLine. So that is a good question. Dhyapa Shravan is asking, what if we do f.readLine at the end? So let's just see. So you see that we will just get blank line. So let's just see. Try to do it multiple times. You see that we'll just keep on getting a blank line. So no, f.readLines will basically read all the lines. F.readLines will read all the lines. So basically f.seek function will be used to get to the starting, and then if we do f.readLine, it will give us the first line. You see there is some text here, right? We get the first line. Now f.tell function will basically print what is the current position of the file head where we are using to read. So f.tell will tell the position for the file head. You can see it is at character 24. So if you count, there are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 23 characters in total, and one will be the end line character. So that's why this character T is at 24th index. We are using zero based indexing, right? So does all of your doubts are clear now? Yes, Keshav, you can try to think how you will do that. Okay, so let's now continue. So we now know how to read from a file. One more thing before we go to writing. So you can also loop at, so let's first go to the 0th position. You can simply loop at this file object. So we can say for line in f, print line. So this f object, when you loop over, it will iterate over each of these lines. So let's just comment the entire code. You see that it simply loops over every line. So you can simply do this if you want to loop over the lines, right? Does that make sense? Okay. There is no attendance link. Like for the certificate availability, you will have to give a test that will happen after the end of the series. We'll share the details in the end session. So Richa, you need not worry about that. Okay. So let's continue. So let's now think about how we will be writing to a file. So once we have discussed about reading to a file, now let's go back and see how we will write to a file. Okay. So let's just open another file. One more thing. So let us say we try to open a file. Let's just 1 second. So let us say that f is equal to open demo write.txt. We are opening this. So now we have to open this in a write mode that we can say using the W keyword. So let's now try to run this program and see if anything happens. So you see that this file does not exist. So this file named as demo or write.txt does not exist in our page. So let's try to run this Python 3 file1.py. So this file does not exist. So what happened is this file got created. So you can see demo write.txt file got created, right? So did you observe this thing? Okay, let me take up a few questions. So Ravi, it is giving a new line because there is a new line in the line itself. and one new line is for the print statement itself. That is why. Yes, Dhruv, you are exactly correct. These two things are for the same purpose. Saurabh, I do not know about the shortcut that you are asking. Ravi, you can try that thing once and let me know what happens. Okay. So let's now try to see the file got created. So basically, if file does not exist, it got created. So let's just do one more thing. So, and one more thing is, like, basically once you open a file, it is a good practice that you close the file at the end. So because what happens is the resources are being allocated that will be working on that file. So you need to use the f.close function that will basically close this file, right? So let's now try to see if we have something in this demo write.txt. So hello, this is a demo line, demo write file. So now let's see if we run this code. So what do you think will happen? Will the file contents be overwritten, or what do you think would happen? Let's now try. So if you open this file demo write.txt, you will see that whatever was there got erased. So this write mode simply opens this file in the write mode, and if file exists, it basically clears the content. Exists, then basically it overwrites the content. Right? Does that make sense? Okay, so Dyapa is asking, what if I will print the character F? So let's just see what happens. Let's just see. So you see that it is a file object. So see that it is a text io.text.io wrapper, mode is W, encoding is UTF-8. So this is the file name. So you see all the attributes associated with this file, right? I hope that answers the question. Okay, so let's now not take any further questions. So we'll take, I'll take the questions after some time, right? Okay. I've already answered that question. The certificate will be provided, and like you will have to attempt a test for that. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to write something to this file. So again, we have a function f.write, and let's say it takes in any string as the input. So let's say this is line 1, and let's again say f.write. This is line 2. Let's just copy this. I'll use the shortcut. And let's say 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So let's try to run this program and see what happens. Sorry, file1.py. So if you will go to this file, let's open the file demo write.txt. You see that everything got written without any end line. So all of this has been written in a single line. So just make sure you understand this thing. So we have to give the end line character by ourselves. So we have to say that here we need to say that \n character by ourselves, right? So let's now try to run this. So if you will see now, you will see that all the lines are basically written in a separate line. So that is because we have provided this \n character, right? Ravi is asking, if I want to write integers like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. in the file, can I write using .write, or only string is allowed? Yeah, so basically it will allow only string. So let us say you have some integer. Let's say you have x equal to 1. You try to say f.write x. So that will not work. So you will see that type error, write must be a string. Write must have the arguments as string. So what you can say is you can simply typecast this to a string, right? So let's try to run this now. So you will see that you will get the string character 1, right? So you have to convert whatever you are writing to the file to a string, right? So now that we know about how to read and write files, now let's also see, we also know that how to close the file. So this is basically required. Why? Because you want to free up the resources. So there is a garbage collector in Python inbuilt. So, but the issue is that will be doing its operations based on some interval of time that is like dependent on the platform and like dependent on some other factors, right? So it's better to be safe that you close the resource. Otherwise, if it's left open, there might be some corruption in your file. So just make sure whenever you open a file, after you are done with the operations, you just close the file. So the 3 steps that you have to follow are: first, open the file; second is perform read write; and third is close the file. So I hope everything is clear till this point. Now let's just see one interesting thing. So let's try to open a file which does not exist. So let's try to do this thing. So let's say I say f is equal to open. I say hello2.txt and I try to open it in read mode. So if we already saw it in the write mode, it will get created. Let's now open it in read mode. So let's see what happens. So you will see that no such file or directory, hello2.txt. So now to handle such cases where you get exceptions during the runtime. So this is basically known as an exception. So the errors which you get during the runtime are known as exceptions. So you need to make sure that your code is handling these exceptions. So we have some kind of exception handling mechanism. So what we can do is we can have a try block. So inside this, we will try to open this file. So exception handling is basically trying to catch the errors which can happen on runtime, right? So now once we try this thing, so there is an except block as well. So here basically you will handle the exception. So here you will have the whatever you are writing, the instructions to be executed, and here you will basically in the except block basically you will catch these errors. So let us say that print some error occurred, right? So let's now try to see what happens. So you see that whenever we went to the program flow is it will go into the try block. It will try to open this file, but there will be some exception occurring, right? And then it will go to the except block. So let us say that we are trying to open this hello.txt, which already exists. So you see that no exception will be occurring. So this code will not go to the except block. And now finally, there is one more block you can have, that is the finally block. So here you can say that this will be executed in all times. So here you can simply say f.close. So if the file was opened, you can simply close this. But you should simply check if f exists. So if f is existing, so let's say if f is not equal to none, then we can say f.close, right? So now let's also try to print here, print that file is closed. So you will see that file is closed. Let's now try to do the same thing with hello2.txt. So you will see that here also some error occurred and still the file is closed. Why? Because let's try to print what is in f. So you will see that it okay, I think that the previous resource was not closed. Let's try to comment this thing and try to run this piece of code. So we are trying to run only the line from 70 to 80. I'll take up the questions in a few minutes. So you see that f is not defined. So let's now try to see. Okay, f is not defined basically here. So let's not do this finally block in this case. We should do it only when this was opened, right? F is not defined. So I leave it up to you to think about this part, how you will handle this case, right? So what we generally do is we, instead of writing these things like try, except, and finally, f.close. So once again, let me just take up the questions before continuing. So here we have taken up, let me just take up some questions. So, okay, attendance and assignments. So we don't have any assignments. Can we read the text from image using Python? Just try to research on this. That is a good question. Overwrite happens if the file is already existing and we are trying to write. So using the write mode, and we are trying to open it in write mode. So try basically is a block where we will write some instructions that will get executed. And in the except block, you can just catch the errors. So like, let's say that you do not have anything like this. and you try to open hello2.txt. So you will get some, okay, we cannot have simply the try block. We need to have the except block as well. So you will see that file not found error. So you got some error during the runtime. So to handle that case, there are exceptions, right? Rohit, you can just try to think about that. Okay. So now that we are clear with some of these things, so we want to make this thing. So f dot clause is working if so f is defined, right? Here f is defined, then only f dot clause is working. So let's say we have try, we have except, print some error occurred, and then we will say finally f dot close. Let's do one smart thing here. Let's say we have one variable error occurred equal to 0. So we can simply set it to 1. So if not error occurred, then only we will close the file, right? So that is how you can handle this case, right? Okay, sorry, we need to say if not error occurred. Yeah, so now you can see that some error occurred because hello2.txt does not exist. Also, our code will not go inside this closing file because f is not existing, right? And not error occurred is set to 1. So let's say if we read this file hello.txt, then it will be closing this file, right? So I hope you get this idea. Let me take 2 more questions before we continue. Pavan, you can try exploring that thing. F dot close is working. Basically, f is defined in this case. So hello.txt is basically existing, right? So if I see that hello.txt file exists, right? Will we get error if file doesn't exist and we open the file in write mode? So Technoram, we have considered that case earlier. So basically that file will be overridden. A new file will be created in that case. Okay. So now to handle all these cases, what we have is, we have something known as a context manager in Python. So let me just tell you that part. Okay. So basically to make our code cleaner and to not handle these things manually, so there is something known as a context manager. So that allows us to manage the resources effectively. So basically allows us to manage using and closing of the resources effectively. So basically, let's say how we want to open a file. Let's say if we forget closing the file, right? That might create some issues. So for that purpose, you have the context manager. So you can say that with keyword is used to use the context manager with open hello.txt in the read mode, and let's say as the file keyword, let's say f, we are opening it in the read mode, right? So now we can simply perform the operation. So let's just say print f dot read lines. So in this case, you need not basically handle this scenario of closing this file. So let's just try to print the what is the f object storing outside of this. So you will see that it stores this thing, but the Python will handle this. The context manager will handle this thing for us, that it will close this file as soon as the operations have been done, right? So you see that it is an effective way of working with files. Just make sure that you use this context manager so that you will not have to worry about this try, except, and finally kind of blocks, right? Okay. So now I think we are done with the first part of working with text files. So if you want to work with binary files, so then you can use the mod F, work with binary files. You can use the mod E as well. So let's say you want to open a file in the read mode, open a binary file in read mode. So how will you do that thing? So you can simply say with open hello.txt, hello, let's say some binary file. And let's say we can simply append the modes that we are using. So if we have more than one mode, so we can simply write them like this. So RB simply stands for read mode and binary file as F, right? So here you can see that, here you can say F dot read, something like this, right? Okay, so you can try exploring more about binary files and about this context manager through the official Python documentation. So just Google it, you will get the official Python documentation. Just try to explore more about these things. So now let's come to working with CSV files. Just taking some questions and coming to working with CSV files. Dhruv, try to see what will happen. And Shravan also try to think. So Rohit, the with keyword with operator is simply used to open the file using the context manager. So the context manager is some internal thing in Python that handles opening and closing of the resources. So it will automatically close this file for us whenever we are done with working with the file. It will see the suitable time when it should close the file, right? So it will make sure that we do not get into any trouble. I have just now explained the context manager again. Just try to explore more about this, right? That would give you more idea. Okay. So let's now go with working with CSV files. Okay. So now we will simply see how do we work with CSV files. So a CSV file is something like this. So let me just create a file. Let's say, so basically let's create a file here, demo csv.csv. So it simply looks something like this. So let's say we have we want to create a file that will store the name, serial number, roll number, name, and the marks of a student. So let's say we will have some keyword, first row as roll number, and let's say name, and then the marks. Let's say 1 ABC, and let's say 1 and 97. We say 2 DEF, and let us say 99. So this is a CSV file. So Pawan, we will not be able to use a CSV, use a file after it has been closed by the context manager. Just try to explore more on this part, right? Okay, let me take that question. So Deepika is asking, what is the difference between read and read line? So the read function is basically used to read the entire content of the file. Read line is used to read a single line at a time. So a CSV file is what I am talking about currently. Okay. So it simply stores basically the full form of CSV is comma separated values. So as you can see, there are some elements here which are separated by comma. So this is basically a CSV file. Okay. And it is generally used where we are working with spreadsheets. So if we are working with spreadsheets, let's say if you have used Google Sheets, so you can export that file in a CSV format, right? So it basically allows us to create, let's say, store some data in a structured manner. So there are some columns here. The columns are roll number, name, and marks. And the rows are basically the entries. So it is a tabular data. If you can see, it is a tabular data, right? So CSV is basically used to work with tabular data, right? So now we can use the open keyword and open this CSV file, but now you have to do some processing, right? So let us say we open this in the read mode, right? So let's say with open as F, and let's just try to print f.read. So if you try to run this Python 3 file2.py, so you will get all the data in this file. But let's say we want entry by entry. So we want the first entry, right? Or let us say we want to convert it to a dictionary where we can access the roll number, name, or marks using the keys. So the CSV library is there that will basically make all these things easier for us. So what we can do is we can simply import the CSV module that already exists in Python. That will make most of the things easier for us. So now what we can what we can say is, we will create a reader here. So we can simply say reader is CSV.reader. So this will return a reader object that we can use. Sorry, here we have to pass the file also. So the syntax is the CSV module name, and we are using the reader function of this module that takes in the CSV file, And the dialect, dialect is something you can explore, not something very important right now. And then some additional parameters that are optional. So after this, you can simply work on every row in this reader. So for row in reader, you can simply print the row, right? Let's now try to see what is the output here. So you will see that we can get every row in the form of a list. So the list will basically store the entries column wise, right? You get the first column, comma, second column, likewise. So it becomes easier to operate on the CSV file. So let us say that you want to get the name of all the students. So you can simply say that print row of 1. So now you will get the names of all the students, that are A, B, C and D, F. Let's say you want the marks. So you can simply say row of 2, because you know it is the second column, right? Yeah, it is like an Excel file, right? Exactly. So that's how like you can read from a CSV file. Now let us say that, let's try to see if, let's say, our CSV file had some spaces here after every comma. Let us say there were spaces, and we try to do the same thing. So now if you see, we will get some extra spaces here as well. So you see, you are getting these extra spaces here as well, right? So what you can do is, there is an optional argument that you can specify here, right? You can specify here an argument that is skip initial space is equal to true. So now let us try to see. So now you see that you will not get any space here, right? So there are a lot of things that this CSV module will make very easier for us. So let's say like if your CSV had quotations around some of the elements, so then also there is some quoting parameter that you can specify. So I leave that to you to explore, right? So that's how you read the file. Now one thing is, like, let's say we are specifying this parameter. Let's say there were some multiple parameters that we had. So now this dialect solves that problem for us. So basically just try exploring onto that. I have written about this thing in the notes. Try exploring on this dialect. Yes, so we are getting the header also. So just try to see. So we can simply skip the first row. So Pawan has a good question. Just try, we can skip the first row. Just try exploring more on that part, how you can use the CSV module to skip the header part, right? So now we know how to read from CSV files. Next, let's now also see how to write to a CSV file. So it will be very similar. So like we are creating a reader object, here we'll be creating a writer object, right? And we will be passing the list to that. So let us say that again, I want to open a marks.csv file, and we will be opening this in the read mode, in the write mode, because we are writing to a CSV file as file. So I'll take up questions at the end. Let's now see. We will create a writer object this time. Writer is csv.writer, and we pass in the file object, right? And then we can simply say writer dot write row, and simply we will pass in what is the row here. So we will pass in, it will be a list. So the list contains roll number, name, and then the marks keyword. So there are 3 columns here, and then we can simply say that writer dot write row. So here we will specify the roll number, that is 1, the name, that is ABC, and then the marks. Let us say marks will be an integer, so 97. Then again we can say writer dot write row. We specify the list for the second entry, right? So here we can say 2 and DEF, and let us say that 98. So now this will simply write down all these 3 rows to our CSV file. Let's now try to do this. Python 3 file2.py. So if you will see that, a marks.csv file has been created. So that contains all these 3 entries, right? So I hope you have got a basic idea how we can operate with CSV files. You can try exploring some of the operations and go through the official documentation of CSV module, right? So that will make more sense, right? So similarly, there is one thing you can explore, how to get this, the content in a dictionary. So there is a dict reader keyword as well. So you can simply say here is .dict reader. So just let's try to see now. Now if you will see, we will get dictionaries instead of lists, right? So let's say you want to print the roll number for every entry. So you can simply say that. Now one thing if you notice is you did not get the header row. So Pawan, now you are getting only the entries. So you can simply say row of roll number. So you see that the roll numbers are 1 and 2. Similarly, if you want the names only, you can say this thing. So you get A, B, C and D, F, right? So now I think you have got enough idea. So basically why we are doing this thing is because reading and writing CSV files is common thing when you will use, let's say you were to automate the report generation. Let's say you have some particular analytics module, right? There you have some data that you want to extract to CSV file. So you can write a simple script that will automate these things. So it will automate the reading and writing part to a CSV file, right? Let's say you have a big database and you want to generate CSV files using script, or you want to manipulate and work on the data. So you can have these small Python scripts that will work on the data, right? Which is stored in the CSV file, right? Okay, so there is one additional library that you can explore. So there is a pandas library that we use very often in data analysis and data manipulation. Just try exploring on this. There are a lot of good official documentation. You just go through that. You will see that we can do a lot of things more easier, right? We can do a lot of analysis very easier. We can generate graphs as well, graphs, charts, and a lot of things. So let's say you wanted to find out how many students, or basically you want to group the students, group the marks in basis of grades. So you can use the some of the things that pandas provides, right? Okay. So any doubts till this point? Okay, so I might have missed out on some questions. Let's now continue. I think those were answered. Okay. So now there are two things like here you have to explore. One is the dialect keyword and one is the pandas library. Now let's start with working with JSON files. So we are done with two parts of our today's session, that is working with text files and CSV files. So now we will look at working with JSON files. So what JSON is basically, this is a very popular format. It stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So it is a very popular information interchange format that we use frequently. So when working with APIs, so if you have heard about the terms, so that just don't be overwhelmed if you haven't heard. So APIs are there that are application platform. So you can just explore more about APIs. And whenever we generally fetch data from APIs, so we generally do it like the response basically is a JSON format, right? So we need some kind of mechanism to work with JSON files effectively. So how does a JSON simply look like? So it basically looks very similar to the Python dictionaries you have. So there is a key and value pairs that you have, key and value pairs, right? So let's just try to see how a JSON file might look like. So I'll just show you. Just give me 1 second. So I'm pasting one link here, like you can also see it. This is basically providing a list of to-dos. So this is a basically this URL, if you go, it gives you a JSON response that is basically a list of to-dos. So tomorrow, if you see, tomorrow we'll be working on creating a to-do application using command line interface. So we will be working with JSON there as well. So just make sure you explore more about it. I have just given you a basic idea what JSON is. So it is basically very similar to Python dictionaries. So let me just copy the part here. So this will be simply a JSON here that has the key as user ID, title, and completed as true or false. So this is how a JSON might look like, very similar to Python dictionaries. So you have key and value pairs. And like here you can have lists as well, right? So you can have a list as well. So this entire thing would then be again like this is also a JSON format where you have a list of small to-dos, right? So let's say here it is 2 and 2, right? So there is a mapping between Python objects and JSON entities. So Python objects and JSON entities, you can basically have some kind of mapping. So like in JSON, so a list in the Python is basically a array in JSON. So whatever you see here is a array. So it is an array of to-dos. So a list in Python is array in JSON, right? So you can just see more about this. What is the mapping between different things? So let's try to basically have this thing in a JSON file. So let's create a simple JSON file. Let us say I create a file to-dos JSON.json. Let's open this file to-dos JSON.json and let's paste this JSON that we have here. Let me say here task 1. Let's say task 1 and let's say task 2. So we want to read this file and store this in a dictionary, right? So we want to extract this information and store this in a dictionary, right? Yes, you are right, Ravi. It is an object. So a dictionary in Python is an object in JSON. So let me just confirm as well. So what is our goal here is now we want to read this JSON file and we want to create a list. Like since this is a list, we want to basically, let's say we want to find out how many tasks in our list are completed, etc. So we will have to effectively parse this data. So there are two operations. One is serialization and one is deserialization. So serialization is the process of converting Python object to a JSON string, and simply deserialization is the process of converting a JSON string to a Python object, right? So in different languages you must have come across, like if you have worked with APIs, you must have come across these two terms. So when we will read a JSON file, we will be doing what we call as deserialization, and when we will be doing the serialization, that time we will be writing to a JSON file. So here we will be doing a write operation. Does that make sense to everyone? Here we will be doing a read operation, right? So basically a dict maps to an object, a list maps to an array, list or a tuple, both of them map to an array. And a string basically maps to a string. str is what we have in Python. In JSON we have string, and int, long, float, all these kinds of numbers map to number in JSON. True maps to true. In Boolean things, only the first character is small. False maps to false, and none maps to null in case of JSON. So this is the kind of mapping we have from Python to JSON, right? I hope that makes sense. So now let us try to open this file, right? So any doubts till this point? Let me take up some doubts. JSON files will have JSON objects and JSON arrays, right, Ravi? Right. So everything in the JSON file is a JSON string. Any doubts till this point to anyone? So the serialized data, Pawan is asking, will the serialized data be a JSON string or a binary data? So the serialized data will be a JSON string, right? It will not be a binary data. we serialize and deserialize because we want to get the data in our Python code, right? So we will have to basically access it. So let's say we want to access the information. Let's say we want to access how many of the tasks are completed. So we want to parse this data. So for that we need to deserialize, that is convert it to Python object. So the Python object here would be a list, right? And this list will be having a dictionary. So it will be getting converted to a list of dictionary in Python. Whatever you see above will be converted to a list of dictionary, right? Does that make sense? Vishnu, we have only integers floating point. Okay, let me just not write here long. Intent float. That makes sense, right? So Python has objects, right? Dhruv, there are objects. There is a list object. There is a dictionary object. There is a floating point or number object. There is a Boolean object, right? So we'll be mapping the object to the JSON entity, right? We are mapping the objects. Okay, let's now go into the actual action of doing the serialization, deserialization. Yes, Ravi, you are right. Whatever you have said is correct. Okay, let's continue now. So first of all, what we will do is we will have to import the JSON library, right? So we import the JSON library, and then what we'll do is we will use the context manager with open todos underscore json.json. We'll open this in the read mode as file. So now what we will say is data is json.load of this file. So it is very similar how we read the CSV files. So there it was a reader function. Here we have a load function that will take the file object. And let's just try to print the data. So you will see what happens next. So let's say Python 3 file3.py. So what you see is we get a list, right? If we just try to print the type of this data, you will see that it is simply a list, right? Class list. And let's say we access the first element, so that will be a dictionary. So first element is simply a dictionary. Let's try to print what is the first element, data of 0. So that is simply user ID, title. So you see this dictionary with key value pairs is returned to us. So that is how you can simply deserialize the data. So you see deserializes supporting file type object containing a JSON to a Python object. So this function is simply, load function is simply deserializing the JSON data, right? And mapping it to the Python object, right? So that's how we simply do this thing. There is a similar function that is json.loads of file, of string. Here you will pass the string, not the file. So you can basically deserialize from the string as well. So you see that loads function deserializes a string, bytes or byte array to a Python object. So this you can try exploring your own. Okay, so now that we have seen how to read the data, let's now try to see how we can write to a Python file. Write to a JSON file, not a Python file. So if similarly, we will open the file, let's say with open, let's say we have let's say marks.json. We want to have marks JSON file. We are opening it in write mode and as the file object. So now what we have to see is we have to create a dictionary. Let's say we will be writing a dictionary to a JSON file. So I create a marks dictionary, and it is always better if you write a dictionary in Python using this moving to the next line. So whatever keys and values you have, just write one key value pair in a single line. So just say that, let's say roll number is 12, and let us say that the name is simply ABC, and the marks are, let's say, 99. So this is the marks dictionary, and we'll be writing this to our JSON file. So we will simply say now, similar to the load function, we have a function that we call as dump function. So we can simply say json.dump, and here you see that we'll pass the object. The object here is a dictionary. So let's say marks of the marks dictionary, and we will also have to pass the file. So that is the file object. So now let's try to run this code. So if you try to run this code, you will see that a file marks.json would have been created. Sorry, a marks.json. Now here you see that we are getting this dictionary or this JSON string that we wanted, right? So a dictionary maps to a object in JSON, right? So we get this JSON object, right? So that's how we can simply read and write to a JSON file. Now, one thing is, let's say you want to write this thing in a more cleaner way. So there are some optional parameters. You can simply say indent is equal to true. So there is one parameter, indent is equal to true. Let's see what that does. So now if you see marks.json, so you see that it has been well indented, right? So if you want to write to the file in a more cleaner way, so this is basically we are trying to pretty print the JSON file, right? There is one more parameter that we can say, that will be sort keys is true. So this sort keys will simply make these keys in a sorted manner. So let's just try to run this. So if you see, you will get marks, name, roll number. So all the three keys have been now sorted in a lexicographical order, right? So you can try exploring more such optional parameters. But this is the basic idea of reading from a JSON file and writing to a JSON file. Similarly, you can write to a string. So for that purpose, you can simply say that json.dump s, and here you will have marks dictionary. So let's try to see this also. So let's just print what will be json.dump s of marks dictionary. So you see that you get this dictionary. So you get this string. So this dictionary was converted to a string now. So if you see the documentation of dump s, it serializes object to a JSON formatted string. Here also we can pass an indent is equal to true and sort keys is equal to true. So then you see that it will be pretty printed, right? So you get the output in a cleaner way, right? So I hope now you can operate with JSON files very easily, right? Ravi is asking a good question. Can I sort based on the values? Just try exploring on that file. Why we use files? We use files because we try to operate on large chunks of data, right? We want to store the data in some kind of non-volatile memory, right? So if you see, the databases also ultimately are storing whatever is there in the database in some kind of files, right? But that basically use some data structures like B trees and D plus trees. So let's not get into that, right? So any doubts till this point? So we serialize JSON to string. So we say, serialize the Python object to the JSON string and deserialize the JSON string to the Python object. I hope that answers the question, Shravan. Anyone else has any doubts? Okay. So one last thing before we end the session. So we will just see how we can work with a API and get the response. Okay. So there is one library that is known as requests library. So that allows us to work with APIs. So APIs is something you should try to explore once on your own. Let's say that there is this URL from where we will get the response. So if you try opening this URL in your browser, you will get a list that is a JSON list, right? Now we want to get that here. So we can simply say response is equal to requests.get at this URL. So we will get the data that is present at this endpoint and store it in the response variable. And then we try to read this. So we can simply say here to do's is equal to JSON.load s. So now response is simply a string. So we want to deserialize the string to a Python object. So we simply say response.text. So whatever is the text of this response, that will be a string, and we will simply convert it to a Python object, right? So now let's try to print the type of to-dos. So if you see here, it will take some time because it is fetching the data. So it will be simply a class of list, right? So now let's say I want to print the first 5 to-dos. So I can simply say print to-dos colon 5. So it will print from 0 to 4 based indexing. So we are slicing the list of to-dos, right? So because to-dos was a list object, it will take some time. Not sure why it is taking a time. Let's just once try to print the first to-do only. Okay. Or what I can do is I can just store this response in a text file. So let's store this response in to-dos JSON. So I have stored the entire response in to-dos JSON. So now what I will be doing is, instead of fitting to this URL, so this is something you can explore once on your own. Okay, so let us simply do this thing with open to-dos JSON.json in the read mode as file. We will simply say that load the to-dos. Now just the thing that will change is, here we will load from the file. So we can say to-dos.load. Instead of load s, we will use load function. And here we will pass the file object, right? And now let's try to print the first to-do. So now you see that the first to-do got printed. So let us say now we want to find out how many to-dos are completed. So we can simply have a count. Let's say we have a count completed is equal to 0. So then we will simply say that for to-do in to-do, since this is a list, and then inside we have a dictionary. So if to-do of completed, so here we have a dictionary which will have a completed key equals to true. Then we can simply say that increase the count completed. And at the end, we can simply print the count that is completed, right? So you see that out of the total to-dos, let's also print how many we have, print length of to-dos. So out of 200 to-dos in this file, 90 of them have been completed. So you see how powerful file handling is. So like we can operate on a large chunk of data very easily, right? We can also do any other kind of processing that we need from this data, right? This to-dos JSON. So I hope now you can write down small programs that will be reading from either text files, CSV files, or JSON files, and writing to these kind of files and doing some basic manipulation, right? So that is it. Basically, I am done with the part that we had to cover, done with the agenda for today. Now there are some things that you have to explore. So there are some files. Let us say you want to work with zip files. Let us say you want to work with OS path. You want to work with moving or renaming files, etc., etc. So there are some libraries that you can explore. So let me just name them for you. Let me just do one thing. Let me share the screen. So let me just share a different screen. Okay, so I hope you can see this lectures 5 notes file. Yeah, Pooja is asking, instead of to-dos, can we take any other variable? Yes, we can do that. That is just a placeholder to store that particular thing, particular object of list that we have. So if you can see this, so you can access the notes for today's session over here. And if you found this repository helpful, you can also star this repository. If you can see that at the top, you have this star and watch. So just star and watch the repository so that you can keep getting updates from this repository, right? So in the end, we have mentioned similar things. So you can just explore some of these libraries like pathlib, os.path, shutil, And like if you want to write Python objects to disk, so currently we have seen writing Python objects to files like CSV and JSON. So if you want to write them to disk, so there is a library pickle. So just try to explore that library as well. So if you go to this Python documentation, let's say you want to see your current path, or like you want to print the absolute path. So you can simply say import os and os.path.absolute path. Let's try to do import os, and let's just try to print os.path. Let's see what happens. Okay, so os.path is again a module. So os.path.current directory. So this will give us the current working directory. You see, it will print dot is the current working directory. And let's just try to pass in some file, current directory of, let's say, or let's just try to see if there is a absolute path. Let's just try to print the absolute path for the dot directory. So you see that it will give us the absolute path, return a absolutized version of the path name path. So you see that it gives me the entire path till the current directory, right? So just try exploring these libraries, os.path. If you want to move the files, copy the files, if you want to have, let's say, rename the files, so you can just try exploring these libraries. Pickle is about Python object serialization. And we also have some other libraries, data compression. So let's say you want to work with zip files. So if you want to open zip file, extract zip files from a Python script, that also you can do. So try to explore all these different libraries that are mentioned over here. So then you will be able to become more proficient working with the file handling, right? Okay. Okay, sorry, the console is not visible. Let me share the console. So basically what I did here was, one second. I just imported the OS module and just I tried to print os.path. So we can just try to print the current working directory. So you see that it will print the current directory. That is, okay, sorry. It is a string. It is not a function. It is just a string object. So you see it prints dot. And let's say we want to get the absolute path. So this abs path will basically return the absolute version of a path. So here, let's say, let's go get the absolute path for dot. So it will print the entire path for this, right? So that is how, like, just try exploring these libraries. Just try exploring the OS libraries, path library, shutil, pickle, all these kind of libraries, right? So you can see them in the Python repository, SCALER Academy /intro to Python, right? So you can just see it over here. Just start this repository, watch this repository. You can just keep getting updates directly, right? Okay, so that is it. Any other doubts do you have? That is it for today's session. If we recap, we covered working with text files, working with CSV files, JSON files, and also the next steps, right? Okay, any doubts now? So Ravi is asking, just before we end, let's take one more question. What is the way to explore all the libraries? Just go to the official documentation that we have linked in this lecture notes. Just go to the documentation and try to read. Just see any function that you want to use and just try to explore, right? Great. So see you tomorrow then. In tomorrow's session, we will be learning, or basically tomorrow's session will be applying the concepts that we have learned today. So basically in tomorrow's session, we will be learning applying the concepts that we have learned till now. We'll be creating a to-do application in command line. So that will be working in command line. So that is it for today. See you tomorrow, everyone, then. And head on to the Instagram page and start answering the quiz right away. So see you tomorrow. Bye. So today's agenda is basically we will be creating a to-do application as we had discussed yesterday. So today we will be applying all the concepts that we have learned till now. completely we will be applying all the things we have learned, starting from the flow control, loops, and file handling, and even structuring our code into separate files. So we'll be building a complete application that we will be using in our command line. So just to give you an overview, we will be creating a to-do application where you can create some to-do lists, and in those to-do lists you can have some to-dos that you can mark as complete or incomplete. So once we get started, it will be more clear. Okay, so let's get started. Yesterday's class was there. It was on file handling, and you can see the link in the videos section of Scaler Academy channel. Okay, let's start. So basically what we want to achieve, first let's write down some things. Let's create a file. Let's say readme.md. So I have created a file here where I'll be listing down all the requirements that we will be needing. So in this to-do CLI application, let me first structure our today's session. So how we are going to basically go about creating this small to-do application. So first of all, we will be finalizing the use cases and like how we'll be running our application. So what will be the final commands that will be running in the command line, right? Then we will be basically structuring our code into separate files, and then finally we will start the implementation, and then we will be doing the implementation along with testing, and finally we will be able to run our application, run and use it. So that is how the total flow will look like for creating this to-do application. CLI stands for command line interface. So we will be able to run our application right here in the command line. So what we want is we want to create some to-do lists, and inside each of the lists we will be having some to-dos, and those we can see, we can add, update, delete, or we can mark them as complete, right? So you can use this application to track the to-dos that you have, right? So it will be a great learning experience. Let's get started. So any doubts till this point? So the structure of our today's session will be first of all clearing the functionalities we need in our application. So we will be able to figure out what all commands we'll be able to use at the end, and then we will be starting with the structuring of code and finally the implementation, right? So does that make sense to everyone? Okay, fine. So now let's look at what all are the use cases. So basically what we want, so let's write down the use cases. So we want that we should be able to create a, Ravi is asking to-dos in the sense that it is tasks to be done. Exactly. To-dos means the tasks we have to do. So we'll be able to create and update, retrieve all the things. We'll be able to do all the things through command line. So we'll be having a end-to-end application which we can use. Sounds great, right? So we'll be able to create a to-do list. So what all we want from application? To create a to-do list, right? And basically to show all the to-do lists that we have. And then we should be able to add, edit, delete, mark as complete, incomplete, etc. Right? The to-do items present in those lists. So basically you want to have multiple lists, and in each list there will be some to-do items, right? So let's say you have one list for your academics, one list for your projects, etc., etc., right? So you want to be able to create multiple lists and add to-do items in those particular lists, right? So you also want to show all the to-do items in a particular list, right? So these are the 4 basic functionalities that you will kind of need, right? You can add any extra functionalities that you can think of later. So we will start with these 4 functionalities, and we will try to see how we can implement on top of it any extra requirement that we get, right? Does that make sense to everyone? So now let us also see what will be the commands that we'll be using. So the commands to basically use our application. So if we are clear with how we will be using our application, it will become more easier for us to write the code, right? So commands to use the CLI application. So Priyansh, we are using Python. So we'll be creating this application end to end in Python. So this is an introduction to Python series, and that is why we are building this thing in Python. In the next week, you will do the same thing using the Django framework in Python. Does that make sense? Let's continue. So the first command that we will kind of need will be to have some list. So let's say we will use two prefixes. So we'll have some prefixes for the commands that are basically list and to do. So for some particular list, we will use the prefix list, and for the commands to do, for adding, updating, deleting the to dos, we'll use the prefix to do. It will be more clear once we see this thing. So this part we are not going to deploy. This will be a command line application. We will be able to use it directly in our CLI. The deployment part we will see for the Django application we will build in the next week. Hope that makes sense. So we will be able to show all the lists that are available. List show. So this command will basically show all the to-do lists that we have. Right. Then we will have a command to create a list. So list create the list name. So this will basically create a list with the given name, that is list name, right? Then we will have a command to basically use a particular list. So we will be adding to-do items in a particular list. So we should be able to use that particular list. So we can say that list use and the list name, right? So this will basically select a particular to-do list. Then we will have the commands for to-do part. So we should be able to add a particular to-do. So to-do add in the to-do title, right? Then we should be able to see all the to-dos. So let's use to-do all to basically show all to-dos in the selected list. This will be to-do add to-do title will be used to add a to-do item in the list, right? Just ask any questions you have right away. So we should be able to take up questions at that instant only. Okay. Yeah, Vishnu is asking what is to do here. To do is basically a task that is to be done. It's basically a task that is to be done. So it could be like, it could be something like example. Example basically learn loops in Python, right? So this might be a to do, right? Example could be watch the previous lecture again, right? So you can have some tasks that you have to complete. That is basically termed as a to-do. And a list will be a collection of to-dos. So list is simply a collection of to-dos. Does that make sense now? So you can group your to-dos in some particular lists. So let us say you are studying 5 academic courses in the current semester. So then you can have one to-do list for each of the courses, right? Then you can have some items in each of them, like prepare for the next exam, build the next project, example, etc., etc. List use list name. So Aniket, are you asking about this thing? Yes, Ujjwal, the code will be available. Vidhan, I have repeated that. Let me know if there is any doubt. Aniket, a to-do use is nothing. A list use command is there. That will be used to select a particular to-do list. So let's say you have 4 lists for your 4 academic courses you are enrolled in this semester, right? Yes, so Dhruv is asking what is meant by list use. So list use list name will basically be used to select a particular list. So let us say that you have these lists. Let's say you have some courses, course 1. For course 1, you have a list, for course 2, for course 3. Now inside course 1, you can have some multiple to-dos. It could have some to-dos which could be like, let's say, read topic A. It could be like attempt test X, example, etc. Right? Similarly, course 2 can have some to-dos. Does that make sense now? So we have to select a particular list before we start doing any to-do operations. Before we start adding, editing, deleting, or marking as complete, right? List is Ravi has a good question. So Ravi is asking, list is a keyword. So basically this command we are not executing in Python. So this we will execute in our command line. So like you say Python 3 app.py. So this will run the app.py file. Now once it starts executing, we will be able to enter these commands. So consider them as some of your custom commands which you can run on top of the Python application. So these are the commands that you have created yourself. So you will actually have to parse these commands and actually run the particular function in Python file, right? Okay, Ravi got it. Anyone else has any doubts? Okay, so then also you need to have to do edit, to do remove, and let's say to do complete to mark it as complete, and then let's say to do incomplete. So now my question to you is, for all of these 4 commands, what all extra information do you need? Yes, exactly, Ravi. It is command like ls, pwd, etc. So we'll be able to run our application through the command line. We'll be giving commands right here itself. My question to everyone is, for these 4 commands, do we need any extra information? So let's say to do all will give us the ID and title of to dos. So what all should we pass in these 4 commands as well? So which to do are we editing? Which are we removing? Which one are we marking as complete? So we need some identification here. What is that thing? So what do you think should we use? Should we use the ID? Should we use the title? What do you think would be a better idea? Yes, so we need the list items, but should we use the ID or the title? Great. Most of you are saying ID. So we should use ID ideally because it will be a particular identifier. 2 to-dos might have similar names, but that is also not quite feasible, not quite realistic, right? So we can use either one of them in this scenario. So let's stick with ID at the moment. So let's say we are using the item ID, right? Let's say we are using this thing. So all of these commands will have the item ID as an additional argument, right? So till this point, anyone has any doubts? Also, we need one command that will be help command. So it will basically print all the commands we can use in our application. And one command should be there to quit our application, right? So this quit command will basically use to exit the application. So what we will be doing is we will be running our command prompt. So like you see, this command prompt appears. So if I do Python, so then, okay, let's use Python 3. So you see that this command prompt keeps on appearing. So let's say we give some command 1 plus 2, that is 3. So now again this command prompt appears. So we want something very similar. So our application should be giving us the prompt after every command and until we type quit. So in this case, we will be typing exit. Until we type quit, the application will be running, right? So does that make sense to everyone? Okay. So basically complete will basically mark the item as completed, mark the to-do item with item ID as complete. And this will, let's say, mark the, so let's say you want to track your progress. How many items, how many to-dos have you completed from the given list? You want to know that statistics. So you want to have a Boolean variable with every to-do task that you will say whether that is completed or incomplete. So this incomplete will similarly be used to mark the to-do item with item ID as incomplete, right? And this is basically used to edit the item with item ID. One more thing. So this edit isn't complete. So here we need one more thing. Here we need the new title as well. So let's say by mistake we typed some incorrect title. So after when we are doing an edit, we need something else. We need the new title as well for that particular to-do task, right? Does that make sense? And in this case, basically we will remove the item with item ID, right? So with ID equal to this, let's say. So till this point, anyone has any doubts? So we have basically figured out our requirements. So we are done with our first step. So this was basically figuring out the requirements and the uses of our application. So that is how you should basically proceed when starting with building a project from the scratch. First of all, figure out all the requirements and how the end user will be able to use your application. So let's now move to the second step, that is structuring our code. Yes, therefore I am saying that it will only edit the title. So the to do edit item ID new title will only edit the title, because we are just storing one information for our to do right now, that is title. Yeah, that is the rename functionality. Exactly. Yes, we will be using the list. So we will figure out now how we will basically structuring our code and how we will be implementing. So basically we also have to figure out where we will be storing our data. So here we will need to figure out a few things: where to store the data and how to manipulate the data. Right? So let's think about this now. So we have listed down the commands we need for lists, for the to-dos, and some of the trivial commands, help and quit, right? Yes, we have that, Prakash, we have this. So we have to do remove item ID. Okay, that we have considered, Prakash. Great. So now how should we implement? So the thing is, we need somewhere to store our data. So right now we are not aware of the databases that we can use. We will cover that part in Django. So right now what we can do is we can have a JSON file. So yesterday we learned about how to store data in a JSON file, how to retrieve data, how to store data in a JSON file. So let's have one file for the lists that will be simply. So let us figure out where we will be storing the data. So we can have one file that will be, let's say, lists.json, right? So now it will simply store. So there are two options here, like either it stores a list of to-do lists. So basically, let's say it could be something like storing the name here. Let's say it stores list 1, it stores list 2. So it could be a list, something like this, right? Yes, Ravi has a good question. If we want to implement removing an entire list, so we need to have additional functionality. So that is what I'm saying. Let's go with these 4 use cases in the beginning. Then you can add on top of them any extra use case that you might consider, right? Yes, Ashish, we will see that part. Ashish, we will see that part, how we will be getting the ID. So that is a very good question, Ashish. We will be seeing that part. So Ashish has asked a very good question. So we will be seeing this part, how we will be extracting the ID. That is a really good question. So one approach was this: we have a list. But now the issue with this list is, so let us say we want to check whether a given list exists. So in our code, there will come a condition where we will have to check whether a given list exists or not, right? So before this command, if you see, before the list use list name command, you must be sure whether that list exists or not, right? So we need to have this functionality to check whether a given list exists. So now if we are doing this in a list, we have to iterate over all elements. So using the above approach, we need to iterate over all elements. So need to iterate over all list elements. So we need to figure out a more optimal way, right? So what we can do is, instead we can store it. We can store it as a dictionary of to-do list. So store it as a dictionary of to-do lists. So it could look something like this now. So it will be having a dictionary, and each it will be a dictionary of dictionary, and to-do list is also a dictionary, and where we will store the title and the created at the time. So let's say we will also store the time at which we created that dictionary. So this also might be useful in some analysis part. So we also store the created at part. So we can remove this for time being if you say, but let's use this part as well. So we will have it as a dictionary of dictionary. Here we will have the title, and let us say here we will give the name, and then the second part of this dictionary will be the created at key, and here we will store the time instant when we created this particular list. So this is the structure we will be using to store our list.json file. So any doubts till this point? Yes, so if we store it as a dictionary, the thing that will become easier is we will be able to find whether a particular list exists in our database, or basically in our JSON file. So we just have to check. We forgot to give a key here. The key was the title. So the title is the key, and the value is again a dictionary. So you might say that this is a bit redundant here, that we are storing title as the key, and inside that also we have the title as the key. So to handle this part, what we can have is we can have here the file name. So the file name will store the name where we will actually store that file. So what we will do is for every list we will store a separate file. So a separate JSON file for each list. So we'll try to segregate the files. So for every to-do list, we will have a separate JSON file. Does that make sense? So here we will store the file name, right? So now we can simply check whether a given to-do list exists by checking if the key equal to title. So if the title key exists or not, right? Okay. So the purpose of dictionary of dictionaries is we want to store some information about each list. So basically this to-do list has some information, right? So let us say we want to know when that to-do list was created. So we can simply say, let's say this is our data. So we can simply say data of, let's say this title is simply list 1. So we can say data of list 1 of created at. So we can simply extract any kind of information. Let's say after some time you want to have some additional data here as well. Let us say you want to have some more data, like maybe you want to have used instances, like how many times you have used count. So this could be some integer, right? So let's say anytime you want to modify or add some extra data on top of it, so then it will become easier. So our JSON file, lists.json file, is basically a dictionary of dictionary. So it is having a dictionary which inside have a dictionary. So each dictionary element refers to the list item. So by a particular key, you can access the particular dictionary of that list. It will store two things at the moment, the file name and the created at time instant. Does this make sense till this point? Yes, Ujjwal has a good question. Key can be ID as well, but let us use the list name at the particular instant. Yes, Dhyapa Shravan also has a good point. Why to use multiple lists? So we are just doing this as we are starting out as a beginner. So we want to segregate our code or our data into multiple files so that it becomes easier for us to visualize the things, right? So that was a good question. So let us just start with this. Now we have figured out how a to-do list will look like. So how a particular list.json file will look like. So let us say how this list1.json will look like, right? So here we will simply store a list of to-do items, right? So it would be something like a list which will have a particular item, and each item will be, let's say, a dictionary. So here we will have the information title. Let us say it is the name. We have the created at time instant. Let's say it is some time. And then we will have the completed key that will store true or false. So it could be, let's say, false initially, right? So it will be having such multiple to-do items. Does that make sense? Okay. So basically now we have figured out how we will be storing our data into files, right? So each to-do item is simply a dictionary. So does this point make sense till now? Yeah, file name will simply mean the to-do name only. So let's say it would be something like list1.json. Yes, we will be doing everything using Python program. So we will not be doing anything manually here. So Ravi has a good question. We will be writing code for each and everything. Okay. So anyone else has any doubts till this point? Otherwise, we can continue. So now we have figured out how we will be storing our data and manipulating the data. So for manipulating the data, we have to simply read the JSON files and simply serialize and deserialize the data. So as we learned about yesterday, serialize and deserialize the data, right? So Rohit, try to think about this. Rohit has a good question. Rohit, try to think about that. Okay. So now we are clear with the requirements and how we have to store the data. Let's now start with implementation and structuring our code. So what we will do is we will simply have a file that will be, let us say, app.py. So I have created this folder to do CLI live. So inside this folder, we will create a file, let's say app.py. So this will be our main file. Okay. So let's open this app.py. So this will be our main file that we will be using, right? So is this clear till this point about the requirements and storing the data? Okay. So now what we will do is, as you have learned earlier, so we want to have a main function here. So if you remember how we structured different files, so here we will be having different files in our code. So let's have the, let's use the double underscore name, and which we call as dunder name. So we'll check if this is equal to double underscore main, dunder main. So then we will basically have a main function that we will call. So let's create a main function that we will be calling. It takes in some arguments, let us say, which are nothing right now, no arguments. So here now we will simply say that started the to-do application, right? So now what we want to do is we want to take input from the user, command as input, as long as the user does not hit the command quit. So let's simply type, let's simply have a while one loop. So this loop will execute, it will take the command as input, right? And then we will have to parse this command. Also, let's give the command prompt as well. And let's simply say that if command of 0, let's simply say if command equals to quit, then we will simply break out of this while loop. So does this point make sense till this point? Let's try to run this program. Yeah, while one or while true, both are both works. Let's try to run our application. So see, our application would look something like this. It will start the to-do application, then it will ask for the command prompt. It will ask from user the command as input. So we will be giving some commands. Let's say we'll give to-do lists or show. This will show all the to-dos that we have. We'll give some command like to-do create. We'll say that list 1. So right now there is no functionality here. So we'll have to implement this. Pratham, I use the $sign just because it is clear to the user that we have to give some input here, right? That is the main reason for giving that thing. Does that make sense? Okay. So now what we will simply say is, let's say quit here. So it will simply break the application. So we went out of the application. So that's how, yes. So Ravi, as you're saying that we can consider the case also, so that we can do as the extra functionalities, right? We are just building the basic application right now. So now it is better to have a function that will simply parse our command and return the command name and arguments. So as you saw that there were some commands that are having some arguments. So what we will do is, so let's try to structure our command syntax. So first of all, we have the command type. Command type could be a list command or a to-do command. Then we have the command name that could be show, create, use, add, all, edit, something like this. And then we have some extra arguments. So the way we will be structuring our command syntax is, we say that there are three things here. One is the command type, other one is the command name, and other thing is the command arguments. So we'll try to extract all these things. So we'll have to split this input. So we'll get some strings separated by space. So split the string separated by space, right? So let's have a separate function. So basically what we'll do is, we'll get the command name and the command arguments from a function that we'll call the parse function. It will take the command as input. So let's define a parse function that takes the command as input. So just see that how we are structuring our application into different functions. And after we complete this parsing thing, we will go ahead to basically structuring the commands into different modules. So let's do one thing. Let's not implement this thing right now. Let's start with seeing how we will be implementing the commands. So what we will do is, let's say this will return the command name and command arguments. Here we will be simply checking, we'll be having some conditionals. So something like, let me complete this part. So it could be something like, if command name is quit, then we will simply break. Else if the command name is something like, so there could be a scenario where the user enters an invalid command. So we'll handle that case as well. Here we'll simply print that, please enter a valid command, right? And something like else if command name is, so there was a command use. So I'll tell you that we'll have to handle separately. So we'll see about this thing. Let's simply write down to do here. And else if it is a command of the type to do. So this also we'll see. Okay, command dot split. So here what we can simply do is, we can simply say that command type is command dot split of 0. So the first thing will be the command type. That is, after we split the first element in that list of strings. So else if command type is to do. So I'm writing these use and to do things here separately. I'll tell you in a bit of moment why we are doing this thing. Let's simply skip it for the timing. Then any other command that we have will simply be having a command dictionary. So what we will do is, instead of hard coding each of the things, so let's see how we'll structure this thing. So we'll just complete this function later. So this function will simply take the command as input and returns the command name and arguments. Okay, so let's create a folder that will be storing commands. So we want to segregate our commands from our application. So parse is a function, Dhruv, that we will be using. So it will simply be returning the command name and arguments. Okay, I'll try to go a little slowly here. So Ashish, the underscore name is equal to main simply means that when we run our application, this variable will be set to this main underscore main, and this will call the main function. You can just go through the day 3 of our Python series. This was explained in more detail. Okay. So let's create a folder. We'll create a folder that will be commands folder, right? So now inside this command folder, we will have 3 files. So let's have one file as underscore init.py. So this will be the first thing that will be running when we import this commands directory. So we will be using this commands as a module that will be importing. And one thing we'll have is list.py. This will be for working with the list commands. And one file for the for working with the to do commands. So to do's.py. So now if I open all of these things, I have these 3 more files. So in the init.py file, so parse is not an inbuilt function. So parse is a function that we will be implementing. So we'll be implementing this. We'll get to it after we structure the rest of the rest of the application. So there are some things I might go a little bit fast over here, because we will be it is mostly that you will have to implement yourself after we finish this session. So let's just increase the pace somewhat. Don't feel overwhelmed. You will be able to understand most of the things. So here we will have a dictionary of commands that will simply map the command name to the function. So it will simply basically map the command name to the command function. So then we will be having a very ease to use that function. So we will be able to understand this thing in a while. So let us say we just we will here import the lists as well. So we'll import commands.lists. So this will simply import the lists.py file, all the functions that are there in that file. We will also import the commands.todos file. So just see that we have to pass the folder name as well. So whatever imports we do in our project, we will be doing this from the the root directory. So this todo CLI live is the root directory. So here we have commands directory. So that is why we say import commands dot lists. So this will import all the functions that we have in the list .py file. So here we have some function, let us say def show list. It will take some arguments. Let's say just we are going to print the arguments. We'll have some function as create the list. We'll take some arguments. Here we'll simply print the arguments. Similarly, we will have some function, let's say use the list. So here we'll pass some argument, print the args, right? So in list we'll have these three functions, right? So now we imported all these three functions. So now we can map this show key to the function. So we can simply say lists.showLists. So now when we will be calling this function, we can simply use this dictionary. So what we'll do is we'll import this dictionary in our app.py file. So what we are doing is we are trying to get rid of hard coding these things so that we can simply use the function directly by mapping it with the key as the command name, right? So next thing is we'll have the, let's say, use command. Here we'll be using list.useList. We have the create command, lists.createList, right? Then we'll have some command for to-dos. So let's say here we have def add item. We'll take in some arguments. Simply let's say print the arguments for time being. And let's say we have def show items. It will simply show all the to-dos that we have available. So let's just skip rest of the functions. Let's just go with these two by the time being and these three functions. So we can simply map the all command to simply to-dos dot show items, right? And the add command to to-dos dot add item, right? So we simply imported these functions by using this import statement, and we are mapping the command name to the command function. So it will become very clear in a moment. In just a moment, let's make it very clear. So what we'll do is here we will simply import the commands. So if we import the commands module, this will simply run the init.py file. This will simply execute the init.py. It will create this dictionary, and you will be able to use this command name to map to the command function. Then you can execute this. So it will look something like this. So here you would be able to say something like, let me just show it to you. You'll be able to say commands. Okay, let's do this thing. What we'll do is more specifically we'll say from commands import the commands dictionary. Right. So then we can simply say here is commands dictionary of the key we will be having is command name, and then we can simply call this thing. So this is basically a function. This is a function that we can simply call with the arguments. So here we can pass in the command arguments, right? So you see that this is a very good way of calling a function. So we are trying to generalize our thing so that we have to not write many more cases here. So we don't have to hard code each of the cases, right? So whenever a new command comes, then we have to simply create a mapping over here, right? So does this point make sense now? So this will simply be used to call that particular command. So we don't have to hard code the command name directly. So we can use this init.py file, add any extra command that we have here directly, right? So any doubts till this point? Okay, so it seems like there is no doubts. It will become more clear. Okay, so this part will become more clear in a moment. So let's just try to run our program till this. Okay, what is parse? Parse is also going to be clear in a moment. So in the interest of time, let's just let me just use this thing. So the code is basically available in the GitHub repository. Let me just use this parse function. Let me just copy this thing. Sorry. So yeah. So here, let's just go through this parse function first. So it will split the command, then this will return a list. Then the command type is simply command list of 0. Then if the command type is help or quit. So these are the two commands which are separate. So we can simply, so see that we are returning the command name and argument. So here we return command type as the command name and there are no arguments. So we return an empty list. Otherwise the type could be a list type or a to-do type. So it is a list type, then we extract the command name, then the command name has to be in either show, use or create, right? So then we return the command name and the arguments will be whatever is following the second index. So whatever is after the second index. So the first index was simply list and second index could have been something like use. And after that, it could be something like list 1, right? So does that make sense? So in this case, CMD list of 2 onwards will be simply storing this list 1, right? We'll be storing this list of strings, right? And otherwise, we can return that it is an invalid command and empty arguments. Otherwise, if the type is to-do type, then we will simply take the command name and now it has to be in the list that we have, that is add, all, edit, remove, complete, incomplete. So for the time instant we are implementing only add and show functionalities, right? So add and all, so only these two. Rest of you will have to try that as an assignment. So first, let's just try to run whatever we have created till this point. And in the else cases, we'll return invalid. And here also we return invalid, right? So let's now see what happens if we run this. So just skip that these two commands for the time being, use and to do. Let's try to run our Python program. Python 3 app.py. Okay, there has been some mistake here in the line number 42. Okay, let's just have something here, print use command. So let's try to run this now. Okay, so there seems to be some mistake here as well. Okay, we missed out the comma here, right? So now let us try to see, see what command we have. So we'll see that we say that, let's say list show. Okay, commands dict is not defined. Okay, so it has to be commands dict. I just used command here, right? So let's try to run this list show. So if you see that the arguments are empty, if we say list add, or sorry, list create, if we say list add, it would give an invalid command. So please enter a valid command. Why? Because for the list type of commands, we just allowed the show, use and create. So Vidhan, we will go through everything once again. Let's try to add the functionalities right now. So let's say that if we say list create list 1, so you will see that the arguments here are list 1. So why? Because see what happens is, okay, command asks you did not understand, Vidhan. So let's go one by one once again. So first of all, we take the command as input, then we find the command type, then we call the parse function with the command name. Implementation allows things. So it will return the command name and the arguments. So let's go to the parse function. Then it will simply have the command list and the command type. Now, so let's see the list commands. So here we have list and we use the add functionality. So list add. So the command type would be list. So we will get to this else if part. Now the command name is simply add. So add is not in this list. So we will simply return invalid. So you saw that we got please enter a valid command. And if it was a create command, then it is inside this list. So we'll return the command name, that is list command, sorry, create command, and the command argument. So arguments here would be list 1, right? So arguments is whatever is after the first thing here, right? So you see that then this gets returned. So we get back here. So you see it is not a quit command, it is not invalid command, it is not a use command, it is not a to do type command, but it is the else command. So what will happen is the commands dict will have a mapping. So it will have a mapping. So the create maps to list.create list. So this will simply be, so commands dictionary of command name, this part if you see, this part will map to list.create list. So it will map to list.create list. And here what you can see is, here we will call this create list function, that is simply printing the arguments, right? So we are passing the command arguments and that is simply printing the arguments. So does this make sense how we have structured our code and how it is working? Let's try to run this. Let's say list create list 1. So it will simply show the arguments. Let's say list show empty arguments. Let's say list use list 1. It will say use command. Why? Because we are printing that thing over here. Okay, it makes some sense. So let's continue. So one thing for the time being is, let's make some simplifications here so that we'll be able to finish on time. Okay. So let us make some simplifications at this time instant. So that is, let's say that we are working with only to do type of commands. So let's also call this thing here commands dictionary of command name and command arguments. So let's first quit from here. So now let's try to say to do add. So let's just so I'm making some simplifications right now to make it easier. So we are not having multiple lists for the time being. For the time being, that you have to do as an assignment. What we are having is, we will be working on a single to-do list. So you can just add some functionalities here that we are skipping. So that code is available. If you want to see that particular thing, that will be available in the GitHub repository. So currently we are working on a single to-do list. So we'll have some commands like to do add the task 1. So you see that it will print the argument. So currently it is going to this todos.py and the add item function. So let's also try to print here inside add item function, right? So let's exit here, sorry, quit here, and let's try to run. Now we'll say to do add task 1. So you see that it prints that we are inside the add item function, right? So what we will do is, let's say we'll be working with a single file, that is, let's have this file as list1.json. So let's have this file list1.json that has simply an empty list. So we have created that thing manually for the time being. So that part would have been done in the code that is available in her GitHub repository. For the time being, let's work with this list1.json, right? So now what we have to do here is we will be getting inside this function add item, and we simply have to open this file. So what we have to do is we will open this file with open. So with open, let's say list1.json, and here we can simply say that the mode is read mode. Sorry, we have to open it in read plus write mode. So for that we will use r plus mode, that is read plus write as to do list, right? And we will import the JSON module, right, as we discussed yesterday, and we'll simply say that data is JSON dot load, and we can simply say here we'll pass the to do list. So let's try to print the data that we have, and same thing we will do in the show items also. So here also we'll say that with open, let's just copy this thing for the time being. So we can make our code more modular. We can have this thing in a separate function that will simply return the data. So what we can do is let's also do that thing. So let's simply say that get data function is there, that simply takes the file name, list name. So we can simply do this thing. We'll open this thing. Let's currently say that list name is list1.json, and we will have read mode only since we are just extracting the data. And let's say that the data is an empty list, and finally we will return the data. So what we'll say here is data is simply get data of this list1.json, right? We'll copy that part here as well, and next time we'll be opening this in the write mode. Why? Because we'll have to add this particular to do item that will be given. So how we'll extract the title? So the title will simply be arguments of 0, right? That is the title. Arguments will be a list containing the title, right? So we can simply extract it like that. And then let's do one thing. Let's simply add this. So we'll say that data.append. So what we will be appending is a dictionary, right? So that dictionary is simply having a title, that is simply this thing title, and the created at time instant. So let us say that let's just use the string here for the time being. So we'll try to modify that thing as an enhancement that you can do as an exercise. So the current time will have to be taken from the time library, so that you can try exploring once, right? So next thing that we will do is, now we will simply say that here we will say json.dump. So now we'll have to write this thing. So we can say json.dump. The object is simply data, and the file pointer is simply to do list. This thing we discussed yesterday. That we will Rohit, that you can just explore in the official Python documentation how to use date time. That code is also available in the GitHub repository that we have, where we have already implemented this to do app. And next thing that we do is we will pass, let's say sort keys is equal to true and indent is equal to true. So these are some additional parameters that we are giving as we discussed yesterday. Yes, for created at you have to use that datetime module. Okay, so now in the show items function, what we will do is we'll simply get this data. So let's say now what we'll do is we'll iterate over every to do item in this data, and then we'll simply just print it. So there is one thing. So there is one thing that is for index comma to do item. There is a function known as enumerate function. So this simply returns two things: the index as well as the list item. So in this case, we want the ID as well. So as some someone asked that question, how we'll get the ID? So the ID will simply be the index of the to do item. So this particular thing will give us index and the to do item. Let's simply print the index, comma, will print the to do item. Let's use index plus 1 and to do item of the type. The key of this will be a title. So to do item is a dictionary that contains title and created at columns, right? So we are printing the title at this instant. One thing that we can do is if length of data is 0, then we can simply say that print no to do item in this list, and we can simply return, right? So that is how we will simply operate with these files. We'll be adding data and we'll be extracting the data. Let's now try to run our program. We will be getting some errors. Let's try to see and debug them. So it's very hard that everything will work in the first go. Let's quit this thing. Okay. So now let's try to run this. So we'll say that python3 app.py. So we simply say to do show. So this is not a valid command because the valid command is, you see, it is to do all. So show is for lists, which we have not implemented. So to do all. So it says that no to do item in this list. Let's now try to say to do create, and let's say that we create some to do item, task 1. Okay, so this is also not valid because create was for lists. For to do's we have add command. So let's say to do add task 1. So it does not print anything. So that must have been created. So as a better user experience, we should have given some output that it was created. But now let's try to see it manually in the list1.json. So if you see the list1.json file, you see that we got this task created for us, right? Let's try to create one more task. Let's say that we say to do create task 2. Okay. Sorry, it has to be to do add task 2. Then you will see that task 2 has been created, right? Then now let's try to say to do all. So it will give us all the to do's that we have. 1 task 1, 2 task 2. So now let's also try to see how we'll get the time. So 1 second. So we can simply use the from datetime import the library that is datetime. So we can simply say here created at, and we'll have datetime.now. So let's try to see in the Python terminal here, Python REPL. So from datetime import datetime. So let's try to see what datetime.nav gives. So it is some kind of object. And if you see datetime.nav gives us an object that contains year, month, day, time, hour, minute, seconds, etc. Right? So we have to convert it. So I'm just using a formatter. So there is a function strftime that will format this thing. So if you see, this will give us the formatted time. So just try exploring on this strftime function. I'm just using it at the time instant. And one more thing that we had to use was the completed key. So this will simply store false at this particular instant, right? So this has to store the false variable, right? So does this make sense to everyone now? How we are doing this thing? Now let's just empty our list for the time being. Let's just empty that thing. Okay. So now let us try to see. Also, let's add one functionality. Let's also show how many items have been completed, how many tasks have been completed. So let's say that completed variable is 0. So we can simply check if to do item of completed, if this key is simply equal to true, then we can simply increment the count completed plus equal to 1. And outside this, we can simply say that print. So we will use format string. So hash of, okay, completed out of total is how much? Length of data tasks have been completed, right? So that is how we'll do this thing. So let's now try to run this to-do application that we have built in till now. So we'll simply say to-do all. So it will say that no to-do item. We'll say to-do add, let's say task 1. Let's say to-do add task 2. Now let's try to say to-do all. So you see that we get listed all the tasks and 0 out of 2 have been completed. So let's also say to-do add task 3. Now let's try to say to-do all, right? So now do you understand how this to-do application is working? So we have only implemented the minimal functionalities till this point. That is showing all the items, to-do items in the list and creating all the, creating or adding a particular task, right? So now on top of it, there are a lot of functionalities that we listed down in our requirements that you have to implement. So edit functionality, remove, complete, incomplete, and simply you have to work on this list functionality also. Currently, we are just having one single list, right? So let me give you a demo of how our final application should look like. So let me give you a demo of how our final application will look like. So we are going to so there is so if you will open the repository that we have, if you will open, let me share the link with you as well. So if you will open this repository, we have implemented everything here, but just try to build it yourself from scratch. That will give you the most of the learning. So let's now run this application. So let's see what all commands are available. So if you will run the help command, you will see that all these commands are available: list show, list use, list create, list, and then we have the to do type commands and the quit command. So let's try to see how many lists we have currently. So let's say list show. So we don't have anything. Let's try to create one. So list create list 1. So it will say successfully created the new list. Then we can say list show. It shows the list. Then we'll say list use, and let's say list use list 1. So it will say successfully chosen this list. Okay. Now let us try to work with the to-dos. Okay. Let's try to go back once again. So I'll say list use list 1. Then I'll say to do add, or basically to do all. Okay, to do all. So it will say no to dos in the list. Why don't you add one? So let's say to do add task 1. Let's now say to do all. So it says 0 out of 1 completed. Let's say to do add task 2. Let's now try to say to do all. So it says that 0 out of 2 completed. Let's now mark the first task as completed. To do complete 1. Now let's try to say to do all. So now it will say that 1 out of 2 has been completed. Okay. So also let's see how the files are visible. So if you will see that also, let's see the file. Yeah. So we have one list.json file. It stores that there is a list 1 which has the created at and title. So this is the same structure, the dictionary of dictionary that we looked in the beginning, right? And there is a list folder that will store a particular list1.json that stores all these to-do tasks. It has completed, which is true, completed at, and the title, right? So that is how it is happening. You can just look at the source code. So the structure is very similar. We have app file, then we have commands. In that we have init.py, very similar, and then we have list.py, and then we have todos.py. So the structure is the same. Just try to build it yourself once. It will give you more clarity. So let me also share the screen showing the repository. So do you have any doubts till this point? So mostly I am done with this thing. So Rohit is asking a question. why do we have to use all the commands in one go? Why we can't use all the commands in one go? Okay, so Rohit, we can do that. I was just exiting the console so that it was visible to you clearly. So why? Because everything was coming in the bottom part, right? So just for that purpose. Okay, let me share the screen showing the GitHub repository. Just give me 1 minute. I'm opening the GitHub repository. Yeah, it seems a little complex at the moment, but just try to build step by step. Like, let's once again, we'll recap the process, and then you try to build it yourself. We'll recap the process. So I hope you can see the screen now. Okay. So if you go to the introduction to Python, Scaler Academy / intro to Python repository, you will see that we have updated the lecture 6 notes here. If you click here, then you will get to this to do CLI application readme file. So so the first step is you just list out the use cases of your application, list out the commands, list out the JSON files that you will be using. So then let's go to the code. So then we had this app.py file. So if you go to app.py file, we have simply two functions. One is for the parsing of the command, and one is the main function, where you simply take the command as input, parse it, and simply run the command. So for running the command, you are using this commands dictionary, so which you have imported from the commands module, right? And then if you go to the commands module, then you simply see that there are 3 files. Are you able to see the screen? Okay. There you go to init.py, and here we just listed out the commands and mapped them to the functions, right? So for example, this show lists will map to do CLI / command / list.py def show list, right? Let's go to that function. Okay. So here we are simply opening this file and listing out the list that we have, right? So just try to create all these functions and try to implement them one by one, right? So that will be a good step-by-step procedure. Just try to first of all complete the to-dos part. We just implemented the add item and the show item functions. Just try to work on edit item, work on remove item, complete item, and incomplete, right? So just try to go function by function, and it will become very easier. So just try to build this thing from the scratch. And if you are stuck, then look at this repository. If you are stuck, then only look at this repository. So Dhruv, you have to simply pull the. So you simply have to pull from this this particular origin. So just you can search about how to update a fork. So Dhruv, just Google about how to update a fork, or you can simply do a fresh fork of this particular repository. So just go to this repository. Just also Google about how to update a particular fork. That will also be useful. So I would recommend everyone to watch this repository and fork it, so that you can simply take a copy of this code. Just go to this to do CLI and try to build this application from scratch, right? So we are done with the session. Do you have any doubts? We are done with the session. Any further doubts you have? So let's quickly recap. So we went from the first step, that was figuring out the requirements, to structuring our code. Then we implemented it, and we kept on testing the functions as we implemented them. And finally, we were able to run some part of the application, right? So just follow this step-by-step procedure and try to build this application, and just try to figure out if you can make any extra enhancements to this application, right? Just try to make your own version where you have any extra features that you can think of, right? So we basically used all the concepts that we learned till now, that is the flow control, the loops, structuring of the code, importing the modules, and basically working with JSON files, etc. So I hope it was a great learning experience, right? So a fork is basically creating a copy of a repository. Great. Okay, so that is it from today's session. I hope you enjoyed this session. Like, it will be more beneficial if you build this application from scratch by yourself, right? Okay, fine then. Thank you everyone for attending this session, and just stay tuned. Bye bye.
Hello. So today is an exciting day because we are going to start with this new series called Introduction to Django. The objective of this series is to basically get you hands-on experience with Django, to introduce Django from the very basics and towards the end to build a real SaaS product. Right? SaaS stands for Software as a Service, and we are going to make a simple to-do app that you are actually going to deploy on Heroku, and so that you and your friends can use that actual application. All right, perfect. So I hope that I am audible, and let me quickly share my screen. Perfect. I hope that you guys can see the screen as well. All right. So once again, quickly, for the entire lecture notes and the links to videos for this video series will be available on GitHub. So github.com/Scaler Academy/intro to Django. All right. So this is the URL, Scaler Academy intro to Django inside GitHub. All right. And here you will find all the lecture notes and the video for the lecture for this entire series. If you are looking for the previous series, the Introduction to Python series, the link for that is also included over here. So if you go over there, you will see the link to our Python series that we have just completed a couple days back. All right, perfect. Cool. So let us begin. Okay, so let me first of all introduce what Django is. Right. So we saw that at the end of the last video. We gave a brief overview of what Django is, but let us go over that once again. So the website for Django is djangoproject.com. All right, and let us quickly see what Django says. So Django says that Django is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean pragmatic design. Okay, so first of all, Django is a web framework for Python. That is, it allows you to build backend web servers. Right? It allows you to build websites, the backend part of websites using Python. Right? Apart from that, it is extremely powerful, extremely scalable, yet very, very simple. All right. Now, a lot of big websites, including YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest, Dropbox, all of these use Django. Right. So if you are wondering whether I can create real life applications using Django, then the answer is yes. I mean, if it works for these large companies, then it is certainly going to work for us as well. Okay. Django is extensively used. So Django was one of the highest, downloaded packages of Python. Recently, Flask has come above that, but Django is much more mature, which is why we are going to cover Django in this series. Okay, so Django provides a lot of different features out of the box. So Django provides things like authentication. It provides reusable apps out of the box. It provides first-class security. It works well with all the major databases that are out there, right? Also, Django is very, very scalable, right? So you will see that Django is really, really good for beginners who are diving into the space of creating websites. All right, cool. Now, the most important thing about Django perhaps is that Django has first-class community support. Now, what do I mean by that? Imagine that you're trying to create a project and you are stuck at some point. Right? Now, what do you usually do? You try to Google your problem. Right? You go to Stack Overflow, you go to GitHub, you watch a couple of YouTube videos. Now, if you're using a framework, if you're using a technology which is not widely known, then you might not be able to get the solution to your problems easily. That is not the case with Django. Django is extensively used, and you will find Django tutorials. You will find questions and answers on Django all across the web. All right. So if there is some point that we feel that, okay, we might need a little help over here, Django community will always be available for us. All right. Cool. So I hope you all are excited to start Django. Right. So before we can start Django, of course, we have to install Python. Now, to install Python, if you are not familiar with Python already, then I would recommend that you go and watch our previous introduction to Python series. All right, the link for that will be in the video description. Now, if you have already gotten this, if you have already gone through that series, welcome to the Django series. And what we are going to do is, we are going to first of all install Python, and then we are going to install an IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. All right. Now, most tutorials that you see on Django online, they won't ask you to work with a particular IDE. They will work with a very simple text editor, suppose VS Code or Sublime Text. Now, that is not what we are going for over here. The aim of this video series is to build something usable at the end, right? To build something usable in a very short amount of time. And for that, we are going to need as much help as possible. And for that purpose, we are going to use an IDE called PyCharm. Now, most of you might have heard of PyCharm. If you have not heard of PyCharm, PyCharm is an integrated development environment for Python development, right? So a lot of Python developers, professional Python developers use PyCharm. Now, to basically install PyCharm, you can just Google PyCharm, go to the website, right? And you can download PyCharm from over here. Okay, now PyCharm has two versions. It has a professional version and it has a community version. Professional version is paid. Community version is completely free. All right. So I would recommend that you go with the community version for now. So just download the community version and we are going to use that. On my system, I have the professional version installed, but we will not be using any professional version or any professional features. So you don't have to really worry about that. Okay. Perfect. So once you have installed PyCharm, what we are going to do is we are going to create a simple project using PyCharm in this. All right. If you are familiar with other development environments, so if you usually code in VS Code, or if you usually code in Atom or Sublime Text, or even Vim, for example, then feel free to use your own development environment. We are going to follow PyCharm because it will have certain advantages for us. All right. Now let me quickly go over what advantages PyCharm will provide. I mean, for this particular video series. So PyCharm, first of all, has first-class Django support, right? So basically, whenever we are trying to create a project in Django, whenever we are trying to structure files, whenever we are trying to refactor the code, the PyCharm will help us out a lot. Secondly, in my experience, if you are a beginner to programming, irrespective of what language you are using, or irrespective of what IDE you are using, if you are a beginner, then it really, really helps to have the support of an IDE. Right? So back when I was in class 11th or 12th, I used to learn Visual Basic, right, and the .NET framework, and we had this amazing IDE provided by Microsoft, which was the Visual Studio. Right now, IDE will help you in a lot of different ways. So basically, giving you intelligence, telling you the documentation of the functions that you are about to write. It allows you to explore code and learn things very, very quickly. All right, which is why we are going to go with PyCharm. If you don't want to go with PyCharm, that's completely okay. I mean, you can totally use any other development environment that you want. All right, cool. So let me quickly start PyCharm. So I'm going to go to my desktop and I'm going to start PyCharm. Just give me a second while I clean up the rest of the things. So I'm quickly going to open my terminal and I'm going to remove some of the things that we have. Perfect. So I am in this particular directory called Introduction to Django. I'm in this terminal. I'm in this particular directory. So I'm in my home folder. So if I print out the current directory, I'm in my home folder inside a directory called Introduction to Django. Right. And in this, I have created a folder called Lecture 1. So I'm just going to go inside this Lecture 1 folder and we are going to create. So currently this folder is empty. We are going to create our first Django application in this particular folder. All right. Perfect. Dhruv is asking, is Anaconda also an IDE? Well, Dhruv, Anaconda is kind of an IDE. However, Anaconda is used more when you are working with data science and similar projects. Like, I would not recommend you to use Anaconda for PyCharm or for Django development. All right. Perfect. Shashwat is asking which command line are you using? So Shashwat, don't worry about that. If you are wondering, why does my terminal look something like this? Then I have customized my terminal a lot. Don't worry about that. We might discuss that in one of the future lectures. All right. If you absolutely want to know, then I'm using the Quake terminal and I'm using the conch shell on top of that. Okay. Cool. Let's quickly see if we have any further questions before we move on. Perfect. Cool. So this seems like these are all the questions. Parth is asking, sir, what is the difference between Django and Flask? So Flask is also a web framework for Python. However, Flask is a micro framework, right? So Flask provides you some basic tools and technologies to quickly start your website and get them up and running. But Flask does not provide a lot of features out of the box. Flask is, Flask is really, really extensible. So whatever you can do in Django, you can also do in Flask. But if you want to do it in Flask, you will have to basically configure different things yourself. So you will have to spend a lot of time figuring out how to integrate it with an ORM, right? So that you can talk to the database. You will have to spend a lot of time figuring out how the authentication should work. And when you are doing that, a lot of the times things can go wrong. For example, a lot of the people who try to implement authentication themselves, they leave certain loopholes, they leave certain backdoors inside their applications, which they are even not aware of. Now, when you work with Django, all of this is taken care of because the experts who are in the business of web framework development, they've already taken care of all these different things for you. All right. Perfect. Cool. So let us quickly go back to our PyCharm. Now I'm going to click on new project. So I'm going to click on new project and I'm going to start a Django project. All right. I'm going to start a Django project from here. Now I'm going to choose the location of my directory, which is the lecture1 directory. Inside that, I'm going to create a basically first application, first app project. All right. Now notice that I have selected Python 3 as the base interpreter over here. So Python will automatically create a virtual environment for us. Right. So we looked at virtual environment in the previous series, in which in the lecture where we talked about how to organize files and how to work with virtual environments. Right. So Python will automatically create a virtual environment for us at this location. Right. So inside the first app folder, it will create a folder called VM, and it will put a Python 3.8 virtual environment over there. Perfect. So the moment I click create, it will start creating a Django application for us. All right. Cool. So it will take some time. It will create the virtual environment, and once it is done, let us just quickly wait for it to be done, and then we will begin. Perfect. So it is taking some time. It is creating the virtual environment. It is downloading files over there. So it is downloading things like pip. It is downloading Django. It is downloading all the dependencies, and it is putting them in the virtual environment. Once everything is done, you will get something like this. Right? So on the left over here, you will see a project browser. So you will be able to see what folders you have, and inside that, what files you have. Down over here, you will have something called the terminal. Right now, we will be using the terminal. This is just like the terminal that you can open on your own, right? So you can totally open your own terminal. So if I open this terminal, it will open up like this. Now the difference between this terminal and this terminal, the difference between this terminal and this Python terminal is just that this Python terminal automatically has the virtual environment activated for us, right? For example, if I go to my normal terminal, and if I go to my particular directory, my project directory, so my project is in my home folder /introduction to Django /lecture1 /first app. Right? If I go to this directory, you notice that I'm in this particular directory. If I try to run this thing, if I do which Python, I will see that it is currently saying that Python is not installed in my system. Right? So if I try to do which Python 3, it will say that it will use the Python 3 binary from this location. Right? It will use the Python 3 binary from this location. Now, as we see, we have a virtual environment. In this directory. To activate that virtual environment, what command did we use? Yes, that was source venv bin activate. Right? And once I basically execute this command, then we will have activated the virtual environment. Well, this is for the normal terminal. But if you look at the PyCharm terminal, automatically the virtual environment will be activated for us. So let me quickly see how to increase the font size. Just give me a second, guys. Let me quickly increase the font size and then we will continue. So editor general font. Let us make it to something like 25. 25. All right, now the text should be really, really big. Cool. So I hope now at least things are clear over here. Okay. Now, once again, as we were saying, if you look at the terminal, that Python has provided us, then automatically the virtual environment has been activated. So if I try to look at which Python binary is being used, if I type which Python, then you will see that the Python binary inside my virtual environment is being used automatically. All right. So similarly for the pip installation, this pip installation is coming from my virtual environment. So I can come over here and I can type basic commands, like I can see what dependencies Python has automatically installed for us. Right. So if I do pip list, then I will see that Python has gone ahead and installed some things like Django, ASGIRef, SQL parse, and PyTZ. Right. It has installed some of the dependencies for us automatically. Perfect. So let me clear the screen, Control L, and let me minimize this terminal. Now let us quickly go through what files we have on the left hand side over here. So when we created this app, this folder and this directory structure, this file structure was automatically created for us. All right. Cool. So inside this, on the left, we have this main folder called first app, and inside that we have everything. Right? Inside this first app folder, we have everything. Inside that we have another folder called first app once again. Right? And this is the location where your code will go. This is the location where your Python code will go. All right. Inside this, we see a dunder init.py. Right. This is underscore init__.py. It is pronounced as dunder init. All right. Dunder stands for double underscore. Now this, as we saw in the module section in the previous series, dunder init.py just tells Python that first app is a module. First app is a package, and to initialize that package, it will automatically call this dunder init.py. So if you're going to import first app, it will automatically import this dunder init.py file. All right, perfect. Apart from that, we have two very important files over here. The first file is urls.py. All right, in urls.py, you see some sort of comments over here. You see some imports being made, and finally you see a list. Right, a Python list which has the variable name URL patterns, and inside that Python list we have path admin.site.urls. Right, now what this admin stuff is, we will come to that later on. Okay, perfect, cool. So this was the urls.py file. Of course, right now it will not make a lot of sense, but do not worry. As we go ahead, we will explain these things. There's a lot of demand for using the light theme. So let me quickly switch the theme over here. Let me go to settings, appearance, and let me change the theme from the dark theme to IntelliJ Light, and quickly hit apply. All right. So is this better, guys? This is the white theme. I am not sure if this is better or not. This is nice. Okay, this is a little too heavy on the eyes, but let us continue with this. All right, cool. So we went over urls.py. Now let us quickly look at settings.py. In settings.py, we have all the configuration for a Django project. Now by default, some default values are generated for you. So you will notice that settings.py is importing a pathlib library. It is declaring a base dir, which will just be the first app folder over here. It is declaring something like a secret key, and this looks like a really weird random string. Do not worry about this, but this is needed. All right, do not really worry about this. It has set debug to true, right? So when we actually deploy our application, this debug will be set to false, right? But since we are developing it at the moment, we want all the warnings, all the errors to be displayed in the web browser, right? So which is why we have set debug equals to true. All right. Apart from that, you will see two very important things. You will see something called installed apps. Now, currently, we have not talked about what apps are, but as we go forward, we will be creating our own Django apps, right? And whenever we create a Django app, we have to tell Django that, okay, you have to look for this app inside our project, right? So we will be adding things to this particular list soon enough. All right. Perfect. Moving down, we have middleware. Currently Django has installed a lot of middleware for us. Now, if we want to add or extend this middleware, we can get extra packages from the internet and we can put that over here. So if you want to add more Django middleware, we can totally do that. All right. Apart from that, we see some root URL config, some templates, and some other stuff. Let's not worry about this right now. Just understand this, that the settings.py is the main configuration file for our project. All right. Moving on, we have these two files, asgi.py and wsgi.py. Right now, these files are just so that Django can work with ASGI or WSGI compatible servers. Right? You don't have to worry about all of these. We will discuss that later as we move on. Right? When we actually deploy this application, we will be discussing what ASGI is, what WSGI is, and why these files matter. All right. Perfect. Cool. So let me quickly close all these tabs for you. Now, if I try to run this application, I have two ways of running this application. In PyCharm, I have this nice green button on the top right. So you see this this green button. It says first app, and it gives me a green button over here. Right? So I can click this green button to run the application. Alternatively, I can go to the terminal. And I can type the following command. I can type python manage.py run server. Right? And if I do python manage.py run server, this will start the manage.py file for us. Now notice that inside this first app, we had all these different files that were sitting for us, right? That were our basic project. Apart from that, Django has also created this manage.py file. We will not be touching this file. We will not be changing anything inside this file. This file is something that Django provides so that you can talk to your website. You can manage your website. Right? So you will be sort of like the administrator for your website. And as the administrator, you might have to perform certain actions on the website. So this manage.py will help us do that. Okay. So if I run python manage.py run server, it will start the application as a web server. If I hit enter, it will take a couple of seconds to run. It will say that you have some unapplied migrations. Right? Let's not worry about what these unapplied migrations are right now. We will run these migrations soon enough. More importantly, what it says is that starting development server at 127.0.0.1 port 8000. Now 127.0.0.1 is the local host. Right? So this IP is an IP that points to my own computer. Right? And 8000 is the port. So if I try to open this link in the URL in the browser, I see some website has popped up. And the website currently says Django on the top left, and it says the install worked successfully, congratulations. And there's a nice rocket over here. All right. So basically, this is the default Django application that is created for us automatically. All right. Now, so far, we have not done anything to create this website, but already a website is available for us. Okay. So we will be changing this website. We'll be adding and customizing this website as we go on in the series. Perfect. Let us quickly wait and see if we have any questions at the moment. Niraj is asking, what is the role of middleware? Well, middleware is basically any sort of extra code that perhaps you might not have written or you might have written that provides some extra functionality. For example, for authentication or for connecting to the database, you might have to use some middleware. Right? So let us quickly see what middleware we currently have installed in our application. So once again, if I go to settings.py and if I look at this middleware thing, so I see several middlewares over here. One is security middleware. Right? So this will basically make sure that this will basically configure a lot of security settings for me. Then I have a session middleware. This will make sure that I can work with client-side HTTP sessions, right, in my application. There's some common middleware. There's some CSRF view middleware. CSRF tokens are basically something that you send so that your forms can be validated, so that you can make sure that nobody is submitting fake information to your website, to your forms. Right? Apart from that, we have authentication middleware. So this is so that users can log in, they can register onto your website, things like that. We have a message middleware, and we have an extreme options middleware. Right? So all of these are various things that Django has configured out of the box to provide the best level of security for us. All right. So as we go on, we will be adding more middleware to it. Let's not worry about it right now. But middleware is just some software that will enhance the capabilities of our application, of our website. Perfect. Okay, so this was the settings.py. Now let us quickly go back to the terminal, and we see that our web server is still running. We see some extra output has come over here. So it says quit the server with Control C. So we know that if we have to terminate the server, I can just press Control C in the terminal to kill this server. But apart from that, I see some weird output getting printed over here. It says get slash HTTP 1.1 200, and it gives me a particular value over here. It says get slash static admin CSS fonts.css and so on. So this is basically logging what get requests the browser has made to our web server. Right? So basically, when I open this particular tab, when I open this particular URL in my browser, the localhost 8000 port, then what happened was the browser basically tried to display this page. How will the browser display this page? The browser will first make a call to the web server. It will make a GET request to the web server for this particular page, for 127.0.0.1 port 8000. And Django is telling me very helpfully over here that a GET request was received. Okay, a GET request was received at this URL. The URL was slash. Right, so basically the relative URL for my website is just slash. All right, and it is telling me that the response to this was 200. So 200 is a successful response. Right, 200 is a success response for HTTP, and it is telling me how many bytes of data was sent. Okay, so this was the web page. Now in this web page, so if I go to this web page once again, if I go to view page source, then in this web page we have several other links. So we have a link to static admin CSS fonts.css. This will load all the fonts in the web page. We have some other links as well over here. So if we go down below, we have several other links over here, which might, let me just quickly see what other links we have. So it seems that that is the only link. We might have some other links that we might come across. All right. So basically we see that the browser, to load this particular page, browser will have to load the fonts from here, right? The fonts.css from here. So the next request that we see is the GET request at static admin CSS fonts.css. All right. So now this will serve. So notice that the folder over here is static. Right. This is a static file that Django is going to serve to us. Once again, the response to that was 200, which is successful, and we had some byte size. Right. So how big this this file was, and we see 3 subsequent GET requests. So inside this fonts.css, some fonts have been referred to. Right. So Roboto Light, Roboto Regular, and Roboto Bold. So the web page very quickly fetches these things for us as well. All right. So that is basically what this output means. Now, once again, to terminate this web server, I can press Control C. Right? I can press Control C on my terminal, and we see that the web server is terminated. Now, if I go back and if I try to reload this page, then I will get an error that the site cannot be reached because my server is no longer up. All right. Perfect. Cool. So let us move on. This site, I mean, we have a site up and running, but this site doesn't really do much, right? And we have not really done anything to customize this website. So let us start with a very simple customization. We are going to add an application, right? We are going to add a Django application to this website. To do that, let me come over here. So we are in the terminal once again, and I'm going to execute the command python manage.py start app, right? And I'm going to give it the name of an app. So let me name it something like app1. All right. So I'm in the terminal in my directory. I'm going to execute the command python manage.py start app. Everything is lowercase, no spaces, followed by the name of the app, app1. Now, as soon as I hit enter, nothing really happens on the terminal, right? Nothing really happens on the terminal, but something has happened in my directory. So a new directory called app1, a new directory over here has been created. And inside this directory, we have several other files. So we have a migrations folder, we have an admin.py, we have apps.py, we have models, tests, views. Right now, as we go on, we will be working with these things. So in the views.py, we will be creating our views. So views, so basically Django follows this principle of MVC framework. Right? MVC stands for model, view controller, right? So Django doesn't follow this very strictly. Django merges some of the things. So just give me a moment over here. Right? Django merges some of the things. My laptop is not too fast today. But the basic framework that is being followed is the model view controller framework. So this is the section, this is the views.py in which we will be adding our views. Moving on, we have a test.py where we can add our test cases. We have a models.py. Now model is everything that will be persisted, that will be stored in the database. So over here, we will, in this particular file, we will be interacting with the database. We will be creating several Django models using the Django ORM, right? ORM stands for the object relational mapper. Then we have the apps.py. In apps.py, we are just declaring what applications this particular application is using. We have the admin.py. Do not worry about this once again. And once again, we have the migrations and init.py. All right. So this folder and all these files was created for us when we executed this particular command in the terminal. So we executed the command python manage.py start app1. All right. Perfect. Now, before we can use this application, let us make a few changes to this. Right, so let us go to our views and let us create our first view over here. Okay, let us create our first view over here. So we are going to give it a function like def index, and we are going to accept a request. We are going to accept a request. Now, what is a request? As we said, when the browser fetches a particular page, it sends a lot of information to us. So it sends us what page we are looking for. It might send us what cookies the user has on their site. It might send us a ton of other information, right? It also tells us what type of request the browser is making, right? So either it can be making a GET request or a POST request or a PUT request and all the other types of HTTP requests. So what we are basically telling is, in this function, right? In this function, whenever a request to a particular web page is made, what web page is made, we don't know about that right now. But when a request to a particular web page is made, take that request, take all the information in that request and call this function with that information. All right, call this function with that information. In that, and in this, we are not really going to use the request thing at all. We are simply going to return something. So we are going to return an HTTP response. Right, and in this response, we are going to provide some text over here. So I can say, hello world, hello. This app seems to be working fine. All right. Now, because we have used the function HTTP response over here, we have to import this. Right now, Python gives me a very nice, helpful pop-up over here. It says that, okay, I know that HTTP response comes from django.http.http response. So if I just click this button, it will automatically import this for me. All right. So, I mean, if you're not using Python, you can also type this manually from django.http import HTTP response. All right. So basically, whenever someone goes to a particular URL, we will define what that URL. But when someone goes to a particular URL, a request will be made. That request will be sent to this function, this index function, right? And this index function will send this as a response. So this is what we will see in the browser. All right. Perfect. Cool. Let us try to run this. Before running this, we will have to do some configuration. So first of all, we will have to tell it what URL should this page be displayed on. Right. So what really URL should this page be displayed on? To configure that, let us quickly create a new file. Right. So let me go over here. Just give me a moment. Let me also connect my charger. So just give me a moment, guys, while I connect my charger, and then we will be back. All right, we are back. Okay. So once again, this view is basically going to accept a GET request to a particular URL, and it is going to return this as the response. And now let us configure what URL this view will be displayed. So for that, we are going to go in this app1 folder, and we are going to create a new file. We are going to create a new Python file, and that file will be urls.py. Okay, so notice that this is plural. This is urls.py. Okay, so this new file has been created over here. Inside this urls.py, let us try to configure the path that will actually display that particular view. So for that, we are going to give something like URL patterns. So we have to define a list called URL patterns. Right now, this urls.py will be very similar to the urls.py that Django had automatically created for us. Right. So in the file that Django had automatically created for us, we had imported certain things. So from Django URLs import path, from Django concept import admin, and we define the URL patterns. Right. We are going to do something very similar in our own urls.py inside this app file. So we are going to define URL patterns. In the URL patterns, we are going to say that, okay, let us define a path. Let us define a path. And the path, let us give a particular path for this request. Okay, so if someone enters an empty URL over there, then the request will be routed to this particular path. And where should this request go? So once a request to this URL is made, take that request and reroute it to a particular location. So we want it to be rerouted to this particular index function. Right? Inside views.py, we want it to be forwarded to index function. So let us come over here and say views.index. Right? So basically inside the views file, this index function. Now, of course, we are going to have to import that. Right? So to make this work, we are going to have to import views. Import views. Now, notice that this views is inside our app1. This views is inside our app1, and our app1 is actually a package inside our module. Right? Our app1 is inside a pack. It's actually a package inside our module. So we will have to use a relative import over here. It will have to use a relative import over here. So we can come over here and say from the current folder, from the current package, import views. And now this import will work correctly. Okay. So now that we have this, we are defining that, okay, if a request when empty URL comes, then please send it to this function views.index. And let us also give this a name called index. Right. Now, do not worry about what this name is right now. We will see why this name is useful and where do we really use it later on. Okay. Now, currently we are getting an error at this path function. It is saying unresolved reference path. Right. So we have to import this function as well. So let us quickly do that. Let us say from Django.urls import path. Right. So now this URLs has been correctly configured. Once again, in the urls.py, we are simply telling Django that if a request comes to this URL, what is the URL? The empty URL. If a request comes to this URL, please send that request to this function views.index. And where is this function? This function is over here. Right? Perfect. Now, this is not enough. We have to configure it a little bit more. So now if we go, so this was our own this was our own urls.py. If you look at the previous url.py, the one that Django had already created for us, currently this is the main urls.py. Right? Whenever Django is running your project, Django will be looking at this particular urls.py to define all these things. So we have to tell Django that, hey, it is fine if you are looking over here, but please also look in this urls.py that I have just created. Right? Please also look at this urls.py that I have just created. So for that, we are going to add another path over here. We are going to add a path and we are going to give this a name. So we are going to give this a name, something like app1. And in this, we are going to include our own URLs file. So include app1.urls. Right? So basically, we have added another item to the list, the URL patterns list. The pattern we have added is, this is the path to the URL. Right? This is the path to URL app1 / and we are saying include app1.urls. Right? Now, once again, this include thing we have to include. So we can just include it from Django.urls. So let us include this. Let us import this function include. Now what we are saying, basically, what we have just told Django is, whenever someone makes a request to this particular path, right? So whenever someone goes to something like HTTP localhost 8000, right? So this is where our server is running. Inside this, if someone goes to app1, then after this, wherever that person goes, right? After this, wherever that person goes, take this URL and send it to app1.urls. Right? Take this XXXX URL and send it to app1.urls. And whatever app1.urls will do with it, it will do with it, right? I don't really care about it. So basically, if someone now goes to localhost /app1, if someone goes to this particular location, then what will happen? This URL, right? So there's nothing after this. So app1.urls will be called with an empty URL. Okay. App1.urls will be called with an empty URL. Inside the URL patterns, we will see that yes, we are matching an empty URL over here. So because this empty URL is matched, we will go inside views.index and this function will be called with our request. All right, and we should see this in the browser. Seems to be working. Let me fix the typo over here. Okay, perfect. Now let us quickly run this application once again. So once again, I'm going to go to my terminal and I'm going to say python manage.py run server. Right, and when I hit enter, the server is up and running once again. If I go to the URL again, we see that nothing really has changed. Right? We see that nothing really has changed except for the fact that we are saying we are now getting that the page does not exist. Right? We are not now getting that the page does not exist. Well, let's not worry. Let us go to /app1. Right? Let us go to /app1, and over here we see this response being printed out. Is that clear? So this is the response that we had coded over there. This is the response that we had told Django to give us inside the views.py. This is the response that we had asked Django to give us. Is this clear, guys? Yes? Cool. Now there's a lot of things that we have skipped over here. So we currently don't understand what apps really are. We don't understand what the admin is, what the URL patterns are, what a view is. Let's not worry about that right now. As we go on, as we explore further, we will be taking each and every one of these things and explaining them in much more detail. So we will be talking about what views are, what models are, what the Django admin is, what these different URL patterns are, and what apps really are and how to use these apps. All right. Cool. So this is a very brief introduction to Django project. Today, we just installed Django. We installed PyCharm. We created a simple Django project. And so we saw a default website being printed out. Then we added an app to it. That app was called app1. And we simply configured a simple view inside this app1. And we actually rendered that out. So now now we have a website. If someone goes to this website /app1, they will be able to see this particular response. Now, once again, this is not very useful, but as we go forward, we will be customizing these things. All right. Perfect. Raghav is asking, do we not need to add it to the apps, the setting? Well, Raghav, for now, no, we don't have to do that, right? So if I go to settings.py, and if I look at the installed apps, I don't really see my app1 over there, right? I don't really see my app1 over there anywhere, right? My app1 is not over there. That is not going to be any trouble right now. So I'm going to explain why, which sort of apps you have to put in this installed apps. All right. Now, Spurs is asking, can you please push this on Git? Definitely, Spurs. So let me quickly go to my parent folder and let me see what is happening. Git add. So I will basically make sure that this VM is not pushed to the Git, and then I will push it to the Git. Right? Let me actually do that. So let me create a git ignore over here. Vim.git ignore. All right, this seems to be fine. Let me quickly add this. Git commit. Add simple Django app. All right. Perfect. Now, once again, if this looked kind of scary to you, do not worry. As we go on, we will also be understanding in some video series, we will also be looking at what Git is and why it is useful. Right? Let's not worry about it right now. But whatever code we have done till now, whatever code we showed till now, we have already updated that on the GitHub repository. So if you go to GitHub, you will see lecture 1 first app over there. And inside this, you will be able to see whatever files we had created. Right? So let us quickly see if we have any other questions, and then we will basically end the lecture. And we will continue with Django in this particular video series once again. All right. Perfect. Let us quickly see what questions we have. Pranay is asking, can you please explain the last part? If nothing is there after it, then it will redirect. But something like XXX is there, where will it get redirected to? Pranay, very good question. So let us actually see what happens. Right. So basically, I'm going to this URL 127.0.0.1, port 8000, app1, and after that, let me put something like XXXX. Right? Let me put this. So it is telling me page not found. Right? It is telling me page not found. Let us quickly see what really happened inside. Right? Let us see what happened. So Django looked at this URL.py, and Django said that, okay, the URL begins with app1. This URL that I have asked for, this begins with app1. So I should send the remaining request to this particular URL's file. right? So the remaining request, which is xxxxx, got sent to this particular URL file. Now, in this URL file, we have these patterns. Right? We tried to match. Okay, is the path empty? No, the path is not empty. Right? So xxxx will not match the empty path. So, but that is all the patterns that we have decided. Right? That is all the patterns that we have defined. So Django says that, all right, this is a pattern that I don't really have a page for. Okay, Django says this is a pattern that I don't really have a page for, which is why Django is giving us this page not found error. All right. If instead of this, let me copy this multiple x's and let me put this in the path. Let me put this in the path over there. Now, if I try to reload this page will work. Now, if I try to reload this page will work. But our original page with the empty URL, this will no longer work now. Right? If I want both of them to work, I can simply copy paste this. I can simply duplicate this line, and I can have both these URLs. So even if someone goes to this URL inside app1, or if someone goes to the empty URL inside app1, both will get redirected to the same function. So now if I try to run this page works as well, and also does this page work. Is that clear? Perfect. Okay, so that is basically it. If you have any further questions, let us see them in the chat. Otherwise, the lecture is basically ended. Please make sure that before tomorrow's lecture, you have Python installed, you have PyCharm installed, or whatever development environment you would like to work for. Okay, if you don't have any previous choices, I would strongly recommend that you install PyCharm. Chirag is asking, sir, I am from Node.js background and have attended Intro to Python series. How do I get started with Django? From basics onwards or projects in Django? So basically, Chirag, this series is exactly meant to get you started with Django. Right? So I would recommend that if you have already covered the Introduction to Python series, just stay along with us in this series, and we will be making a to-do application in this series using Django. Once you are done with this series, towards the end, I will also be giving you certain pointers where you can go from here. Right? So just like we did in the previous series, we gave you some resources and we told you what to look for next, right? Where to learn things next from. So just like that, in this Django series, towards the end, we will also be telling you what has to come next. Perfect. Jay Surya is saying how to have a default error page. Well, Jay Surya, currently this default error page, this default 404 page, this is something that Django provides to us out of the box. Right now, let us quickly see over here. What it says. It says that you are seeing this error because you have debug equals to true in your settings file. Right. So if I go to my settings file and if I change that, if I go to my settings file and if I change the debug equals to true to false, and if I rerun this application, it will currently not allow me to run this because run server actually runs for debug mode. But basically in the production environment, instead of giving me this nice page, it will just return me a standard 404 error message. Right? Now I can totally customize that. Let us not worry about how to customize that right now. There is some things that you can do. You can tell basically Django that, all right, if this is the error code, then this is the kind of page that you should show. All right. Perfect. Vinay is asking, is Jupyter okay? So Vinay, I would strongly suggest that no. So Jupyter provides you with something like a notebook. Right? Jupyter is basically aimed so that you can do interactive programming. So it is very useful when you are exploring data sets. So basically you have a data set, you quickly load it, you try to run some functions on it, you try to change the data set somehow, and you basically see the output right away. So Jupyter is very helpful for that. For something like Django development, you can still use it, but it is not going to be very useful. All right. Perfect. Shravan is asking, in this we use Python as backend and HTML CSS for designing, and Django is the framework which manages this, right? So yes, Shravan, basically Django is the backend part for us. Right? Django is the backend part for us. So what Django will allow us to do is, it will allow us to render different views. It will allow us to render different templates towards the front end. So we will be doing the most of the front end in HTML and CSS. We might also add some JavaScript to it, but from the backend, Django might inject some extra features into that HTML. Right? So Django might change the HTML before sending it out to the user, depending on what the URL is and what the state is. All right, perfect, cool. So I suppose that is it. See you guys again in tomorrow's lecture. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. So we are back with the Introduction to Django series. And today what we are going to do is we are going to work on a very simple website. It is going to be mostly a static website, but it will have some dynamic content in it. All right. So this class was supposed to be yesterday, first of all, but yesterday we had to postpone due to some technical reasons. So we are continuing with this today. All right. Perfect. Pratik is saying before the class starts, anyone interested in changing the time from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., 6 to 7? IPL aa raha hai, dosto. Well, Pratik will have to discuss that internally in the team. And if that works, we will probably be able to change the time, but we'll have to discuss that. Okay. Cool. Now, last time I basically reviewed the last stream and I noticed that some students were having very genuine issues. So first of all, the screen was not too clear. Right. The reason was that I was streaming at 720p and my screen was 1080p, right? So there was some compression going on there. So today I have tried to fix that. So let us see how this goes. All right, there's one more thing. So let me quickly share the screen. Let me quickly share my screen. Perfect. All right, I hope that all of you can see the screen. Yes, perfect. So let me quickly, interesting. All right, just give me a moment. Perfect. So let me quickly open PyCharm. So last time I was using this PyCharm professional thing, right? So I had the Python Ultimate, so I was using that. And Python Ultimate has first class support for Django. Now I noticed that the community version of PyCharm does not provide the Django creation script out of the box. Right, so if you go to PyCharm, the community edition, if I try to start this, it will load in a second. Right, so I'm loading the latest community edition. If I click new project, it is not really showing me. It is not really showing me any option to create a Django-based project. All right. So there's a stray cat on the screen. I am not sure what you mean by that. Can you elaborate briefly class yesterday? So Vidhan, we did not have a class yesterday. We had a class day before yesterday. In the day before yesterday class, we discussed how to quickly create a Django project, right? And what Django is, what it provides, things like that. Now in that stream, what I basically did was I was using PyCharm Ultimate version, the paid version of that. And that has a way of creating Django projects that is not available in the community version. So let us quickly go through that first. Right, let us quickly go through that first. So let me cancel this. Let us not create a project using PyCharm. Let us instead go to a terminal. Right, let us go to a terminal. So I'm just going to enter bash because I'm using a different shell. So this is what the terminal looks like. I'm currently in this directory. So I'm in my home folder, home/truck, and inside that I have the folder Introduction to Django. All right, so let's quickly see what files are there. So there's just one lecture1, lecture1.md, and there's some folder called lecture2. Let me quickly remove this folder. Lecture2, right? And we are going to create this folder fresh. All right. So we are going to see how to create a Django project from the command line without using any sort of IDE. All right. So first, let us quickly create the directory for this. Let us quickly create the directory for this. So I'm going to make a dir lecture2. Right. So mkdir is the make directory command that will create a directory called lecture2. Now, if I want to go inside this directory, I can do cd lecture2. And now I'm inside this directory, and this directory is currently empty. All right. So let me create one more folder. So let me call this mkdir to-do project. All right. So this will be the name of our project, to-do project, and we are going to create this directory as well. So now I have this to-do project directory in my in my current directory. All right. So what I'm going to do first of all, let me quickly go inside this to-do project. What I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to create a virtual environment. Now, if you were doing this using the PyCharm Ultimate version, it would have automatically created a virtual environment for us. Since we are doing this with a terminal, we will have to do that manually. All right. Now, if you guys remember, what is the virtual environment used for? The virtual environment is used for making sure that our dependencies are well managed and isolated from the rest of the system. Right. So, how to create a virtual environment? Very simply, we can type the virtual environment command. So that is virtual env. We can provide it a path to the Python interpreter. So to figure out where the Python interpreter is, we have to first run a command like which Python 3. And this will tell me that, hey, Python 3 is currently installed in user bin Python 3. Right? This will tell me this binary is installed in this location. I can also check what version of Python 3 I'm running by doing this. Right? So I'm running Python 3.8.2 and it is located in this particular directory. So now if I want to create a virtual environment using this version of Python, I will have to do virtual env. Then -p stands for supplying the Python interpreter path. Right? So I'm going to supply the Python path. So user bin Python 3, right? And then I'm going to give it the name of the VM directory, right? Give it the name of the virtual environment directory. So I'm just going to name it VM. Right? The moment I hit enter, it will take a few seconds, but it will say that I created a virtual environment using this version of Python, right? And it went ahead and installed some things for us. So let us quickly see what happened. So if I do ls, we will see a VM directory has been created. And inside this VM directory, we have a ton of different things. So inside this VM directory, lsvm, we have a ton of different things, right? So once again, we are in this directory. Now to activate the virtual environment, what do we do? To activate a virtual environment, what command did we use? So the command was source, right? This will make sure, so typing source will make sure that whatever command we run, if that command exports anything, if that command makes any changes to our shell, then that changes are reflected, right? Reflected back. So source VM bin activate. Yes. So when I press enter, something will happen. So first of all, I got this new thing added to my prompt. The VM got added to my prompt. And now if I do which Python, you will see that Python is now pointing to the Python inside this virtual environment directory. All right. And now I can also do which pip. You will see that pip is also pointing to the pip inside this virtual environment. All right. Perfect. So now what I can come over here and do is I can very quickly install the Django dependencies inside this virtual environment. Right. So if I will do pip install Django. Right. And what that will do is this will install Django in my current virtual environment, right? In the current virtual environment. So it will take some time to install Django. It will download some stuff, right? So once it is done, we will see successfully installed all this stuff and we are done now. Okay. Now, if I want to see whether Django has been correctly installed or not, I can do several things. So first of all, I can do pip list, right? And inside pip list, I will be able to see a package named Django has been installed, right? So that's good. Alternatively, what I can do is I can start the Python interpreter, right? And I can try to import Django. So this also works. So I know that Django is correctly installed, right? Perfect. So once again, we are in this directory. Now what we are going to do is to create a Django project. Django provides this very handy terminal utility. It provides this command line interface, right, which is called the Django admin, right? DGANGO -admin. Right? If I do Django admin --help, it will give me that, okay, Django admin supports the following commands. It supports all these different commands. So check, compile messages, all these weird things, right? Let's not worry about all of these at the moment. The command that we are looking for is Django admin start project, right? And then we are going to give the name of a project, right? So we want to name a project to do project. So let us quickly call this to do project, and we have to give it a directory. So I want this project to be placed in the same directory as the directory I am in. So I'm just going to put a dot. Dot stands for the current directory. All right. Dot stands for the current directory. Perfect. So if I hit enter, something will happen. So I don't really see any output on my screen. But if I now try to list the directory, I see that several things have happened. A folder called to do project has been created. A file called manage.py has been created, right? And if I look inside this to do project, I will see some files are there. The familiar files, vendor init, settings.py, which we saw earlier, urls.py, which we saw earlier, wsgi and asgi, which we said that we will talk about later. All right. So this is how you create a Django project without using something like Python, by using the terminal itself. Is this clear? Perfect. Now what we are going to do is we have this setup. Now let us quickly load this project in Python. Right. So now I'm going to click on open. So I'm opening a project and I will have to navigate to where my project is located. So it is in Pragya. Inside Pragya, it is an introduction to Django. Inside that, it is in lecture 2. And inside that, it is in the to-do project. Right? So you will see inside to-do project, there's also a to-do project. But the directory that we are going to select is the directory which will have this manage.py. Right? This manage.py is not inside this folder. This manage.py is inside this folder. So this is the folder that we are going to select. All right. So we click OK over here, and PyCharm will load this project for us. So it will take some time. It will do some indexing and stuff. It will prepare the workspace for us. And after some time, things will be ready. All right. So it is taking a moment over here. Yes. Cool. So let us quickly go inside this to-do project, and let us look at this settings.py. Okay, I'm just going to double click it. It is going to open the settings.py file. Now, one thing that I want to do in PyCharm before proceeding is I want to go to this VM. I want to go to this VM. I want to right click it. And I want to select mark directory as okay, it is automatically excluded. Right. So if this does not show up as orange, then you have to go right click over it, mark directory as, and then exclude it. Right? That is basically telling PyCharm that in this directory, there is no source code files. It is just a virtual environment. All right. Perfect. So once this is done, now what we can do is we can try to run the project. Now we see two ways. We saw two ways of running the project last time. What were the two ways? One way was using the terminal. Right? So if I click over here and I open the terminal, it will take some time to open up. Let me go in the bash mode. All right. The one way I can run the terminal, one way I can run this program is by saying Python manage.py and doing what? Calling run server. Right? If I run Python manage.py run server, if I hit enter, it will start this Django project. Right? It said that, okay, I'm starting this Django project, and it has started this at this particular URL. If I open this URL in the browser, let me quickly open that. Right. So if I open this URL in the browser, we see that familiar default page that Django provides us with the fancy rocket. All right. Now, if I go back to the PyCharm window, just a moment. All right. Perfect. Now, to stop this, I can press Control C. Right? To stop this, I can press Control C. Well, the terminal is perhaps not the best way of always running our projects. Because we are in an IDE, let us create a run configuration. Right? Let us create a build configuration. To do that, what we are going to do is we are going to go to this large button, Add Configuration on the top right. Right? Currently, no configurations has been provided for us. So we are going to click on Add Configuration, and we are going to add a configuration. Okay, we are going to add a configuration. In this, we are going to choose a normal Python configuration. All right. We are going to choose a normal Python configuration. And what we are going to do is we are going to give it a name. So let us give it a name like run server, because this is what we want to do. Right? We want to run the command run server. Now in the script path, instead of choosing the script path, let us quickly choose the module name. Right? And in the module name, let us provide manage. So what this is going to do is this is going to run the manage.py file. Okay, it is going to run the manage.py file. Now we have to provide some parameters to it. What parameters do we want? We want to run the server, right? We want manage.py to run the server. So we'll just provide the parameter run server over here. Right? Now basically this will be when we click apply and OK, this will be saved as a configuration. This will be saved as a configuration. And now you see we have this configuration over here, run server. And we have this nice green button over here. It also says that I can press Shift F10 to run that project. So if I just click on run now, you see that this thing has been run in a separate window group, right? So it is no longer in terminal. It is inside this run window. Right? And the good thing about that is you can very simply stop the server from here. You can simply rerun the server from here, and the output is managed. It does not really clutter your terminal. All right. So that is basically how you configure basically a run configuration in PyCharm. All right. Now I'm going to stop this project. I can either click this button or I can click this button. So let me just click this, and it will stop the server. I can minimize this now. Perfect. Cool. Now what we are going to do is we are going to very simply create an application. Right? We are going to create an application. Let us call this simple website, right? Or let us call this something else. So to create an application inside a Django project, to create a Django app, what do we have to do? We have to do Python manage.py start app and followed by the name of the app. Right? So let us name this app something like tasks. Okay, so we are going to create a to-do project. In the to-do project, we will have something called tasks. So the user will be able to add tasks, they will be able to remove tasks, and so on. Okay, so I'm just going to hit enter over here. And when I do that, something will happen. So I don't really see any output in my terminal. But if I go back to my files, I will see that a folder called tasks has been created over here. All right, a folder called tasks has been created over here. And inside this tasks folder, I have several familiar things. So I have done the init, I have done the admin, done the apps, models, tests, views, and so on. All right, perfect. Cool. So let us not worry about all of these now. Let me just click close all these files. So this is what we have. We have very simply created a tasks application, right? Now, what we want to do is we want to very simply create a view. So this is what we saw in the last class. So to create a view, I can come over here and I can say def, let's say index, right? And it will accept a request. And I can just say render, or I can just perhaps return HTML response. And inside this HTML response, I can provide some text. So I can import this. Just give me a moment. So this was not HTML response. So let's not worry about that. Let's render a template directly. Okay. So we are going to return some value over here. Right? So let us say return something. So we will fix this later. So I'm just going to do a pass at the moment. Right. So this index function, this is a view. This is a function-based view that we have created over here. To register this view, once again, what do we have to do? To register this view, inside the tasks folder, we have to create a urls.py. Right? We have to create a new file, urls.py. Right? And inside this urls.py, we have to provide some URL patterns. Right? So we have to provide some URL patterns. We have to provide URL patterns, something like URL patterns equals to, and we are going to provide it some path. Inside the path, we are going to say what the path is and what you should render. Right? So we want to render views.py. Right? So for that, I'm going to from dot import views. Right? And I'm going to say, if this is the path, if the path is the empty URL, then please render views.index. Okay? Please render this function in views.index for me. And let me also import this function called path. Right? And I will import this from django.urls.path. Right? So basically, this is done now. So if a request comes to my tasks application, and if the URL for that request is empty, then I will render this particular template. Okay, I will render this particular function. Okay. Now, once again, this is not complete. So currently, nobody is really sending the URL to my tasks project. So for doing that, I have to come to this global urls.py. Right? Inside this to-do project, there's another urls.py. I have to come over there and I have to add a URL pattern. The pattern can look something like, just give me a minute. The pattern could look something like, why is it not typing? All right. So path, and I can provide it a URL. So something like tasks / and then I can include the tasks.urls file. Right. Now I'll quickly import this include function. To do that, I'll press Alt Enter and import this name from django.urls.include. Okay. So now basically what I'm telling is, if anyone goes to the website /tasks, then please send all those requests to tasks.url. Right? Please send all those requests to tasks.url. Inside that, I'm saying if someone enters the empty URL, then please go to index. Is that clear first of all? All right. Perfect. Now this is what we did last time. Let us not do this right now. So inside this views.py, I'm going to remove this index. I'm going to remove this index function from views.py. Let me go to tasks URLs. So notice that there are two URLs files. There is the project-wide URLs. So this is the to-do project urls.py. This is the project-wide URLs. The other is the tasks URLs. Right? Inside tasks, I have this urls.py. So we are mostly dealing with this tasks urls.py. All right. Instead of returning instead of returning a particular function, what I'm going to return is I'm going to return a template. All right, I'm going to return a particular template. Now to do that, what I can say is I can use a function that Django provides. The function is template view dot as view, and I can provide it a template name. Template name equals to something like index.html. HTML. All right. Perfect. Now once again, I have to import this name. So import template view from this particular location. All right. So from Django.views.generate, import template view, and I can put this thing over here. So let us quickly try to run the server right now. Okay, let us quickly try to run the server right now. So if I click on this green button, it will run the server. Let me go to so it is saying that, all right, the server is up and running. If I go back to the browser, if I reload this page, I will see this familiar 404 page not found error. Let me go to /tasks, because that is the URL that we have registered, the website /tasks. And if I hit enter, it is giving me a different error. It is giving me an error saying template does not exist at tasks. And it is saying that you were requesting this index.html template, but this index.html template does not exist. All right, and that's fair because we have not really created this template. We have just told Django that, hey, whenever someone goes to this tasks page, give them this template back. All right. So now our task is to create that template. Okay. Our task is to create that template. Now to create that template, what we are going to do is we are going to go to this global settings.py. Okay. We are going to go to this settings.py and we are going to configure the templates location. Just give me a second. We are going to configure a templates location. All right. So this is allowed host. This is installed apps. This is middleware. Somewhere at the bottom over here, we see templates. And inside that, we see an empty list for the directories. All right, we see an empty list for the directories. Over here, we are going to provide it a directory. Okay, over here, we are going to provide it a directory. Now, let us quickly see what variables we have. At the top, this variable is declared for us called base dir. All right, this variable is declared for us. Let us see what location that variable points to. That variable says that, okay, path dunder file. Now, dunder file in Python is the path of the current file. So I'm in settings.py. So dunder file will be the path of settings.py. Okay, so it will be /home/project. So it will be /home/project /intro to Django /lecture2 /to project /settings.py. Right now, what I want to do is I want to go to its parent folder, which is to project, and its parent folder, which is to project. All right, so this is the base directory. This is the base directory of my project, and basically base dir points to this by doing get the path, go to the parent, and go to the parent once again. Okay. Yes. Perfect. So this is the base dir for us. Now I want to create a templates directory. So let me go into this to-do project. Let me right click and create a new directory. And let me call this templates. Okay, so I'm creating a new templates directory inside this base directory. Inside my project root, I'm creating this templates directory. Now, once I have done that, I can go to this templates configuration over here. And inside the DIS, I can provide the location to this templates directory. To do that, what I have to type is base dir /templates. Right? So base dir is basically a path variable. Base dir is a path object in Python, and path objects override this divide function. Right? Path objects override this divide function that allows us to basically concatenate paths. So it will take base dir directory, it will concatenate it with templates. Okay, don't worry about this about how this works. This is basically kind of like string concatenation, but this does not work with strings. This works just with path variables. Okay, cool. Now once we have this configured, let us try to rerun this again. So notice that since I'm in the development setting, since I'm in the development mode, I don't have to really run the server again and again. The moment something changes, the moment a file changes, the server will restart automatically. So let me go back to the browser and let me try to reload this page. But once again, I'm getting the same error. I'm getting the same error. It says me that index.html does not exist yet. Well, the reason is once again the same. We have told Django where to look. We have told Django what directory to look in, but we have not created the index.html file. So let me quickly go and let me create a file, HTML file, index.html. Okay. So this is the index.html. Let me quickly add some. So this is the index.html file. Let me quickly add some text to it. Now if I reload this page, I see that this file has been rendered. Is that clear? Right? So once again, what we did was we went to the views, we deleted the index view, we deleted that function. Instead of that, inside the URL, we told Django to render a template, right? To render a template. And how did we tell Django that? We told Django that so Django provides a function template view. Right? If we do template view.asView and provided a template name, Django will basically render this template whenever someone hits this URL. Right? So what we said was, hey Django, find this index.html template, and when someone goes to the URL /tasks/empty, just render this index.html from me. Right? And once again, to help Django locate the index.html, we had to go inside settings and we had to provide the templates directory. We had to provide the templates directory, which is just going to be the base directory. Inside that, the templates folder. All right? Perfect. Okay. So let us quickly see what doubts are there till now. Pranay is asking, what is the difference between to-do application and tasks folder? So this to-do project is the Django project, right? So in Django, let me quickly go to index.html. Basically, let me type over here. In Django, we have two things. We have two things. That one is the main project, right? Main project. So our main project over here is the to-do project. Inside this main project, we have several modules, right? We have several sub-modules that may or may not work independently, right? So basically, we want to divide a project into sub-modules so that those modules are reusable. I can reuse those modules elsewhere, right? And those modules are basically called Django apps. Okay? Those modules are basically called Django apps. So I can totally do all of this inside the to-do project itself, but it is usually a better practice to create a new application, to create a new Django app, right? And then do the work inside that. Is that clear? So which is why we did this thing called Python manage.py start app, and we gave the name of the app as tasks, right? Which created this tasks folder inside this. Perfect. Now we are getting a question. Rohit says, why are we using template view as method? So once again, the template view is just there. So this is a function that Django provides that tells us that, hey, please find this template and render it for me. There are other ways of doing this. And as we move forward, we will look at what other ways of doing this are. Right? So we will do something similar, but we will do it manually. Right? We will not be using this function. But for now, this is a very simple function that Django provides so that we can render a particular template. We can give it a template name over here. And whenever someone comes to this URL, Django will just render this template for us. Okay? Perfect. Let us see what other questions we have. Okay, Bhupali is saying that the speed is too fast. Okay, Bhupali, so thank you for the feedback. I'll try to go a little slower. What is the use of render? What is the use of render? So, Vidhan, we will come to that. Render is another function that Django provides that allows us to render a template with some context. Okay, so what is a context and how does rendering work? We will come to that when we talk about the template engine of Django. All right. Perfect. All right. So let us move on from here. So we did this and we got a very simple index.html file. All right. Perfect. Now let us say that I want to create another file. Right. So I go back to the settings, I go back to this urls.py, and perhaps for this about page, right? Perhaps if someone goes to /tasks/about, I want to render this about.html, right? Or basically, if someone goes to /path/blog, I want to perhaps render this blog.html, right? So I will have to create several HTML files over here, right? So let me quickly copy this index.html and let me create a blog.html. Let me create perhaps about.html and so on and so forth. Right, so I've created two files, blog.html and about.html. Let us quickly open these as well. Inside the blog.html, I can provide this is the blog page. So this is the about page, And inside the blog, I can say this is the blog page, right? So let me quickly save these two files, and let me save this urls.py as well. So now if I go back to the browser and if I run this, so /tasks/nothing gives me this index page, /tasks/about gives me this about page, and /tasks/blog gives me this blog page. Is that clear? Yes, perfect. So let us move on from here. Now suppose that we wanted to include some extra stuff in this index HTML page. So currently we have this very simple file, right? Currently we have this very simple file, but when you're actually building a website, you won't have things as simple as that. Like you want to include some JavaScript, you want to include some CSS and a lot of different things. So let us try to do that. Let us try to include Bootstrap. Right? So how many of you are familiar with Bootstrap? Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is just a library that provides us nice styling. Right? It's a open source CSS framework. Is that clear? So if I go to Bootstrap, I want to include Bootstrap in my project. Now to include Bootstrap, let me go to the tutorial, and it says that to include Bootstrap, I can just put this link in there. Right? Just put this link in the head tag. Right? It says copy paste the style sheet link into your head. All right. So let me just quickly copy this. Let me just copy this, and inside the head, let me paste this. Let me paste this over here. Okay. So let me paste this over here. Let me try to reload the index.html now. So I'll go back to the index.html and let me try to run this. Right? This is index.html file. Currently, I don't really see any difference. Right? Currently, I don't really see any difference. But let us try to do something. Right? Let us try to create a paragraph over here. Right? Lorem ipsum. So let me create a head tag. Inside this head tag, I will perhaps put this. Right? So I have basically added some elements. I have added a head tag and I've added a p tag. All right. And let me basically copy this into the about page as well. Let me copy this into the about page as well. So this is about.html. Now let me try to rerun this file. Let me try to load this. So task.file, the index.py, index.html looks like this. Right? And if I go to about looks a little different. Right? Notice that both the files have the same content. Both of them have an h1 tag and a p tag, but the about page looks a little different from the index page. And the reason is that the index page has Bootstrap. The index page has Bootstrap inside it. And Bootstrap will basically change the styles of the different elements that I'm using. All right. Now, perhaps if I want to include Bootstrap across my entire website, so I have two options. Either I can take this link and I can paste it inside each one of my files. Right? I can provide this link inside each one of my files. So if I do that, now my index page looks like this and my about page also looks similar. Right? But this is not a very good practice. Why is this not a very good practice? Because you are repeating yourself. Right? You are repeating yourself again and again. Suppose that you wanted to change. Right? Suppose currently we are using the Bootstrap version 4.5.2. Right? Suppose a new Bootstrap version comes out. Suppose Bootstrap 5 has come out and we want to update our Bootstrap. So we will have to go to each and every index, each and every HTML file, each and every template file, and we'll have to update this manually. Not a pretty good design, right? We have to update it at so many places. So for that, Django provides a very nice thing called templates. All right. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a base template for us. So over here, I'm going to say templates. I'm going to create a new file, new HTML file, and let me call this base.html. Right. So basically what I have done is I have created this base.html file. Is that clear, guys? Cool. Now how to work with this base template? Now what I'm going to do is let me basically delete all these three files, or let me just remove everything from these files. Let me just copy this URL into base.html. Let me just remove all these files. So I'm going to empty out blog.html. I'm going to empty out about.html. I'm going to empty out index.html. Okay, so the basic file that I have, which actually has HTML content, is this base.html. Okay, cool. Now basically I want to provide it some blocks. I want to provide this HTML with some sections. So basically I want to say that any particular web page that you are going to render, that web page is going to look like this. Except for the fact that you will have some customizable stuff inside this. right? You might have some customizable stuff inside this. So basically, I could come over here and say, and I could mark a block. I could mark a block, right? Something like this. So I could come over here and I could write this block, and I could give the name of the block. So basically, page body, something like this, right? And I could mark the end of it. So I could say something like end block, right? So first of all, this is not valid HTML syntax. This syntax over here, this is not HTML. All right. Okay. So how do comments look in HTML? So comments look like this in HTML. All right. Comments look like this in HTML. So this is not valid HTML syntax. Right? HTML cannot handle this. What Django is going to do is Django is going to read this HTML file. It is going to find out anything that looks like this. This is the Django templating engine. Right? So it is going to look for anything that looks like this, and it is going to replace this with valid HTML. All right. So how does the replacement work? We will talk about that soon enough. Now, what I'm basically done is I have created a block over here. And I have called that block page body. Let me also come over here in the title and let me add some title. So I can say this is, or let me just say to do app, and let me provide a hyphen followed by another block. So I'm going to create another block over here. Block. Let me name this as title. Okay. So the name of this block is title, and let me close this block as well. End block. Right. So this is what we have so far. In the base HTML, we have added the link to the Bootstrap CSS, and we have added two blocks. One block is called the page body. Another block is called the title. Okay. Now what I can do in something like index.html. Now what I can do is I can extend this base.html. File. So now I don't have to write everything. Now I don't have to write all of this again and again. What I can simply do is I can come over here and I can say this file extends base.html. And notice that I have to put this in quotes. I have to put this base.html in quotes. This is a Python string. All right. So the moment I do this, and if I try to run this, if I try to go to this index file, let us go to the page source. You will notice that all these things are there, right? The to-do app followed by nothing, the link to the Bootstrap. In the body, there is nothing, right? So basically, everything that was in the base.html that automatically got copied in the index.html, right? But once again, this is just a blank copy. We want to do something more, right? We want to extend, we want to add stuff to the base.html, which is why these blocks are here, right? So what I can do is in the index.html, let me actually put this into vertical spread. So over here at the base.html, in the index.html, I can tell what goes inside this block. Right? I can tell what goes inside this block. So basically what I can say is I can say something like inside the block page body. Put this content for me. Hello, this is the page body. All right. And basically then I can end this block. So I can say end block. All right. So the moment I have done this, let me go back to the browser and let me reload the page. This is what I see. Let me look at the source of it and notice that in the base HTML, this was the block, right? This was the page body block. This value got replaced by this content over here. Right? Basically, consider this as a variable. Consider this as a variable called page body. Over here, I'm setting the value of that page body variable, right? And that will be replaced over here. Okay. Now the title currently is empty. Let me come over here and replace the title as well. So to do that, I will say, okay, the name of the block is title. Okay, so I'm going to say, all right, in the title block, fill this value. So this is the index page, right? And basically, end block. All right. Now once again, if I reload this, interesting. Title. Oh, sorry, block title. Right, I have to tell that this is a block. And now if I reload this, you see that the title also has changed. So inside the title, I now have the content. All right, so this is basically the base.html and the various ways of extending this. And the reason why we do that is because we want our main template to be in one location. Right? So this is the base template for everything that we are going to do. All right, perfect. Now let us quickly add some things over here. So we have this style sheet of Bootstrap. Let us add some custom styling. So perhaps let us add a CSS style over here. In that CSS style, we are going to give a border to the body. Perhaps right? We are going to say padding 1 em. Right? So we are adding a padding to the body. We are going to say width, let's say 800 pixels. So we are limiting the width of the entire page to 800 pixels, and we are going to set the margin to auto. That will make sure that it is vertically centered. Okay? It is horizontally centered on our screen. And let us also give it a nice weird background. So let us put something like border 1 pixel, solid, and let us give it a nice weak color, something like perhaps FFF, or let's say AA. All right. So if I reload this page now, notice that, interesting, I don't have a padding all the way around. All right. So notice that my width of the page is now 800 pixels. Right. I've just added some CSS styling to it. All right. Now this is very ugly. In reality, you won't do that, but I just wanted to illustrate that this is now available on all the pages. This will now be available on all the pages. So once again, our blog.html is currently empty. About.html is currently empty. So let us quickly fix that. Okay. In the blog about.html, I'm going to put in the page body, this is the about page, right? And I'm going to say, I'm going to give it a title, something like about. And inside this, I'm going to give it a title, something like index. This is the home page of our website. All right. Inside blog, once again, I will say something like all our blogs live here. Right. And I'm going to give this a name as blog. Okay. So this is done. Now, once again, I can quickly reload. This is the index page. I can go to about. This is the about page, and I can go to blog. This is the blog page. Notice that all the different styling that we have provided in the base HTML, they will be inherited in all these different places. Okay, cool. So let us quickly see once again in the chat if we have any questions. Vidhan is asking, how many modules do we have to process while dealing with Django? So Vidhan, Django is a huge thing, right? Now, do not try to look at this as you have to remember all of these things. Right? Do not try to think that you have to remember all these different things. You have to remember all these different commands. You don't have to. What you have to do is, whenever you want to do something in Django, just go to djangoproject.com and look it up in the docs. So get started with Django, go to the documentation and basically look it up there. There's a nice tutorial. There's all these different things over there, right? There's a huge list of documentation over here. Okay. Now, the reason why we are doing this tutorial is, if you just try to do that from the scratch, if you just try to create projects from the scratch by just following the tutorial, things are not going to be that smooth. All right. So you need some sort of a base understanding. You need a base limited understanding. And once you have that, you can go ahead and implement projects on your own. During those projects, if you don't know something, then you can basically look it up. All right, so that is what we are doing. I'll provide you the base knowledge, so you'll be familiar with the more important concepts of Django, right? And then whenever you want to add something, you can just look up the information and basically learn that information on the go. Right? Perfect. So let us move on. Let us see. We can have multiple blocks in base. Yes, Rohit. As we saw over here, we have defined multiple blocks, right? So inside the base HTML, we have defined a block called title and we have defined a block called page body. So we can totally have multiple blocks, right? If we want to change something in other HTML files other than base HTML, can we write HTML CSS codes as well in other files? Yes, totally. So basically what we are saying over here is, we are saying, take this base.html, right? Look at this base.html, copy everything from here inside this index.html page, right? That is what we have told Django. In this line, we have said that, all right, take everything from here and copy this over here, right? Then we have told Django that, all right, in the stuff that you have copied, there will be a block named page body, right? There will be a block named page body. Replace that block with this content. Replace that block with this content. So this will be replaced over here. Right? Similarly, there will be a block called title. Replace this block with this content. All right. Now I can totally come over here and I can put some CSS, right? I can put some custom CSS. So I can say style, and I can provide something like asterisk to everything. I can provide a background of red, right? So if I do this, and if I try to reload my index.html page now, so notice that everything, this entire body has a background of red. This entire body got a background of red. So basically I overrided the CSS styles over here. Now notice that I can only do this inside a block. If I try to put this outside any blocks, let me quickly reload the page and let us see what happens. Nothing has changed, right? It has not taken effect. If I go to view the source, I will see that whatever that extra CSS had written, it is nowhere to be found. The reason is that I have to include whatever customization I want inside a block. I have to include that inside a block. I can include that inside the title block. I can include that inside the body block, wherever I want. But I have to put this inside the block. Now, if you don't want to put it in the body block, you can totally come over here. And you can provide a new block. Right? You can come over here and you can say, all right, this is a block called extra styles. Right? And you can end the block over here and end block. Right? And now, if you want to override the CSS, if you want to override the styles, you can come over here inside the block, extra styles. You can put your custom CSS over here, style something, right? You can put this over here and work in this manner, end block, right? So this is what you would usually do. I hope that answers your question. We can totally have multiple blocks, and basically, if you want to override something, we have to override that inside a block. Perfect. All right. Ratnesh is asking, can we give any names to these blocks, or is there some predefined standard? So Ratnesh, the names is totally on you. Like, you would want to keep the names sensible, just like we want to have good variable names, but the names are completely dependent on you. These are just variable names. All right, extra styles is just a variable name that you can override over here. Okay, totally depends on what you want to do. Can we inherit any bootstrap template that can relate this project? I'm not sure what your question is, Sparsh. So perhaps you might want to rephrase the question. I'm not really sure what the question means. Okay. Perfect. Vidhan is saying, sir, by replacing all the content, then is there some chance of overlapping? Yes, definitely, Vidhan. There is chance of overlapping. So basically, it could be the case that you try to override a block 2 times. Right? It could be the case that you have included bootstrap in the base.html as well as in the index.html page. And you have to take care of that yourself. Right? You have to take care of that yourself. You have to make sure that you are not basically doing things double. All right? Perfect. So let us quickly move on now. So these pages are currently static pages. By static, I mean that nothing really changes between them. Right? No matter how many times I reload this page remains exactly the same. All right? Now, this is basically a static website. You can use this for a lot of things, for something like putting a blog, but this is not that useful, right? Whenever we want to have a useful website, the website will have some dynamic content. It will have some content that changes based on different things, right? So let us try to see how we can do that. Okay, So suppose we want to provide the current time inside this index.html page. So we can say this is the homepage of our website, and the time right now is, and I want to somehow provide the time over here. Now, can I put dynamic time in an HTML page? Is there any HTML tag that gives me the time? Not really, right? I can add JavaScript to this, and via the JavaScript I can put the time. But suppose I want this time to be inside this HTML itself. Suppose I want this time to be right inside this HTML. So I don't really have anything. I don't really have a way of doing that. Now this is where the Django templates come into play. So what I'm going to do is, instead of rendering this index.html using this template view, instead of rendering it like this, I'm going to once again do the thing that we were doing earlier. Right? I will go to views.py and I will create a function def index page. Right? And this will accept a request. Right? And inside this, I'm going to render a template. I'm going to render and I'm going to provide the request. So render function requires three things. It provides request, it requires template name, and then there are some optional parameters. So you can provide a context, you can provide a content type, you can provide a status, you can provide a user. Right, so I'll put the request set, I'll put the template name. What is the template name? It is index.html. Right, and basically let me put some context over here. Now this context is going to be a dictionary. Okay, this context is going to be a dictionary, a Python dictionary. Right, so let us currently put the empty dictionary over here, and let us just return this thing. Just give me a second. Return this thing. Right, so we have created this index page function inside views.py. Now instead of using template.asView, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the views from .import views, and inside this I'm going to give this thing views.indexPage. All right, so this will behave almost exactly the same way. In fact, this function over here, template view.asView, this function will take this template name, it will create a function like this on the fly, and it will provide this over here. That is exactly what this does. All right, so internally this function works the same way as this function. All right, so let me quickly save this and let me reload our website. So let me reload our website, and we see that it's the same, right? Nothing has changed. I've basically just added this line. The time right now is this. Okay, I've just basically added this line away. Cool. Now back in this inside.html, I can ask for a variable. So I can say something like, okay, give me the variable, the current date. Right? So I am asking Django to replace this content with the variable that I will provide in the context. Okay, I'm asking Django to replace this with the variable I'm going to provide in the context. Right, so let me inside over here. Notice in the context I'm not providing anything right now. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide this variable cur date. Right, and let me give it a random value, something like some date over here. Right, some date over here. So now if I reload this, I see that this some date has been replaced. At the time right now, this current date inside the source code, this current date has been replaced by some date. Okay, is that clear? So basically we are rendering a template with some context. We're providing it some context. Okay, now this context can be dynamic. So instead of giving it some date, I can totally come over here. From datetime, import datetime, right? And I can do perhaps something like datetime.now, right? And I can convert this into a string perhaps. If I do this, basically this current date, this value of this current date will change every time I reload the page. Right? Now you see that my website is no longer static. Every time I reload the page, new content is being rendered. Right? The time is changing again and again. Is that clear? Basically, we have a very simple static website itself. We have not added any JavaScript. We are not doing anything fancy. We kind of have a static website, but it can have dynamic content as well. The dynamic content will be supplied when we actually make the request. Right? When the request is being rendered, that is when the dynamic content will be supplied in the context variable. Is this clear? Yes. Perfect. Let us quickly wait over here. Let us see if we have any questions. Adding blocks and their execution is handled by HTML or Django framework. That's a very good question, Rohit. So whenever we provide this, this is a Django template. The Django engine is first of all going to read this. Right? The Django engine is first of all going to read this. It is going to do a few things. So let me basically create a new splash file over here. Let me insert. Interesting. Let me create a new file. Index copy. Okay, and I'm going to show you what is really going to happen. Right? So what Django will do is it will go to this index.html page. It will see this content. Right? It will read the first line. It will say extends base.html. Right? So it will open base.html. It will copy everything and it will paste everything over here. Right? It will paste everything in its temporary value. Then it is going to say, okay, block page body, replace this block by this content. So it is going to come over here. It is going to replace this by this content. Then it's going to say, okay, block title, replace it by this value. So it is going to go to block title. It is going to replace it by this value. Right? Then it is going to say block extra styles, replace it by this. So it is going to go to block extra cells. It will replace it by this. Perfect. Now this is the HTML file. Right? This is the HTML file over here. Right? Notice that this HTML file still has some Django syntax. This Django syntax is this. Right? This Django syntax is this. So now when I try to render this, it will say that, okay, take this index.html file and provide it this context. So Django once again is going to say, okay, curDate is a variable I have. So let me replace this value with the whatever this value says, right? Whatever this value says. So it will actually replace this with the time. So the actual time here, right? And when this is done, I have a very simple static HTML file. I have a plain old HTML file. Django will send this HTML file to the browser, and the browser will render this HTML file. So the browser does not know anything about all these things. It does not know about what base.html is. It does not know what the current date is. It does not know what these blocks are. The browser is a plain HTML file. It is Django that is changing the HTML file, creating new files for us on the go. All right. Perfect. So what is static int? We don't have any static ints in Python. We don't have anything like static ints in Python. Some real life examples of dynamic websites. Well, Pranay, I am pretty sure that any website you go to, I mean, there's a 90% chance that it is dynamic, right? You don't really come across static websites nowadays. It was back in the 1990s, back in 1995, that you could actually see static websites. But now every website has some sort of a social login. It has some sort of a comment section. It has something that makes it dynamic, all right? So static websites are usually, I mean, you won't see them around anytime. Perfect. Pranay is asking, and def index page. So Pranay is asking, and def index page. So this particular thing is a function. So while calling in template, it should be like view.indexPage or view.indexPage. Good question. Perfect. So basically, let us go to this urls.py and let us see over here. Let us see over here. Inside this urls.py, I am saying, if someone comes to this page, if someone comes to the empty URL, then I'm going to provide it a function. Right? I'm going to provide it a function. Now I'm going to provide the function name. Right? Inside this, basically this function, the path function, it expects a string and then it expects a function. It does not expect a result. It expects a function itself. So what I'm doing is I'm sending this index page function. I'm sending this entire function to this path function. Right? I'm saying that whenever someone comes to this request, please call this function for me. If I instead call this function right now, that would be saying, okay, call this function, that will return me something. And then I will say, okay, whenever someone comes to this particular page, then do this for me. Right? Then basically render the same thing for me. That is not going to work. I want Django to call this function again and again. So I'm going to provide the function name directly. Right? So I'm not going to do something like brackets over here. And one thing that you can notice is you can't really put brackets over here because this index page requires a parameter called request, and you don't really have any request to supply it. Right? The request will be supplied by Django. When a person tries to load a URL, a request will be generated. Right? So that request must be supplied over here. You don't really have that request, so you're going to just supply the function over here, and Django will fill in the request by calling this function. Perfect. So Raghav is saying it is basically a function pointer. Kind of. We don't really talk about function pointers in Python. In Python, functions itself are first-class objects. Right? So just like you have objects, if objects, for example, one is an int object. Right? Just like that, in Python, this index page is also an object. So this index page equals to an object of the function class. It is an object of the function class. So I mean, we can talk about this when we talk about meta programming in Python. But for now, just understand that we don't really have something like function pointers in Python. Under the hood, in the Python interpreter, it is implemented as function pointers. But Python does not really have any function pointers in it. Right? Perfect. So this was rendering the date. Now we can basically, so let me remove this index copy file. This was just for demonstration purposes. All right. Now in the index.html, I can come over here and I can render the time. And notice that every time I reload this page, the time changes. Right? Perfect. Now let us say I want to provide some other variables. Right? Let us say I want to provide some other variables. So I can come over here and I can provide some anything else. Right? I can come and provide anything else. So I can say, let me just remove this clutter from here. The time right now is this, and basically let me say these are the tasks that we have. Right? And I can come over here and I can render a variable called tasks. Right? So basically I'm saying that, okay, take this variable tasks and put this over here. Right? Put this over here. So in the views.py, I also have to supply a variable called tasks. So let us create a tasks. Right? Let us say current tasks. Let us create a simple Python list. Inside this Python list, I will provide some to-do tasks that I have. Right? So something like perhaps create a Django project, simple Django project. Right? Another task could be learn about the various template functions Django provides. Right? Something could be, okay, basically learn how to deploy the project, right? And so on and so forth. And inside the task value, I can simply provide it this particular variable, current tasks. Okay? So basically this current tasks will be placed over here. Okay? This current task will be placed over here. Now let me come over here and try to reload this. When I reload this, I see this thing. The tasks that we have are all these different values. Now this does not look right? Why would I want to print something like a Python list in HTML? I don't want this to happen. Right? I don't want this to happen. Instead, I want a nice HTML list to be displayed over here. Yes, do you guys agree? I would like a nice HTML list to be displayed over here. For that, there are several other things. That Django provides. So let me first of all give you a URL. So this is the URL over here. I'm also going to paste it in the chat. And I'm also going to put it in the video description. All right, so this is the URL. Basically, in this URL, we have several things that Django provides that you can use in the template. So we have things like autoscape, we have block that we have already seen, we can paste comments, we can paste CSRF token, a lot of different things. Right? Coming down, we can see that we have something called, we have extends, right? So we already saw this extends based on HTML. Right? We have filter, we have first off, we have follow. Right? This is what we are going to use. So inside the template, we can provide a follow, and Django is going to run that follow for us and replace it with HTML. Right? So this is the syntax. For it. So let me quickly go over here and let me quickly show you how to do that. So I'm going to go back to PyCharm. Right? Now basically this tasks, I know that I will be provided a list of values over here. Right? So I want to render those values. So I want Django to first of all loop over them. Right? So I want to create a list. So I want to suppose create an unordered list. Right? I want to create an unordered list. Inside this unordered list, for every task that I have, I want to create a list item. And inside this list item, that task should be there. Right? This is what I want. So basically, this is what I want. All right. Now, these tasks are inside this tasks variable that I will be passed in the context. So I need to loop over this tasks variable. Right? To do that, I can come over here and say, I can open this tag and I can say for something, right? For task in tasks. Right? So this is how we loop in Python. I can do this something like this, right? For tasks and tasks. Then I can come over here and I can start this li tag and I can provide the value. I can provide the task over here. Okay. And then I can end for. So I can come over here and I can end for. Right? So what this is going to do is basically for every value in this tasks list, it is going to create a li tag for us. Right? That is what it's going to do. So let me just save this and let me just reload this page. Okay. Let me just reload this page. So if I reload this now, we see that these are the current tasks that we have, and we see these tasks over here at the top. Okay, we are seeing these tasks over here at the top. Now I'm not really sure why the reason for that is, but okay, it is just pushing the UL objects to the top. All right, so to fix that, perhaps I can come over here and I can provide a paragraph. So I can provide a div over here, and let me close this div and over here. So I'm just going to do some HTML formatting now, just to make sure that we have the things showing up correctly. Right. So this is it. Let me try to reload the page, and now our tasks show up over here. Right. We see that the tasks are replaced, right? Create a simple Django project, learn about various templates, learn how to deploy the project, and so on and so forth. Is that clear, guys? So basically, we have taken this value, current tasks, and we have rendered the tasks one by one using a for loop inside Django. Okay. So now we have a static list over here. Right? Currently, we have a static list over here. This is not what we want, right? We want people to be able to add tasks to it, remove tasks from it. We want to save that task in a database and so many things. So in tomorrow's class, we are going to actually see how we will save these tasks inside a database and how we will get those tasks back from the database. All right, do that. Django provides a thing called Django models. Right? Django provides an ORM. So it provides something called Django ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. All right. So basically, when we are dealing with relational databases like SQL databases, then instead of having to write SQL on our own, we can just work with simple Python objects, and the Django ORM will take care of writing the SQL for us. Right? We just interact with Python objects. Django will write the SQL for us. So tomorrow we will see how to do this. Right? How to make sure that these tasks are not coming from this list, but they are coming from the DB. All right. Perfect. Okay, Chirag is asking, let us quickly see what questions we have. Chirag is asking, sir, what is the difference between this thing, double curly brace variable name, and this thing, right? So basically this percentage sign that we have, this is used when you're going to display one of these tags, right? When you're going to render one of these tags. So tags like first off, tags like if else, tags like this for loop, all right? So tags like this if else. So for the tags that Django provides, for the functionalities, for the templating functionalities that Django provides, you will have this syntax. You will have the open curly brace followed by this percent sign. Right? On the other hand, if you just want to render a variable, then you will have just this double bracket syntax. Right? Perfect. Pranay is asking, will we be using Oracle database also? No, Pranay. So we will stay away from Oracle database. It is a proprietary database. We will be using completely open source technology. So we will be working with, first of all, we will be working with SQLite. Right? First of all, we will be working with SQLite. SQLite is basically a SQL-like engine that Python provides out of the box. Right? It does not provide all the functionality of SQL. It does not provide a nice database. It just saves files. It just saves the contents to a single file. Right, so initially we will be using the SQLite database, but going forward we will actually be installing Postgres on our systems and we'll be using the Postgres database. All right, cool. So this is it for today's class. Tomorrow, once again, we are going to take these current tasks and we are going to actually load it from the database and we are going to see how to save it inside the database. All right, and we are also going to see things like Django admin. So Django provides a lot of functionality out of the box. Right? And when we actually create these database things, we will notice that to create the forms, right, to create a lot of user interaction, we don't have to write any code. Django will automatically write that code for us, right? And we will see how that works in the next classes. Perfect. Let's see quickly if we have any other questions. Raghav is asking, is this Jinja templating? So no, Raghav. So you can totally use Jinja templating, right? Django supports multiple templating engines. You can put any templating engine that you want. Currently, this engine, this templating syntax, this looks a lot like Jinja, but this is not Jinja. This is the Django template engine. All right, this is the Django template engine. You can replace it with Jinja. So if I go to settings.py, or if I go to the project settings.py, let me quickly see template. Right. So inside this template, I'm currently seeing a variable called backend. In the backend, I have Django.templates.backends.Django templates. So currently, this is the template that is being used. I can replace it with a Jinja template engine. Right? That is totally on me. Okay. Perfect. Any further questions? Jay is asking, why not MySQL 8? So once again, MySQL is not really open source. I mean, it's not really public. So it has some license issues, which is why I just don't want to use MySQL. Postgres is completely public. It is completely open source, and it is much better than MySQL, right? So let us go with Postgres. I mean, whenever you actually work on a large scale project, you will actually be working with Postgres, right? Or most of the companies, they use Postgres. So let us actually work with something that we can use in real life. Right? Let us not work with toy things. Okay. Perfect. Rohit is saying not much into HTML, CSS. So we have to mug up HTML, CSS too. Well, Rohit, that is a truth, right? If you are going to be a software engineer, you will eventually end up having to deal with HTML and CSS. Doesn't really matter in what field you are working in, right? You could be a backend developer, you could be a front-end developer, you could be working with microprocessors, right? And you might still have to deal with a little bit of HTML and CSS because everything in the world, right? Everything on the internet, everything in the world, they use some sort of HTML and CSS to render out things, right? So don't take it as a bad thing that, yeah, meko to seekhni padegi. Don't take it as that. Just try to learn HTML, CSS. It is fun and it provides you with a lot of power. You don't have to do it right now. Right? You don't have to understand all of HTML and CSS right now. So basically what we did, this was pretty simple. Right? This was pretty simple. Just try to learn this for now. Okay. And as we move on, you will be learning more skills about HTML and CSS that will improve your skill set. That will basically improve your capabilities. All right. Perfect. It doesn't seem that we have any further questions. In this case, let us end the lecture. Once again, tomorrow, same time, 6:30 to 7:30, and we'll be looking at how to load these things from the database. Perfect. So I hope you enjoyed the class today. Bye-bye. All right, we are back, everyone. Hello. Cool. So today we are going to finally look at Django models, right? So let me quickly share my screen. Right. So we are over here at GitHub, the repository for this particular lecture series. So that is github.com, SCALER Academy, Introduction to Django. Right now over here, you will find all the lecture notes, the links to the videos for all the lectures that have happened so far. In yesterday's lecture, so this is the code for yesterday's lecture, we created several views. Right. One of the views that we created was on the index page, and on the index page, we tried to display what tasks we currently have available. Right. For that, we did something like this. So in this particular function, this handles the request. We render the index.html template with the context. In the context, we provide the tasks as current tasks. And this current tasks is coming from currently a Python list, a simple Python list. Right. And we said that, okay, it is fine to load it right now from a simple Python list, but going forward, the user might want to enter this tasks, right? So we might want to save this in a database. So today we are going to look at how to do that. Perfect. So first of all, let us start by creating a new repository for today's lecture. So I'm going to go to into Django, and let me quickly create a new lecture repository, lecture 3 to do project 2. All right. And I will also go inside this lecture 3 to do project 2. Perfect. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is, once again, we are going to create a virtual environment. Right? Let us create a virtual environment very quickly. Virtual env -p user bin Python 3, right? And we will name it venv. So it will create the virtual environment. Let us activate this. Source venv bin activate. So the virtual environment has been activated. We see that in the prompt over here, and we can also do which Python to see that, yes, the Python that we are currently working with is inside this virtual environment. So let us quickly go ahead and install Django inside this. Pip install Django. If I spell it correctly. So it will download Django and install it. And now we can use Django admin. We can use Django admin now to create a project. So we can say start project. And we can give it a name. So let us name this to do project day 2, right? And we can give it a folder. So the folder will be the current folder, right? And we can list the directory. So we have created this manage.py. We have created this folder to do project day 2 and the virtual environment. Perfect. Now let us quickly open this in our IDE. So let us open Python. So we are using the Python community version. Let us quickly open Python and open this project in there. So I'm going to go to my lecture 3 to do project 2, and inside this to do project 2, I see that yes, my manage.py is here. So I will select this folder and I will open it. Perfect. So once this is open, it will take some time to index stuff. Once it is done with that, it has detected that this is my virtual environment. If it has not detected the virtual environment, please make sure that you configure a Python interpreter yourself. Right? Perfect. Now in this, we have this familiar manage.py. and we have this empty project that we have not done anything in so far. So what's the first thing that we should do? Let us quickly come over here and let us create a new application. So let us say Python manage.py and start app, and the name of the app we can choose as something like tasks. Let us create a new Django application inside this. And the moment we do that, something new happens. So inside this, a folder has been created with all these familiar files: admin, apps, models, tests, views, and migrations. Perfect. So this is the basic setup. Now there's one more thing that I would like to do. I would quickly like to add the run configuration once again. So I will go to the run configuration. If you're not familiar with this, we covered this yesterday. So I'm just going to follow the steps today. And so I'm going to mark the module as manage.py, and I'm going to provide the parameters as run server. Perfect. Run server. I'm going to click apply and OK. So this will give me this nice green button over here to start and stop the application. All right. Perfect. Now let us quickly see so in the views, yesterday we wrote the views over here and we loaded the data from a Python list. Now we want to load the data from a database. So first of all, what we have to do is we have to configure a database, right? Now Django, when you start a new project with Django, it comes pre-configured with a local database called SQLite 3, right? SQLite 3. Now SQLite 3, as we discussed, basically SQLite 3, it is a SQLite database, but it is a smaller version of it. It has much smaller capabilities, much lesser capabilities of what most SQL databases can. Right? So for example, it simply works with one file. Right? It does not actually store it in a B tree like structure. It will store this in a single file. Right? So let us quickly see what the configuration is. So if we go to do project 2, in the project day 2, if you go to settings.py, then let us quickly search for database. In the database, we can see that yes, the current database engine is configured as SQLite 3, and the name of the file has also been given to us. So it is saying base dir db.sqlite 3. Right? So currently in this base dir, I do not really see any db.sqlite 3 file. Let's not worry. So if I run the project, since the file is not there, it will automatically be created. Right? So if I can stop now, so notice that this db.sqlite 3 has just been created. All right, perfect, cool. So let us quickly see if we have any questions. Pranay is asking, do we have to install this virtual environment every time? So no, Pranay. Usually when you will be working on a project, you will be working on the same project. Right now, for the purpose of this lecture, I am keeping each day's code separate. Right? So instead of working with yesterday's code, I am working with a new code inside the lecture 3 folder. And since I am working with new code, I will have to set up a virtual environment. You can totally continue working with the previous code, and in that case, you don't have to set up a virtual environment. All right, you can just use the previous virtual environment that you had created. Perfect. Cool. So now we know that yes, our database that is currently being used is this SQLite 3 database. Now, this is not really good, especially for production purposes. This is just something that we can use for development tasks. Right? Even for development tasks, going forward, we would like to install a proper database, something like PostgreSQL on our computers. Right? But for now, let us just quickly go ahead with this. Okay. Now, before we dive into all the models and stuff, let me quickly show you how to work with SQLite 3 database. So for that, we will have to once again go inside a terminal, right? And we will have to enter a command like SQLite 3. Now, if this is not installed on your system, you can very simply install it by, so I can exit SQLite 3, and if you want to install it, you can install it by doing sudo apt-get install SQLite, all right? And if you hit enter over here, that will install SQLite 3 on your system. Perfect. Now, once again, I can enter the SQLite 3 thing. And currently, you notice that I have not really opened any file. I have just opened the SQLite 3 command as it is. So let me quickly close this once again. Now, since my file is db.sqlite 3, I can open this file in SQLite. Right? So I can say SQLite 3 and I can open db.sqlite. Notice that I will have to provide SQLite 3 over here. If I just provide SQLite, this might not work. So if I hit enter, the SQLite prompt has appeared. Now we can see what tables are there in our database. So if I do .schema and I hit enter, it shows me nothing, right? Because the database is currently empty. This database file is currently empty. So to exit this, I have to press Control D, right? Unlike most softwares in which I press Control C to exit, I will have to press Control D to exit, right? And if we actually look at this file, this db.sqlite 3, cat db.sqlite 3, we see that this file is currently empty. right? So of course, SQLite 3 did not find any schemas inside there. Perfect. So we have a very simple empty database setup. Now let us try to create some models. All right. Perfect. Dhruv is asking, can you please explain SQLite again? So Dhruv, SQLite is a very simple database. It's a toy database that we are going to use for the development purposes, right? For now. Now to work with SQLite, so Django, whenever you create an application in Django, it comes pre-configured with the SQLite 3 database. Right? And by default, it is going to use this db.sqlite3 file inside your project folder. Now, if you want to see SQLite, if you want to interact with this database, if you want to open this database and check what things are over there, if you want to run custom SQL commands inside this, you can, in your terminal, you can load this file. Right? You can say SQLite3, which will open the SQLite shell, and you can tell it, hey, please open this db.sqlite3 file for me. So this will give you the SQLite3 shell inside this database. And then you can run SQLite commands. Right? So you can do something like schema, hit enter, and that will give you the current schema. Now, currently our DB file is empty, so there's no schema. Right? As we add stuff inside the database, we will see the schema starts to appear. Once again, to quit this SQLite prompt, I have to press Ctrl V. All right. Perfect. So let us move on from here. So what we are going to do is, instead of working with the views.py today, we are going to work with this file models.py. Right. And let us quickly see what it says over here. It says from django.db import models. So it is importing something for us. And then it has a nice comment over here saying create your models over here. All right. Now, as we said, we will be dealing with an object ORM. Right? This stands for object relation mapper. Right? Relation mapper. So basically, this is something that takes your Python objects and stores them as database tables and rows. Right? Basically, an ORM is a mapping between your language's objects and the database's objects. All right. Now, basically, whenever you create whenever you create a row, that row has to live in some table. Right? Whenever you want to create a database row, that row has to live in some table. And the table, the way tables are represented in this Python code will be called models. So we will be creating models for tables. Right, so let us quickly see an example. So we are working with, we want to create a to-do project. Right? So let us first of all try to think of what all things we would like to have. So suppose that we are defining a very simple Python class over here. Let's not worry about the database. Let's just say that we are defining something like a Python class over here. And let us call this class as task. Right? So we want to create a task of Python. Right? And we might want to have several things over here. So we might want to have a name. Right? So we might want to have a name like, okay, this is the task name, right? Or actually not over here. We can do something like this. So I can have it under init. And inside this, I can accept several things. So name, right? And I can do self.name equals to name. What else things I might want to accept for a task? I might say that a task has a particular user. I might say that a task has a particular deadline, perhaps. And this deadline could be a date time. Right? I could have several things over here. Right? I could have several things over here. So self.deadline equals to deadline. Right? Now, currently, if I create this Python class, then this Python class, any object that I create of this class, it will remain in the Python memory. Right? It will not be working with the database. So instead of creating a normal Python class like this, I am going to create a child. I'm going to inherit from a model class that Django provides us. Right? So instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a task and I'm going to do inheritance. Right? So basically, if I want to inherit from a particular class, then this is how we write it in Python. So I want to inherit from models.model file. All right. So basically, what I've said over here is take this particular class and create a child class. Right? Inherit the task class from this class. So now we can provide the different fields, the different columns in this. So this basically, what will happen is the database will automatically create. So once we run this code, in the database, a table named task will be created. Right? A table named task will be created. Now we can specify the columns of that table. And the columns will be specified as the attributes, as the fields of my class. So I can come over here and I can say something like the content equals to, and I want to provide a textual column. I want to provide some sort of a textual column over here. Now, in Python, I can use a simple string. Right? I can use a very simple string in Python. So I could say content is of type string. But that doesn't work in database, right? Database has several types of strings. In database, you could have a character field, which has a particular length. You could have a text field. Right? You could have several other things in a database. Right? So we want to somehow tell the database that this content will have a particular type. For example, this content will be a text field. Right? So to do that, Django provides us several fields. Django provides us a very nice descriptor protocol. So we can come over here and do models.text field. Text field. Right? And this will create a column named content inside a table named task. All right. So do you guys see the mapping over here? This will create a table. So this class will map to a table, and this field will map to a column in the table. Right? Now the mapping is much more than this, but let us start simply with this. Let us quickly pause over here and see if we have any questions. Vidhan is asking, what is the role of mapping? So Vidhan, the role of mapping is just to make sure that we don't have to switch every now and then between the SQL code and the Python code. Right? Instead of having to write SQL by hand every time we want to interact with the database, we want to just work with Python, right? We like Python. So instead of working with SQL, if we can just interact with the Python objects, that will be great. And an ORM, an object relational mapper, that gives us that fluidity, that gives us that ability to just work with Python objects, and internally it will convert your interactions to SQL queries. All right. Perfect. All right. So we could come over here and define several other fields in the tasks. But if you are familiar with low-level design, then you might know that this is perhaps not the best way of starting to create a database schema. Right? To create a database schema, you always start with what? Can someone answer that question? If you are creating a new application, what is the first thing that you should start with? You should always start with the requirements. Right? So let us quickly define some requirements over here for us. Okay. So suppose that we have requirements that look like that a user can add tasks, right? So a user can add tasks. All right. Then I can have a requirement like a task can be tagged with one or more tags. Right? So for example, you are creating a task and the task would be something like buy milk. Now for this particular task, you could tag it with a shopping tag because this relates to the shopping that you want to do. Right? Perhaps you have a task in which you have to take an interview of some person. So you could tag that task with a work task because this is related to your workspace, right? And so on and so forth. So this is one requirement that we have. Another requirement could be that you can search for tasks. You can search for tasks, right, by the content or by a particular tab or by a tag. Right? Let us have something like tasks can have an urgency and an importance. Right? We can have several requirements over here, right? And perhaps we can have some status. So tasks can have a status. So this status can be either the task is pending or the task is completed, or perhaps the task has been dropped. Right? So we don't longer feel that this task is important, so we can drop the task as well. Right, so let us work with these simple requirements. As we move on, we will be expanding these requirements. Right, towards the end, we will have a large set of requirements, and we will be implementing it through and through. All right, but for now, let us just work with these simple requirements. Okay. Now, in these requirements, what do we have to do once we have the requirements collected? How do we decide? What tables should we make in our database and what the fields of those tables should be? So the trick over here is to detect the nouns. Over here, right? So detect nouns. They will usually become entities or models, right? And basically any attribute, detect attributes and relationships. Right? This is what we are going to do. All right. So inside this, we can see one noun over here, task. Right, so which is why we have created this class called task. Right, is there any other noun that we see? Is there any other noun that we see over here? Well, tag is a noun. Right? Tag is a noun. So we should create a class called tag as well. So we should create a class called tag as well. And this will also inherit from models.model. Right? So basically we have two tables in our database. One is called task and the other is called tag. Right? So let us quickly think of what attributes a task will have, what things a task will have. We can talk about the attributes. We can also talk about the relationships the task will have. All right. So the task can perhaps have a deadline. So I can have a deadline over here. So this will be models.datetime field. All right. I can have perhaps a created at. This will be once again models.datetime field. I can have something like completed at. So if the task has been completed, I can have completed at models.datetime field. Right. What else would I have? So this seems enough for now. Maybe I can have a status. Right? I could. So Vidhan is saying the code is not properly visible. Is the code visible, guys? Are you guys having issues by seeing the code? No? Okay. Well, the description. So Raghav is saying we can have probably description over here. The description is somehow captioned in the content. Right. So when I create a task, I will be providing some content to that task. And that will basically serve the purpose of the description. All right. Perfect. So this seems like good enough attributes for the task right now. Let us create some attributes for the tag. Let us create some attributes for the tag. So what should a tag have? A tag will probably have a name. A tag will probably have a name. Now this name, so earlier for a task, we had a content. Earlier for task, we had content. This content was a text field. Right? We could add as much text as we wanted in it. But perhaps the name is not going to be that large. Right? Perhaps the name is not going to be that large. I do not want to use a text field over here. I can perhaps use a shorter name. Right? I can use a character field perhaps. So models.character field. Right? And in this, I can provide a maximum length. So I'm saying that any tag can have a maximum length of 255 in their names. All right. What is a noun over here? A noun is just a noun, right? A noun, I mean the English meaning of the word noun. Which over here, this user is a noun. User is a noun over here. Wait, let me just mark this. Then task is a noun over here. Right? Then tag is a noun over here. Okay? So these are the three nouns that we have. Perfect. So let us say that this is what we currently have. So we have talked about the attributes. We have talked about the attributes so far. But we also have to talk about relationships. We also have to talk about relationships between these two tables. So what is the relationship between these two tables? Let us quickly look at the requirements. The requirement says that a task can be tagged with one or more tags. Yes, so basically a task can have one or more tags. So one task can have one or more tags. What about the other way around? What about the other way around? If I have a tag like shopping, how many tasks can it be related to? If I have a tag like shopping, so one tag like shopping, can this be related to multiple tasks? Well, certainly, right? I can have multiple tasks inside the shopping tag. So this can also have multiple tasks related to it. So the relation that we see between this task and a tag is a many to many relationship. All right. Now to specify that in Django, what we have is we have a many to many field. Right? Just like we have a text field, datetime field, character field, we also have a many to many field. So inside the task class, I can come over here and define tags equals to models dot many to many field. Right? And inside the many to many field, I have to provide it what thing I'm related to. Right? So I am currently related to the tag class. Right? I want to relate this to the tag class. Now we see that we are getting an unresolved reference tag over here. The reason is because this tag class is defined after this task class. Right? So over here, this tag does not exist yet. So if I just move this class definition up, then this will work. Right? This will now work. Perfect. So let us say that this is currently what we have. I hope that this makes sense to you guys. We have a table called tag. In this, we have a column called name. All right. We have a table called task. In this, we have content, we have deadline, we have created at, completed at, and we have tags. Now, let us quickly see how this will be represented in the database. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some magic. Do not really worry about what magic I'm doing right now. I will explain that later. Okay, but let us do some magic and let us try to interact with the database. So let me quickly come over here and let me say Python manage.py, make migrations, and interesting. So just give me a moment. I will have to do something else as well. So let me go to settings, and in the installed apps, let me write this name. So I can have tasks.apps.tasks config. Tasks config. Perfect. Now if I try to run this, just give me a moment. It is saying that tasks. Okay, so I have forgot the comma over here. Right, let me just run this again. So don't worry about what I'm doing right now. Just completely ignore that. Python. All right, so Python manage.py migrate. Right, perfect. Now I have done some magic. Don't worry about what I have done right now. What we are going to do is we are going to quickly look at the database again. So I have basically I have created the database. I have created the schemas in the database. Now to look at the database, let me quickly open my terminal once again. So I'm going to open this db.sqlite3 file in the database. Right. So let me do SQLite3 and let me open db.sqlite3. Right. Now once again I can list the tables by doing dot tables. And if I press enter now, we see that several tables have appeared in our database. So we have some tables that we have no idea about. Things like auth group permissions, auth permission, user groups, Django admin log, all these weird things. We have no idea what these are. Right, let's not worry about these. The three tables that we are concerned about right now are these tables: tasks tag, tasks task, and tasks task tag. All right. So this feels like a mouthful. So what is happening over here is, how has Django created these tables? Let us quickly see that. So let us look at the name of our application. Inside the to-do project, so we are inside the to-do project database. The name of our application is tasks. So any model that we define inside this application will have its name beginning with tasks underscore. Right. So all these three tables, they will have their name starting with tasks underscore. After that, there will be the name of the model. Right. So inside tasks, we have this model called tag. So we have a table called tag. Similarly, we have a model called task. So we have a table called task. But what about this third table? Tasks tags. What about this third table? Where did this come from? We don't really have any such model over here. Well, this is required because we want to store this relationship. This is because we want to store this relationship. Now, basically, whenever you have a one-to-one relationship, one-to-one relationship in your entities, then that will be represented as a column in your tables. Right? Similarly, if you have a one-to-many relationship, or a many-to-one relationship, then this will also be represented as a column inside your tables. But when you have a many-to-many relationship, then you will have to create a new table. For this. Right. However, we don't have to worry about that really. Django will handle that automatically for us. All right, Django will handle that automatically for us. Now let us quickly see and look at the schemas of these three tables. So I'm going to do dot schema and I'm going to give it the table name. So tasks tag. Right. So I'm going to hit enter. And this is what the schema looks like. So the schema for this table is create table if not exists. This is the name of the table. Then there's an ID. There's an ID which is a primary key. It is an auto incrementing field. All right. Did we specify this anywhere in the tag? We did not specify the ID anywhere, right? Well, Django provides this out of the box. Whenever we have a model, it will automatically provide a field for us called the ID field. Right? And it will automatically make it the primary key. It will automatically make it an integer and it will automatically make it auto increment. We can override this. We can totally override this. We can choose our own primary key. But by default, if we don't specify anything, Django will be nice enough to provide an automatic ID field for us. Right? After that, we see another column. We see the name column. Right? So the name column is something that we are familiar with. And we see that, yes, it's a char field of size 255. So it's a var char of size 255, and it is not null. So currently, this not null is coming because of a default value, which we will explain later. All right, so this is the schema for this tag class or for this tag table. Now let us look at the other table, the task table. Let us look at the schema for that. So the name of the table is tasks task. All right, so let us quickly look at that. This has a larger schema. Once again, we have this familiar ID which Django has provided us with. We have the content. We have the content, which is a text field. Notice that this is no longer a varchar field. This is a text field. Okay, we have a deadline, which is a date time field. Right? So we have a deadline over here, which is date time. We have a created at, which is date time. And we have a completed at, which is date time. We also had tags over here, right? We also had tags over here. This was a relationship. This was not a field. This was not an attribute. And notice that this tags does not appear anywhere in this particular table. Right? And the reason is that it is modeled inside a different table. Right? Now let us quickly see the last table, tasks, task, tag. And let us look at the schema for that. This table, tags, my bad. This table has the following schema. It says that, first of all, just give me a second, let me clear the screen and let me do this again. So first of all, it is going to provide an identity, right? Once again, the familiar ID. It is going to provide a task ID, which is a foreign key to this table. Right? So basically, a new table will be created. So a new table called tasks or task tags will be created. And in this table, we will have several columns. So we will have an ID. After that, we will have a task ID. And then we will have a tag ID. All right, tag ID. Now, task ID will be a foreign key to the tasks table, and tag ID will be a foreign key to the tag table. Right? And basically, this is how the relationship is modeled. Is that clear, guys? Apart from that, I'm ensuring over here by a constraint that this particular thing has to be unique. The entry for a particular task ID and a tag ID, this should not be duplicated in my table. Right? And that basically is done by creating a unique index over here on task ID and tag ID. All right. Perfect. So I hope that the way Django created these tables is clear to everyone. So these were the two models that we created. So for each of the model, we got a table name. And for this final many-to-many relationship, we also got an additional table which looked like this. Yes. Let us quickly pause and see if we have any questions so far. It doesn't really seem like we have any questions. So guys, if you have any questions, feel free to post in the chat and we'll be looking at them. All right. Cool. So Dhruv is asking, we also have tasks task ID. So basically we have, so let us quickly once again look at this thing. So inside this, we have a task. Right? We have a task. So basically this task ID over here, this task ID, right? In this task tag table, this is an integer and this references this inside this task table. It references the ID. Basically this task ID is a foreign key to task and inside this dot ID. Right? This task ID is a foreign key to this table's ID. Okay. Perfect. Vidhan is saying, sir, I did not understand anything. Well, Vidhan, if that is the case, then basically that is not, I'm not really sure how to answer that query. So if you do not understand anything, that's okay. Just try to rewatch this lecture again and just try to actually code while you're watching the lecture. Right? So basically take some time, pause the lecture, go back, actually set up the dev environment and actually do what we are doing. When you actually do that, you will see the things working and perhaps you will understand it better. All right. Cool. Pranay is asking, from where is the ID coming? It is not mentioned in the class. Yes, exactly, Pranay. So as we said, this ID is not mentioned anywhere in our class definition. Django by default. So Django provides an ID field to all model classes by default. And it makes the ID field an integer which auto increments and is the primary key. This is the default behavior. You can override this behavior. So you can override this. If you don't want the primary key, to be an ID, you can set your own primary key, and we will see how to do that later. All right. Perfect. Let us move on. Jasurya is asking, if you are dealing with normal SQL, how can we integrate SQL with Django? So Jasurya, Django provides you complete flexibility over what database backend you are using. You can also write raw SQL queries in Django, right? So let's not worry about that right now. I will give you, you will have to probably go to the Django tutorial to read all of that. There will be a lot of configuration involved over there, but that is possible. That is all I'm telling you, okay? That is possible in Django. However, you will have to, learn Django properly and do a lot of configuration. Jasurya is asking, is ORM the only way? No, Jasurya, once again, in Django, you can totally skip the ORM. So you can say that, all right, I am not going to create the models at all in Django. I will have the views, and somehow, instead of loading the thing from our models, I will somehow write SQL queries and fetch the data myself from the database. Now that can happen if you're not using a database that is managed by Django. It could be the case that a database is sitting elsewhere. You have a cache that is between that, and you're taking the data from the cache. So if you want to set up something like that, you can totally set up that in Django. Basically in Django, all these things, the model, the view, and the controller, right? So all these things are completely separate from each other. They are decoupled from each other. You can, if you want model, if you want view, you can have them. But if you don't want models, you can just work with view and controller in Django, all right? Or decoupled. Perfect. Cool. So let us move on. Now let us say that we have this database created. Let me quickly create this. Let me try to add some objects to it. All right, let me try to add some objects to it. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a Django shell. All right. Now Django provides this. So all of you are familiar with this Python shell, right? So if I just type Python over here and I hit enter, this will open this familiar Python shell for me. But in this Python shell, I don't really have any knowledge about the current project that I'm working on. Right? It does not have the projects imported. It does not have the configuration set. So instead of that, let me exit from this Python shell and let me run this command, python manage.py shell. If I run this, this will once again give me the same Python shell, but this shell will be pre-configured. Basically, this shell will have imported my project for me, and this will have the proper database setup for me. All right. So now what I can do is I can come over here and I can say from. So let me import this model. Right? Let me import this tag and task model over here. So how do I import that? I can say from. So this is my package name, tasks. Inside the package name, I have this module called models, and from these I want to import tag and task, or perhaps I can just import everything. Right? So I have imported both these classes, tag and task, and if I can have a look at it, so tag is a class that I have, and task is also a class that I have. All right. So once again, to do that, we entered python manage.py shell that gave us a Django shell, which was pre-configured for this project. Then we went to our models module and we imported all the models, and we have these models. All right. Now let us quickly interact with these models. So the moment we have created these models, what Django is going to do is Django is going to write a lot of code for us. Right? Django is going to provide a free API for us. Django is going to create an API for us, a very rich API for us for free. Right? This API will allow us to interact with the database objects. This API will allow us to interact with the rows in the database. All right. So basically, what I can come over here and do is something like I can say something like I can have a tag. So let me create a shopping tag. I can say shopping equals to tag, name equals to shopping. Right. So I'm creating an instance of this class, of the tag class, and I'm providing it the field name as shopping. And I'm storing that object into the shopping variable. Right. So if I hit enter, I will have this shopping variable over here. Currently, when I try to print this, it says that okay, it is a tag object, and it doesn't really tell me anything else. Right. This is a very unhelpful output over here. Right? Let us look at what ID. This object has. So if I do shopping.id, I see nothing over here. Right. So it doesn't have any ID yet. If I do shopping.name, it has the name shopping. Well, why doesn't it have an ID yet? Well, let us look at the database. Okay, let us look at the database. So I'm going to create a new terminal. Over here. Inside this terminal, I'm going to open the database. So I'm going to do SQLite 3, db.SQLite 3, and I'm going to look at the contents of this table. So let me say select asterisk from the tag table. Right? So the table name was tasks tag. Right? And don't forget the semicolon at the end. You will have to put the semicolon and you hit enter. And currently it says that there is nothing in my table. Right? This table is empty. Even though I have created this variable, even though I have created this tag over here, my table is still empty. The reason is that this is currently only in the memory. This has not been saved to the database. Right? To save it to the database, I will have to do this object dot save. I will explicitly, so have to call this explicitly. Right? So I have to call dot save explicitly. So when I hit enter over here, let me go back to the database and let me try to select again. And now we see that a row has been created. In that row, I have two columns. First is the ID column. The next is the name column. The ID column has the value 1 and the name column has the value shopping. Is this clear? Yes. So let me go back to the code. And now if I say shopping.id, now it will actually have the ID because now it has been saved to the database. All right. Perfect. Jasuri is asking, so we can use the ORM with PostgreSQL? Yes. So Django provides you ORM backends for PostgreSQL, for MySQL, for Oracle DB, for SQLite, for all sorts of different things. Right? Django doesn't provide it out of the box, but Django also has external, you can find external packages that allow Django ORMs to interact with things like MongoDB or things like some other databases as well. So you can also talk to graph databases, right? So something like Neo4j, you can also talk to that. All right. Charan is asking, what is auto increment? So Charan, auto increment is a database thing. Basically, what we are saying is, whenever something gets added to this table, please automatically create this ID for it. Right? I don't want to supply the ID because I don't know what IDs are currently in my database. I want you to keep a counter. I want the database to keep a counter of what all IDs, of how many rows are there in this particular table, right? Of what all IDs we have seen, and make sure that whenever a new row is inserted, it gets a unique ID. Right? So that is an auto increment key in a database. All right, Charan? If you're not clear with that, you can just Google auto increment database and you will be able to read more about it. Perfect. Moving on. So we see that we have something in the database and we can interact with the objects over here. Now, if I want to look at all the objects of the tag class, so I can come over here and I can say tag.objects. I can do tag.objects.all. So if I do over there, that will create a query. That will run a SQL query for me. It will run a SQL query just like this. So select asterisk from task tag. In the backend, it will run this query for me and it will fetch this object for me. So it is saying that, okay, I have fetched one object for you. Similarly, I can do task.objects.all. And we see that, yes, it has run the query again and it did not find any objects because once again, we have not created any task object. All right. So the moment we create these models, Django will provide us all this rich API. So this API allows you to filter things. This API allows you to search for certain rows. This API allows you to create objects and work with objects. It provides a lot of interaction. All right. Now, we are not going to go into a lot of detail of that. If you want to learn more about the models, more about all these things, I'm going to give you some nice references. So I'm going to let me quickly open my browser over here. Just a moment. So this is the first link. I am also pasting this in the chat. It will also be available in the lecture notes. Right. So this is one of the pages. This gives you a brief introduction of what the models are and what fields you have. Right. So we talked about the character field. We talked about the date field. There are also other fields. You can specify foreign key. You can specify integer field. Right. There are all these different parameters that you can specify over there. It will be looking at some of these, but not all of these. Right. So we have text choices. We have character field. We have many different things. So we know how to set the primary key. Right. We can have verbose names for the fields and so on and so forth. We can specify many-to-one relationships, one-to-many relationships, many-to-many relationships, and so on. So if you want to learn more about this thing, you can totally go to this. If you want to further learn about models, so this still does not talk about everything. There's a different link. So let me paste the link over here in the chat once again. And this will also be available in the lecture notes. So the second link is this. If you go over here, you will see a lot more. So this is the reference. The previous one was the tutorial. The previous one was the tutorial. This one is the reference. And over here, you will see all the different fields that are defined. Right? So you will be able to see all the different fields that are defined. You will be able to see all different things that you can do with models. All right. So this is the entire reference for the model section. Perfect. So this is basically the reference. If you want to learn more about this, please go to that link and study that. All right. Cool. Let me go back to the PyCharm thing. All right. Now let me quickly exit this Python. Let me quickly exit this Python shell, and let me also exit this from this SQLite shell. All right. Now let us suppose that I want to make a change to my model. Let us suppose that I want to make a change to my model. So I want to perhaps do something like I want to create a status. Right. So our requirements say the task can have a status like pending, completed, and dropped. Right. So we want to provide a status over here, and let us say that this status is a character field, models.character field. Right. So in this character field, we want to specify some value. So either this will be completed, or this will be pending, or this will be dropped. Right. Now we don't want a user to enter any value over here. We want to restrict the choices. Right. Must have restricted set of choices that can be entered over here. Right. So to specify that, what we can do is we can create a class called task status, and we can inherit this class from models.text choices. Right. And in this we can define our, so this is basically an enumeration. This is basically an enumeration. And we can define our values over here. So we can say something like completed. And the syntax that we do is we basically give it two things. So this is something like CO, and then we provide it a verbose name, something like completed. Right. So this is a small name over here. This is the abbreviated name. This is what will be stored in the database, and this is the larger description for it. All right. We can come over here and we can say pending. So we can have the abbreviated name as PE, and we can have pending. All right. And finally, we can have something like dropped. So DR and dropped. Right. Now, when we want to say that this status, can only take any of these values. We want to specify that this status can only take any of these values. So let us quickly see how to specify that. So first of all, we are going to say choices equals to task status. Right. So we have specified over here that task status or choices. So we have basically specified over here that the set of choices, the set of values this column can take will be coming from the choices that are available in this class. All right. So CO, PE, or DR. Right. Apart from that, we can perhaps provide a default value. Right. We can provide a default value. So whenever a new task is created, it is automatically set to pending. Right. So I can say task status dot pending. Right. Something like this. And I also know that, okay, all my tasks will only have 2 character names. So I don't perhaps want to store more than 2 characters in the database. So I can also specify the max length equals to 2. Does this make sense? So we have just added this. To our database. Right? We have just created this new column for our database. Any questions till now? Perfect. Now that we have this, notice that a lot of things can go wrong. First of all, let me quickly go back and look at the schema once again. Right? Let me look at the tables once again. Right? In the tables, I have this task table, and let me look at the schema for the task table. In the schema, I currently don't have any column called status. Right? I currently don't have any column called status. So notice that this is not a relationship. This is a field. So this will be stored as a column, and I don't have any column called status. So basically what I have done is I have changed my database schema. Right? The moment I change my database schema, the previous database is completely invalid, right? This database that I have, this is kind of useless to me. Yes or no? So what should I do? So let me quickly write things over here. So whenever I change my database schema, something's happened, right? So my old DB is now invalid, is useless, right? So what should I do? I should create a new DB. Yes, no? Well, I could create a new DB, but this only works in the development mode, right? So imagine that I have actually deployed this application, and your application is living in the cloud, and you have 10,000 users who are using this. And each of these users, they have entered several tasks. Now, if you want to update your database, all the data, if you delete the database, if you create a new database, then all of that data will vanish, right? Because you're dropping all of that data. So basically what you have to do is you have to somehow move, or basically re-enter the data in the new database, right? So currently we have only one row in our database. In the tag table, we have a row called shopping, but we might have tens of thousands of entries. We might have millions of entries. So re-entering the data in the new database is going to be a hefty task, right? This will be a hefty task, right? Also, I perhaps don't really know if all the users will be able to re-enter the data. I don't want the users to re-enter the data, right? Because I made a change in the backend. The user should not suffer. So I should basically be re-entering the data myself, right? I should basically be re-entering the data myself. So one thing I can do is I can drop this database. So approach, if I can spell approach correctly. Approach one is to basically delete DB, create new DB, and enter data myself, right? But this is perhaps not a good approach. Well, I can do something else. I can perhaps write a script for it. I can perhaps write a script that looks at the previous DB, and copies the data to the new DB. Yes, can I do that? Yes. Basically, whenever I want to do something like this, whenever I want to change the database schema, I want to migrate. So this is called migration. I have to migrate the previous data. This is basically migrate the previous data to new DB. Right? This is what I have to do. Now, to do that migration, I can either do that migration myself, or I can write a migration script that looks at my previous DB and copies the data to the new DB. Does that make sense, guys? Yes. All right. So let us try to do something like that. Right? I will have to write a SQL script. That copies everything from the old database, creates new tables according to this, right? Creates new table according to this new schema, populates all the data, and for the new column that we have, status over here, it provides this default value called pending. Right? I have to write this script. But notice that whenever I change my database, whenever I change my schema, I have to write this script again and again. Right? That seems very tedious. Does that make sense? Writing the migration script seems very tedious. Well, notice one thing. I have the previous DB schema. Right? I can go and look at the previous database's schema. Also, I have the current models in Django. Yes. So I have these two pieces of data. Can I write a script? That looks at those two things, that automatically finds the differences and writes the migration script for me? Can I do something like this? Yes, no, guys? If I'm really, really good at programming, I could perhaps come and write a script that looks at the previous database schema, that looks at the current models in Django, that automatically writes a migration script for me. Right? This is basically what Django provides this out of the box. Right? So basically, whenever I've changed my database, I'm going to run a Django migration. All right, I'm going to run a Django migration. All right. So now let me do one thing. Let me delete this database very quickly. I'm going to delete this database completely. All right, let me just do an unsafe delete. All right, let me quit this SQLite, and let me come over here. Perfect. So this is what we have. I did some magic changes. Earlier. Let me quickly undo those magic changes as well. So let me remove this. And Let me go to the migrations. Let me remove this. All right, cool. So currently, once again, when I run this application, so notice that I don't have any database right now. Right? When I run this application, it will run the application and it will create a blank database for me. It will create this blank database file for me. I can check that it is blank by doing something like cat db.sqlite3, right? And this file is completely empty. Or I can do basically something like ls minus la. Right? That will show that this db.sqlite3, this has 0 bytes of size. Right? This is 0 bytes in size. Perfect. Now what I want to do is, I want to run some migrations. Right? I have created a new model. I have added some models, so that will change my database schema. So I want to, first of all, create the migration script for it, and secondly, run that migration script. Right? So what Django provides me is this nice task. So I can do python manage.py, and I can do make migrations. So if I run this command, Django will automatically create the migration script for me. All right. So if I hit enter over here, it says no changes detected. I clearly have changed the model, right? I clearly have changed the model. I've added new models, but Django says no changes detected. Well, the reason for that is I have currently not registered this application. When I created this task application, I have not installed this in my project. To install this, what I have to do is I have to go in this settings file, and I have to put this in the installed applications, list. So I will have to come over here. Inside this tasks application, I have this apps, and inside this apps, I have this class called tasks config. So that is what I have to provide in the settings.py. Right? So I can come over here and I can say tasks.apps.tasks.config. Right? Now my application is installed. Now whenever I do something like run migration or create migration, right, Django will see that, okay, so whenever you are creating migrations, Django will only create migrations for these installed apps. Right? So now if I run make migrations, it will say that, okay, in this particular app, I have created a new migration called 0001 initial.py. Right? And for this migration, in this migration, I have created a new model called tag, and I have created a new model called task. All right? And we will see that inside this migrations folder, a new file has appeared, 0001 initial.py. All right? And this is basically the migration script that Django has written for us. Is that clear? So by doing this, Django has automatically created that migration script for us. But the migration script has been created. The migration has not been done yet. Right? The migration has not been done yet. To actually migrate the database, to actually run this migration script, I can say python manage.py, and I can say migrate. It will take all the migration scripts that are still pending to be run, and it will run all of them. So if I run migrate now, it will say that, okay, I have run several of these migration scripts. It has run several of these migration scripts. So let's not worry about all these previous migration scripts. Let's just look at the last migration script that has been run. This is the task 0001 initial.py. Right? So this is the last migration that has been done. And when I actually run this, now I can look at my database. Now if I look at the tables, my table of tag, task, and task tags will be there. And if I look at the schema for the tasks table, I will see that yes, the status column has appeared. Right? The status column that was not there has appeared now. Is that clear? Yes. So this migration thing is very common when you actually have your database that is up in the cloud, that is running with a lot of data, right? You have users data. You don't want to delete the database. You want to migrate the database in a way so that, first of all, no data is lost. Right? Secondly, your app should not go down while the data is being migrated. Your app should not go down. Right? So Django takes care of all of that for us, and you can basically create database migrations and migrate your data. Okay. Raghav is saying, can we undo the migrations? Yes, Raghav, we can undo the migrations. We can undo the migrations, although you would usually not undo the migrations, anyway. All right. Cool. So I want to leave you with this. Now, once again, I will be uploading all this code onto the repository. Let me actually do that right now. So status, git add lecture 3. Just make sure that the VM has not been committed. Git commit add lecture 3 code. Right, so all this code has been updated to the repository. Once again, the repository's link is github.com. So let me just open my browser once again. The link to the repository is github.com, Scaler Academy, Introduction to Django. right? You can go over here and see all the code for this lecture and for all the previous lectures. All right, so this is it for today's class. Tomorrow we will be seeing at yet another piece of things that Django does automatically for us. So in today's class, we saw that by just defining some classes, Django provides a nice API that accesses and manages the database. It also provides a script that automatically creates the migrations and runs those migrations for us. Right? That's a lot of magic that Django does by doing very simple things, right, in Python. Tomorrow we will actually be seeing that Django creates an admin interface for us as well. Right? So the moment that we have created this thing, the moment we have created this model, this task model and this tag model, Django has also gone ahead and Django has created a lot of forms and a complete web interface so that we can add data to this particular model. Instead of having to go to the database, instead of having to go to the shell and adding the data manually, you can have a nice graphical user interface that Django will automatically create for you. All right, we will look at that tomorrow. Perfect. Akash is saying, is there any method which can hide our implementation, which is shown by click in the browser view source? Well, Akash, that is completely not relevant to the lecture. So I will not be answering that question over here. All right, and the truth is that you cannot. Okay. Perfect. So this is about it for today's class. See you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we will continue with the Django admin. All right. Perfect. Have a nice day, guys. Bye-bye. All right. Hello. We are back. And today we are going to look at the Django admin. Right. So in the previous classes, we have looked at how to display a particular thing. So using Django views. Next, we looked at, in yesterday's class, we looked at Django models. So we created a very simple model for tasks and tables and tags, right? And we saw how that is stored in the database. Now today, what we are going to do is we are going to see what automatic features Django provides for us, right? So Django provides a complete interface that allows us to monitor our site, right? To add data, to update and delete data from it. It provides a ton of functionality, and we are going to see how that works today. All right. So just give me a moment. Let me quickly share my screen. I hope that the screen is visible to everyone. And let us begin. All right. So the first thing that we are going to do once again is we are going to create a new folder. So this is a repository introduction to Django, right? Right. And we have the code for the previous three lectures. Let me quickly create a new directory, mkdir lecture 4. And inside this, I'm going to create the project. So to do project and let's say version 4. Okay, so I have just created these directories. Let me enter bash. Now let me also go into lecture 4, to do directory, cd. Oh, that was not created. Okay, so let me create that once again. mkdir -p lecture 4 to do project 4. Right, now I can cd into that. Lecture 4 to do project 4. Now I can create the virtual environment. So once again, I can say virtual env -p. I can supply the path user pen python 3.8, and I can say venv. If you create the virtual environment, let me quickly activate the virtual environment source venv pen activate, and let me install pip. Let me install Django. Pip install Django. So if you are not familiar with what all we did right now, just go and watch the previous lectures in this particular series. So we have covered how this is the basic way of you setting up the Django project, and we have just gone through the steps that we have covered earlier. Right, now that I have Django installed, I can do something like Django admin, and I can start a project, and I can give the name project name to do project 4, and I can give the directory as the current directory. So now I will have manage.py to do project 4 and the virtual environment. Perfect. Now I'm going to quickly open my PyCharm IDE, and I'm going to load this project inside that IDE. So I'm going to click open, and inside lecture 4, I'm going to select this to do project 4 directory. Right, this has my manage.py. So I'm going to click OK, and this will load the project. So let us just wait for it to index everything. So it is saying indexing over here at the bottom right. Perfect. Now I forgot to perhaps change my display resolution. So let me quickly go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go to displays. Let me fix the resolution of this to perhaps something more like this, so that the screen is much more clear to you. All right, I hope that this is more visible. Perfect. Cool. So moving ahead, so we have the basic project set up. This is the basic project that is set up. This is the virtual environment. So let us quickly add a configuration to run this thing. Let us add a Python configuration. In this, we will say run server, and we will provide the script path as module name manage, and we'll provide the parameter as run server. The interpreter is currently incorrectly set. So let me quickly select the interpreter. So I'll fix the interpreter in a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the interpreter settings, interpreter. For this particular, I'm going to switch the Python interpreter, and I'm going to add an interpreter. And in this, I'm going to select this existing interpreter that is in to-do project v4, right? The one we have just created. So it will mark this directory as the interpreter. And now if I open the terminal, if I do which Python, okay, currently it has not recognized that as the interpreter. Just give me a moment. So interesting. Let us just reconfigure the interpreter. So okay, so it is saying that this is an invalid interpreter. Let me quickly add the interpreter over here. Add an interpreter, existing interpreter, to-do project v4. All right, VM with Python, and let us select that. So it is not showing that for some reason. Okay, so let me just remove this one, and let me add this once again. So now it is working. Perfect. Let me save these settings. Cool. So now hopefully this has been recognized as the interpreter, default interpreter. If it is not, then I can basically right click and mark directory as I can mark this directory as excluded. All right. Now quickly let me open my terminal and let us try to see if the interpreter is recognized. Now we see that yes, the interpreter is recognized. The Python that I'm currently working with in this terminal belongs in my virtual environment. All right. So this was the basic project setup that we have gone through. We will go through this every time so that you basically remember it. All right. So, I mean, it does not take much time, but it's good practice to basically have this at your fingertips. Okay. Now, once again, what we are going to do is we are going to create a very simple tasks app. So just to recap what we have done in the previous classes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Python manage.py start app, and let me name the app as tasks. Okay. So a familiar folder over here will be created called tasks. Let me add the models in it. So I'm going to create a class. Let me just resize this. I'm going to create a class called task. And in this, I'm going to provide several fields. So for example, this has to inherit from models.model. Interesting. And then perhaps this is not indexed. So just give me a second, guys. Let me quickly close my editor and let me quickly open it again, because it seems that the project is not properly indexed. All right, so I hope that it is indexed now. It is currently saying that it is not installed. Now it is indexed. Perfect. So let us go ahead. So let us create a class called task, and let us inherit from model.model. We're going to add fields to it as we saw yesterday. So we are going to add a content field. This is going to be a text field perhaps, right? And we are going to perhaps add a created at, and this is going to be a models.datetime field. We are going to add a deadline. So a models.datetime field once again. And we are going to perhaps add like something like status. So let us create a class called task status. And this will be models.text choices. And inside this, we are going to provide several choices. So we had pending equals to PE, pending. We had completed equals to CO, completed. And we finally had dropped. Right? So this is DR, dropped. All right. So now we can come over here and we can say that the task status is equal to a models.char field. And we can specify the max length. So max length equals to 2. And we will have the choices equals to task status dot choices. Let me just put this in separate lines. And we can also provide a default value. Default equals to something like this task status dot pending. Apart from that, we also had a relationship with tags. So let me quickly come over here and create a tags class. So class tag, and this will also inherit from models.model. And this tag has nothing much. It just has perhaps a name. So name equals to models.charField, and the max length over here can be say 255. All right, and now I can come over here and describe a relationship that tags equals to models.many to many field, and I can provide that it is related to tag. All right, so this was the basic model setup that we had done till now. Finally, to register this to register this application, we had to go to settings.py, and we had to mark it over here. So inside the installed apps, we have to mark it as tasks.apps.tasks.config, and we put this comma over here, right? So now, once we are done with all of this, we can come to our terminal, we can open bash, and we can run something like python manage.py make migrations. So it will make the migrations for our tasks app, and we can run the migration. So we can say python manage.py migrate, right? And this will basically set up our database and create all the tables for us, right? So this SQLite database over here, a file db.sqlite3 has been created, and once again we can open this file using SQLite3, and we can give it the name of this file, and then we can look perhaps at the tables, and we can perhaps look at the schema for a particular table. So we can look at the schema for tasks task. All right, this is what we have done till yesterday. Okay, so that was a quick recap. Now let us move ahead. Now let us see how to use and work with the Django admin. All right, perfect. So give me a second. Right. Cool. So let me quickly exit this. Press Ctrl D to exit that. And let us go to this terminal. All right. So what we have to do is we have to first look at the admin interface of Django. Right. So currently, if I come to my settings.py, then I see that some apps have been installed. So by default, this admin app was installed, and some dependencies for this admin app, the auth, the content type, session messages, and static files, this was also installed by default. All right, now what does this admin site look like? So let me quickly run the server. Interesting, let me edit the configuration. So it is using the wrong interpreter. Let me quickly set the interpreter once again. And on the server now. So the server is up and running. Let me open it in my browser. And I see this familiar page, right? I see this familiar rocket page. Then if I go to /admin, if I go over here and if I go to /admin, then I see another page pop up, right? It says Django administration over here at the top. And it says, okay, there's a username and password. Now I have not really created a user, right? So Django provides this user table upfront for me, right? So if we go back to this schema, if we go back to this terminal, in the terminal, if you go back to the schema, right? So SQLite3, db.sqlite, and if we look at the tables, we see that we have several tables over here. So we have table like user, we have table like users groups. Right? Let us quickly look at the schema for auth user. So let us say schema for auth user, right? Interesting. So currently it does not really show me auth user groups. Interesting. So currently these are not really showing me any schema. I'm not really sure why that is the case. But anyway, what I can do is I can to create a user. Once again, I can use the manage.py and I can give the command create super user. All right. So what this will do is basically it will create a user account on my application and it will give it super user permissions. Okay. So this is the command. When I hit enter, it will ask me for the username. So let me enter a username like Pragya. It will ask me for an email address, pragya@interviewbit.com. It will ask me for a password. So let me enter some password over here, and the password again, some password. All right. And it says super user created successfully. Now I can come to my website and I can log in using these credentials. So I can enter the username and the password that I have just created. So some password. All right. Now if I log in, I see several things over here. I see an authentication and authorization. some sort of a block over here. It says groups, it says users, right? It says recent actions over here, and it has several things. So it has change password, it has view site, it has logout, it shows this welcome plugin, nice message over here, right? So this is the default Django admin interface. Okay, let us quickly take some time and explore this. Right, so over here, we see in the users, we see two buttons, add and change. And we also see that this users is clickable. So let us first try to click this users and see what happens. So I'm going to click this users, and I see over here, okay, this is actually showing me what is inside my database. Right? So it is showing me that inside my database, I have a row which has the username plugin, right? Which has the email ID, this first name and last name has not been set. Staff status, basically it has been set. It has been given the super user status. All right, so let me quickly go back to my terminal and let me now explore, select asterisk from auth users, right? Auth user, right? And over here, I see that yes, inside this table, I indeed have a row with the name as Pragya, the email ID as pragya@interviewbit.com. I have several other fields. There's a date time field over here, and this is my hashed and salted password. Right? So automatically, my password has been stored in a secure manner inside my table. All right, perfect. So basically, this is some functionality that Django provides out of the box. Apart from that, we also have this groups table. Right? So let us quickly see what this groups table has. So currently, I don't really have any groups. We will talk more about what users and user groups are, what roles are when we talk about authentication. All right. For now, this is the basic Django interface. Now, currently, we see that yes, we have these things of users and groups, but we also had several models, right? We also had some models that we had created. We had models tag and task. These models don't really show up in my administration panel, right? If I want these models to show up, I have to register them. Okay. So to register them, what I can do is I can go inside this tasks. This is my application. Inside the admin.py, inside my admin.py, I will see that, okay, it says register your models over here. All right. So let me quickly register the models over here. To register the models, I will first have to import them. So I can say from the current package, import models. Right? And then to register the model, I will have to say admin.site.register, and I will give the name of the model. So models.task. All right, task. And if I want to register the tag as well, I can also register the tag over here. Okay. So once I click save, it will automatically reload the server. And now if I reload this page, I see that a new section has been created over here called tasks. Inside that, I see tags, I see tasks. Right, now let me quickly click at tags. I see it says that we have 0 tags. It gives me also this add tag button. Right? It gives me add tag button over here. Let me try to add a tag. So it is automatically giving me this thing. So remember that my tag has name. Right? It has automatically created a form for me in which I can enter a name. So I can say something like shopping. Right? And I can click save. Once I click save, it says the tag object 1 has been added successfully. All right, so this is basically like magic. So all you had to do was you had to create this class. So far all we had done is we had created this class and we had registered this class, right, with the add. Django has provided us so much functionality out of the box. It has provided us an interaction with the database. It has provided a very nice query language, and it has also provided us a nice user interface to add and remove data from this table. All right, perfect. Cool. So currently we have several things to improve in this. So for example, over here, I see this tag object 1. Right? This is not a good representation of this object. And we saw that yesterday as well. So when we were working within the Django shell, when we tried to print out an object, we got a weird name like tag object 1. Now to fix this, what we can do is we can override the dunder str method. So dunder str method. So if you're familiar with Python, the dunder str method basically gives a human readable representation of the object, right? So if you're coming from with Java world, this would be something like object.toString, right, in the Java world. Okay, so let us quickly override this. So in this, what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to return self.name, right? So basically, whenever someone tries to display an object of this class, right? So currently it is trying to display an object of this class. Instead of displaying the memory location, instead of displaying the ID, it will be displaying the name of that tag. All right. So if I click save over here, it will reload the server. And if I reload this page, I see that, yes, the name has changed from the ugly name tag object 1 to the actual name shopping. All right. Cool. Let us quickly pause over here and see if we have any questions. Perfect. Pranay is asking, I am using PyCharm installed in Windows 10, but sudo apt-get install SQLite command does not work. So yes, Pranay, sudo stands for basically give me super user permissions, and apt-get is a package manager for Linux. It is not going to work on Windows. Right. So for Windows, if you want to install something to look into SQLite files, then you will have to just Google something like a SQLite client for Windows. All right. Let us move on. Rohit is asking, how are you able to club Django project in PyCharm? So once again, Rohit, you can work with Django projects in the community edition of PyCharm as well. But if you want, you can also buy the unlimited edition, right? And the full edition also has, first class support for Django. The community edition still provides you a lot of nice things that you would want to have. All right. Perfect. By the way, guys, if you are a student, you can also get a student license, right? So you can provide your college email, and thereby you can get a complete PyCharm Ultimate version for free as a student. All right. Perfect. Let us see if we have any other questions. All right. This seems to be it. Dhruv is asking, what did Dunder do? All right. So Dhruv, these are called magic methods. These are called magic methods, or these are also called Dunder. Dunder stands for double underscore, right? Methods in Python. Right? And basically what these do is they provide certain functionality to your objects. So basically, if you want to implement a collection, and if you want the length function, right? So basically, if I have a list something like 1, 2, 3, right? Let's say a equals to 1, 2, 3. And if I want to find the length of this list, I do len of a. Right? When I do len of a, internally this len function is actually calling this particular function, a dot dunder len. So if on my object I implement this dunder len function, then I can override the functionality of this len function. All right. So basically, these dunder methods, they allow you to hook into a lot of different functions, a lot of different behavior of Python objects. Okay. Perfect. So what this dunder string will do is earlier. So if I don't have this dunder string, let me reload the page. Then I will see this ugly name, tab object 1. Right? Tag object 1. This is basically because the Django is trying to look at my tag object. Right? It's a Python object in memory, and this trying to convert it into a string representation. Now, when it is converting it to a string representation, it just has the name or the class name. It says object, and it perhaps gives me the ID. Right? This is probably not a very good representation for me. I would want the name. I would want the name itself to show up. Right? So I can override this dunder string method, right? Dunder str method, and I can return the name. So when I save and reload now, it will say shopping instead. All right. Perfect. So that seems to be all the questions. Let us now move on. Okay. So this is fixed. This part is fixed. Let us quickly look at the tasks as well. Right? So currently it said 0 tasks. Let us try to add a task, and it gives me this nice form once again. So it provides me all the different form fields for all the different attributes I have, all the different columns I have in my table. So the content, I can provide the content over here. This is a text field. I can provide the created at, the deadline. I can change the status, and notice that in the status, since I had these choices, right? So inside this task thing, since the status was a character field with these choices, task status.choices, that is all that I see. Right? I don't really see a text box over here in which I can put arbitrary things. I see just these choices. And I also these tags. So basically I have a many-to-many relationship over here with tag. So I can come over here and select what tags this particular task will take. All right, so let us quickly try to do something. So let us try to add a task over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a task, something like buy chocolates. Right? And the created at, I can say that, yes, it is created today and it is created now. The deadline could be something like tomorrow and something like 6 p.m. So I have to buy chocolates by 6 p.m. tomorrow. It is currently pending and the tag is shopping. All right, so let me save this. Perfect. So it once again says task object 1. Right, so for tags, it has a pretty name, but for task, it does not have a pretty name. So let me go ahead and let me override that as well. So inside the tasks, I'm going to once again create or under str. And in this, perhaps I'm going to return self.name or self.content. Right. So if I click save, I hit reload, I see buy chocolates over here. All right. Now I can add more stuff over here. So perhaps instead of just the name, I also wanted to see what the status of this task was. Right. I also wanted to see what the status of this task was. So what I could do something like is I could return it in the str method itself. So I could say something like return the content. After the content, also give me the status. Right. So also give me the status. Right. So if I hit reload now, it shows me buy chocolates -p. P stands for pending. Right. Because the value of the status is pending. Right. If I want to say something like if I want to actually get the nice name of it, then I can come over here and I can ask Django to give me the actual display name. Right. So let's look at the task status once again. So P is the actual thing that is stored in the database. The actual value will be P, but it will have an expanded name. It will have a display name called pending. So if I want to display this name, I can say self.get status or get status display. Right. So if I save here over here and I reload, get display status, my bad. Get display status. And if I click save, if I reload, interesting. Just give me a moment. What am I doing now? Oh, I have to call this function. My bad. Get status display. Get status display. Let me call this function. And if I click reload now, then it shows me buy chocolates and it shows me pending. Is that clear, guys? Yes. So if I want to see more things, one option is I can change what is in the _str. Right? I can change what is in the _str, but perhaps this is not the best approach. We want to provide some extra things. We want to perhaps provide some extra things over here. Right? So we will see how to customize that. Django allows us to customize that as well. Okay. But now let us go back to this task things and let us try to add a task again. Now let us ask ourselves this. When I'm adding a task, I would like to provide the content. I would like to provide the deadline, right? And I would like to provide the tags. Should I have to provide the created ad and should I have to provide the status? When I'm creating a tag, the created ad should automatically be the current time. Yes. Similarly, the status should automatically be pending. Yes. Now, currently the status is set to pending. The status is set to pending because if I go to the task, in my status, the default value has been given as pending. I would like the default value for the created ad to also be populated. Right? So I can come to this created ad field. I can provide a default. So the default can be timezone.now. Right? So time zone is a nice functionality, nice utility that Django provides that makes sure that whatever date is stored, it is automatically stored in a standard time zone format. Right? So it will be converted to UTC and that will be stored. Right? So if I click save, if I click reload now, then you see that as soon as I go to this add task page, the created ad is automatically populated over here. Right? And so is the status. These two things are automatically populated for me. All right. But there is still something that I would like to change over here. So first of all, this deadline, not every task has a deadline, right? So this deadline must be optional. This deadline must be optional. Currently, let us try to add a task, something like this is a forever repeating task. Right? So basically something like answer email. All right. So it is created today. There is no deadline. It is pending. And the current tag is none of these, right? So shopping is not a tag. If I try to click save now, I will get an error. The error says this field is required, right? So deadline is a required field. So to fix that, what I will have to do is I will have to go to the deadline and I have to tell Django that this is an optional field. So I will have to say that it is okay if the database entry for this thing is null, right? If the database entry for this thing is null. Similarly for tags, it could be the case that a particular task does not have any tag. So over here as well, I can say null equals to true. right? Now let us quickly pause and see if we have any questions. Shravan is asking, when have we created this UI for tag and tasks? So Shravan, that's the point. We have not created this UI for tag and tasks. All we did was we created this model. Right? We created the task model and we created the tag model. Then we went to admin.py and we simply registered these two models in the admin side. And the moment we register these two models in the admin side, Django automatically provides us all this functionality out of the box. Okay, Django automatically provides us all this functionality out of the box. All right. Perfect. Let us move on then. So now that I have basically changed my models, right? I have basically changed my models. This is not something that just reloading the server will make it work, right? Since I've changed my models, I have to actually run the database migrations. Right? So let me quickly stop the server. Let me go to the terminal. Let me go to the first terminal and let me once again make the migrations. Right? So it will say that, okay, I have altered the field created at on task. I've altered the field deadline on task and I've altered the field tags on task. So basically created at got a default value, deadline got a null and tags also got a null. Right? So it has created this migration. This migration is now 00100 or 002.py. Right? So this has Django has automatically created this migration for me. And now I can run the migration. So I can say .migrate Python manage.py migrate, and it will run the migration for me. Okay. Now once again, if I start my server, so the server is started once again. So if I now reload, I now go to this particular location. Now, if I don't enter a deadline, so I can say something like answer email. Now I don't really need to enter a deadline. This is an optional field. Similarly, I don't need to add a tag. So if I click save, it is saying that currently, so basically, interesting. All right. Just give me a moment. Let me first make sure that this is correct in the model. So this is deadline is null equals to true and tags is null equals to true. All right, perfect. So basically, there are two things. There is one thing called null and there's another thing called blank. Right. So to fix that, I will have to perhaps come over here and say blank equals to true. And blank is for validation. So let me just try that. Just reload now. And let me do something like answer email. And let me try to add this now. And now this works. All right. So my bad. Basically, I have to do two things. First of all, I have to tell that yes, it is okay to save a null value over here, right? In the deadline, to save a null value in the database, right? Secondly, I have to give it validation. I have to say that it's okay if the user does not add a null, does not provide this field, right? So basically, null. This is a database thing. Database thing. This basically says that it is okay. It is okay for this column to have a null value, right? On the other hand, the blank. This tells you this is about validation. This is saying that it is okay. It is okay if the user doesn't provide this field. Provide this field, right? While creating this object. Right? Perfect. Now let us see. We have a question by Rohit. Rohit is asking, is that UI design included in our project files by Django? Do we have access to it explicitly? Yes. So Rohit, we will come to that question. So currently, if we see, we don't really have a templates folder over here. Right? We don't really have a templates folder over here, but hidden inside Django's templates. So Django actually is rendering a template over here. Django is rendering a template over here, and Django also allows us to override that template. Right? We will not see how to do that, but that is totally possible. Okay. Perfect. So Shudhanshu, I hope that your answer is now, your question is now answered. Null is basically a database thing, while blank is for validation. All right. Perfect. Dhruv is asking, could you briefly please explain why did we use the migration? So once again, Dhruv, I'm assuming that your question is, when we change this thing, why did we have to use the migration? So we use the migration for blank equals to true. For blank equals to true, the migration really does not matter because blank equals to true is just a validation thing. But for null equals to true, when I have null set to false, when null is false, right, in the database, a constraint will be added. A database constraint like not null will be added to that particular column. Right. So basically, if I go over here in the terminal and if I look at the schema of my task table, I will see over here that this date time is not null. This date time is not null. This is created at. Created at is not null, whereas the deadline can be null. Alright, so earlier when we had not specified null equals to true, the constraint was not null. So the database literally will not allow us to add a row in which the deadline was not supplied. So we had to turn this to true and then we had to tell the database, hey, update your stuff. Alright. Perfect. Now moving on. So now we see that yes, we are able to create a task while leaving the deadline blank and while leaving the tags blank. And we also see that the created at and status are automatically filled for me. But this is still not good enough, right? This is still not good enough. I don't really want this created at and the status to show up, right? Because when I'm creating a task, why would I ever update this created at? Right? So I want this to be filled automatically, but I also don't want this to show up, right? Now Django allows us to override. Django allows us to customize what content, what fields do we really see over here in this form, right? And to do that, we will have to do something else. So let us go to this admin.py once again, and let us see that what we have registered. We have registered the task and we have registered the tag. Right? We have not really told Django much over here. We have just said that, hey, please create a nice UI for this particular model. If we want to customize that UI, then we will have to give Django some additional information. So that comes in the form of a model admin. So what I can do over here is I can come over here and I can create something like a class task admin, and this will inherit from admin.modelAdmin. Right? So if I say pass over here, I am saying that okay, instead of having the default settings for the UI for this task, instead of providing the default settings, use the settings that are provided by this particular class. Right? And to register that, I will have to come over here and provide this class task admin. Okay, so basically I'm saying that instead of using the default UI, use the UI configuration that is specified in this particular class task admin for me. Now currently there's no customization specified over here, so this will behave exactly the same. So if I save now and hit reload, this will look exactly the same. Right? But now I can override behavior. Now I can override the behavior of this particular form. So suppose I want this field and this field to vanish. Right? Suppose I want the created at to vanish and suppose I want the status to vanish. Basically, I only want to display the content, the deadline, and the tags. So I can come over here and I can say something like fields equals to, and I can provide a list of names for the field. So I want the content, I want the deadline, and I want the tags. If I click save, if I save over here and I reload, notice that only these three fields are now available. All right, the created at and the status field, they have vanished from this form. All right, once again, magic. Now I can also customize how these fields are arranged. So suppose I wanted this deadline and this content to be in the same line, side by side, and I wanted the tags to be below. But perhaps the content is fine over here. Perhaps I wanted the deadline and the tags to be side by side. So I can come over here and I can specify that as well. So I can specify two different rows in this, something like this, right? So I can say in the first row, display the content. In the second row, display a tuple of deadline and tags. So if I click save over here, and if I reload this, you will notice that this tags will move to the right of deadline. So this has not really worked. I am not really sure why. Interesting. So perhaps this deadline is taking the entire width. So let me try something else. Let me try to put the content and the deadline together. I try to put the content and the deadline together and the tag separately. Now if I click reload, interesting. This is not really working for us. I am not sure why this is not working at the moment. It did work when we were trying things on our own. Well, let's not worry about this. I will basically figure this out and I will let you guys know why this is not working currently. So basically, what it should have shown is it should have put this deadline at the right of content and it should have put the tags below. All right, perfect, cool. So we see that Django allows us to customize this particular interface. Right? Django allows us to customize this particular interface, but this is not sufficient, right? It provides a lot of other functionality. So if I go back to my home, if I go back to something like tasks, right, what I'm currently seeing over here is I'm seeing all the rows in this database, right? All the rows in the table. So in the tasks table over here, I see that I have 2 tasks, answer email and buy chocolates. Okay, cool. So as we saw, if we wanted to provide the status over here, right? If you also wanted to show the status over here, one thing that we can do is we can override the dunder str method, but perhaps that is not the best way. Now, if we want to add a different field over here, if we want to show a different field over here, we can come to our task admin and we can override something called list fields, or this display. Right? So basically, this fields controls the main page, controls the add task page. Okay, this field controls the add task page. This list display, this will control what all fields are displayed in this list, right? In this table list. So in this display, I can come over here and I can say, hey, show me the content and perhaps also show me the status. Okay, so if I click save, if I reload now, then you will notice that the content is available and also the status is shown to me. Is that clear? So basically, this list display, this allows me to render additional attributes. Now, this is not limited to attributes. So in Python, we have something that behaves very similar like attributes, which is properties, right? Using the descriptor protocol. So we can come to this models, and in this task, perhaps I have a property, right? So I can create a new property over here. So something like add property, right? Def foo, right? Some property over here, and perhaps this just returns something, right? So perhaps this returns the value hello. Right? So basically, now if I want to display this property, I can once again come to the add pin and I can add this property as well. So I can say foo over here, and this will automatically get the property for me. So foo, of course, the value is hello, so it is showing hello for both these different values. Okay, so this is not limited to just the attributes. You can also work with properties over here. All right, moving on. So we don't really need this funny property over here. Let us remove this thing, or actually let us keep it. All right, now it provides us a lot other functionality. For example, suppose I am looking at these things. If I want to edit this particular task, if I want to mark this task as complete, right? So what I will have to do is I will have to go inside this and I will have to edit this. But notice that while editing this, I have already removed the status field. Right? In the editor for this, I have already removed the status field. So how do I update the status? Well, perhaps I would want to update the status right over here. Right? Perhaps I would want this to be a drop down so that I can choose the status. So to do that, what I will have to do is I will have to map. So currently I have said in the list display, in this particular list, display all these fields for me. Right? I can come over here and I can mark some of these fields editable as well. The way I do that is by saying list editable equals to, and I can say what fields are editable. So notice that anything that is in list editable, this should also be in the list display, right? So basically, let me try to add something like deadline over here. If I add deadline and if I reload this page, it will complain, right? It will complain over here in the run. It is saying that the value of list editable 0 refers to deadline, which is not contained in the list display. Right? So basically, everything I have over here must also be over here. So let me say something like status. So status will become edited. So let me now reload this page. And now we see that, yes, I can change the status from over here. Okay. So I have to click complete, but this is not done. I have to click save explicitly over here. Okay? This will save the task. Okay. This will actually update the task. Is that clear? Yes, Pranay is asking, can you explain what this add property thing is about? So Pranay, this is the descriptor protocol. This is the properties and descriptor protocol in Python, right? In the introduction to Python video, in the last class of the introduction to Python series, I gave you some resources, right? And if you go through those resources, you will be able to learn more about this property and the descriptor protocol. Unfortunately, for now, we will not be able to go into a lot of detail over here. Okay. Perfect. All right. So let us move on now. So we have made this particular status as editable. Right. Now let us see what else we can do. So Django once again provides a lot of different things for me. So let us quickly explore this thing. So I have several things over here. I have something called action. Right. In this action, I have just one thing: delete selected tasks. Right. So basically, I can select this task, perhaps buy chocolates, and I can select both of these perhaps, and I can click on go over here. Right. If I click on go over here, it will confirm that yes, you want to delete this task. I will click yes, I'm sure, and or both the tasks are gone. Right. Both these tasks are gone. So let me quickly add the tasks once again. So buy chocolates. So we have something to work with, and I can provide the deadline as tomorrow, 6 p.m. and this will be under shopping. Right. Let me add another task perhaps. So answer emails. It will not have a deadline. Let me add a tag to it. Right. So I'm going to create a new tag. So I'm going to create a new tag like repetitive tasks. Right. I'm going to click save, and now I'm going to add this tag over here. And let me add another. So perhaps something like answer or basically, watch YouTube. Right. So I can once again click this as repetitive task, and I can save this. Right. So I now have 3 tasks. All right. Now I only have this action: delete selected tasks. Perhaps I want to add an action. Right? Perhaps I want to add an action. If I've selected more of these, if I've selected multiple of these, perhaps I want to change the status altogether. Right? So currently, if I want to change the status of both these things, I will have to manually say change this to completed, and then click save. Right? If I don't want to do that, if I just want to select these two and collectively mark them as completed, then I need to create a new action. Django allows us to override this action fields as well. Right. So now to basically provide a new action, what I will have to do is, first of all, I will have to create a function. Right. I will have to create a function. So this function will look something like def mark complete. Right. And this function has a standard parameter set. Right. So it has to accept a model admin. Right. It has to accept a request, and it has to accept a query set. Right. Let's not worry about what these things are. The most important thing for this particular function is this query set. So basically, this query set will contain whatever we have, right? Whatever list of values we have in this particular table. Right? So what we want to do over here is we want to update this query set.update. Right? And what we want to do is we want to change the status. Right? So we have tasks coming in, and we want to change the status of this task to something like completed. Right? So models.task status.completed. Right? And since we are setting the completed, we must also set the completed at. Right? So notice that we also have a field called completed at. So we might want to fill the value of that as well. So we can set completed at equals to, and we can say perhaps something like time zone dot now. All right. Let me quickly import time zone from Django.utils. All right. Now I have this function. Right. Now I have this function. Now what I can say is in the task admin, I can provide a list of additional actions. So I can say actions equals to, and I can give this function name over here. So I can say mark complete. Right. And notice that I won't call this function. I will just pass the function directly. So if I click save now, if I reload the page, notice a new action has been created, mark complete. Right. So if I select multiple options over here, click on mark complete, and I click go. Right. So currently it is saying completed at does not exist. Let me quickly see. So I have made a mistake perhaps in the models. We have created that and we had did it. Okay, we don't have a completed at. Right, so let us quickly create that field. So we have a completed at field, models.breaktime field, and it is not going to have a default value. Let me quickly terminate the server. Let me run the migrations. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to make migrations. All right. So it is saying null has no effect on main-to-main field. It seems that you have set a fixed date as default. Okay. So basically this will be null equals to true. And now let me make the migrations again. And now let me do the migration. Right. So now I have the migration done. Let me run the server once again. Okay, and let me reload this page. Now I can click two things and I can mark them as complete. Right, so both of them will be marked as complete. Is that clear? Perfect. So we have this mark as complete. So perhaps we would also want to mark them as pending again. Right, so if we want to do that, we can once again come over here and we can create another action. So we can create in the admin, we can create another action. So let me name this as mark pending, and this will just mark them as pending. Right, and this will set the completed add to none. Right, so it will remove that value over here. So in this actions, I can also add mark as pending. Right. So if I reload now, I will have two options over here. Okay. Now what I could do is I could also give it a description. I could also give this a description. Right. So I could come over here and I can provide a short description for these functions. So for mark pending, I can say mark pending dot short description, and I can provide a description like mark these tasks as pending, right? And basically similarly for mark complete, I can set this short description as mark these tasks as complete, completed today, completed right now. Right. So if I reload now, I will see that this longer description is given for me. Instead of just the function name, this longer description is provided for me in this action list. Okay, cool. So that was a lot of functionality that Django has provided out of the box. This is not all. There's a lot more to come. Let us quickly pause here and let us see if we have any questions. All right. TE is asking, sir, I know this is a weird question. Can you please tell me the prerequisite for this Django? So Django is a very, very large framework. If you try to look at what the prerequisites are for learning the entirety of Django, then I mean your prerequisites will never end. Right? So whenever you are trying to learn a new framework, right, or when you're trying to learn a new technology, don't try to focus on learning everything of it. Right? Just try to get your basics. Just try to get your basics. It is okay if you don't understand a lot of things right now. If you don't understand, okay, how do I override this? How do I override that? If you don't particularly understand what this dunder str is, don't worry. Just try to absorb whatever you have seen so far. Right? And basically, once you have the base, you can add to the base and extend your knowledge. If you try to complete the prerequisites right up front, then you will never be able to make progress. All right? Perfect. Amit is asking, sir, can you please tell me how many topics and sessions will be there for Django? Or is this the last session? So Amit, we will be declaring all the sessions on the YouTube channel itself. And no, this is not the last session. So in the last session, what we will do is, so before the last session, we will actually be deploying this application. Right? So currently we don't have a functional to-do application ready. Right? This thing is something that Django has provided to me. This is not something that I can expose to my users. Right? Basically, if I want a user to add a task, right? I don't want that user to log in as administrator and create the tasks over here. Right? This is something that I have. This is something that the developers can see. So I will have to create a lot more things. I will have to create views. I will have to create a complete website. I will have to create the forms for these users. I will have to put the user authentication, and I actually have to configure and deploy the application. All right. So there's a lot of stuff to come. By the end of this series, you will be actually able to create your own website, right? Create your own products. All right. So let us move on. So far we have overridden this action functionality. What if we also wanted some sort of a filter? Right? What if we wanted to filter by, suppose, the status? I only want to see what the pending tasks are. Right? So currently I can click this and sort this thing. Right? So currently it is providing me sort functionality, but it is not providing me a filter functionality. Right? It is not really providing me a filter functionality. To add filtering, once again, I can come over here and I can provide something like list, and can you guess it? List filter, right? And in list filter, I can provide something like status. So when I click save over here and when I hit reload, a sidebar is created, right? And in this sidebar, I have all the different options for the status. Right? I can filter by status. I can select all of them. I can only select the pending ones. I can only show the completed ones. I can only show the dropped ones. Alright, so magically Django has provided this functionality for us. I can provide more than one filters as well. So I can come over here and perhaps I can say a deadline as well. So notice that deadline is a date time. Deadline is a date time. So if I click reload now, you will see several other options. I can filter by deadline. Deadline filters will be any date, today, past 7 days, this month, this year, no date, has date, and so on and so forth. Alright, so I can basically by deadline, so no task has a deadline of today. No task has a deadline of past 7 days, and so on and so forth. Alright, so this year, one task buy chocolates will have a deadline of this year because the deadline of this is tomorrow. Alright, so I also have nice filter functionality. Perhaps I also want to search over here. Right, so Django also provides us searching functionality. So I can come over here and I can say search fields equals to, and I can provide the field content. Right, so if I now click reload, so I have this search field over here. So I can say something like email, right? And I will hit search, email and hit search, and it will filter this out for me. So it will say that, okay, yes, one of these tasks has the content answer emails. Okay, so basically I'm supplying what attribute to search in, right? What attribute to search in, and I can basically talk about nested attributes as well. So it could be the case. So currently I don't have anything. Right? It could be the case that buy chocolates has a tag of shopping. Right? What if I wanted to see? What if I wanted to filter by shopping over here? If I search by shopping right now, it will show me. It will say that I have 0 tasks. Right? Currently it is saying that shopping has 0 tasks, and that makes sense because none of the contents say shopping. But perhaps I wanted to search inside the tag as well. So I can come over here and I can say something like tags, and then provide a double underscore. So this is a double underscore. Notice that tags under name. So if I click save now, nothing has changed. But if I search for shopping now, it will also search inside the tags. Right? So no longer it is searching in the content, but it is also searching in the tag names. Right? So shopping will show me buy chocolates. Is that clear? Yes. Perfect. Once again, I can also filter. I can also filter by other things. So let me put tags in the filter and let me click reload. So currently I have just one, I have 2 tasks. I have 2 tags created, right? So one of the tags is shopping. One of the tag is repetitive task. So it is giving me these options as well. So I can, just give me a second. I'm not sure why my browser is not displaying the entire window. So, let me just restore this page. So now I can see all the tags. So basically, if I click shopping, it will show me the tags that are limited to shopping, and it is not showing me all the page. So don't worry about that. It's probably because I changed the display resolution. All right. So we can also have nice filtering and search functionality over here. Is that clear? Now, once again, this is not all. Django provides us still more functionality out of the box. So perhaps I'm looking at the tasks, right? And currently these tasks are in an arbitrary order. These tasks are in an arbitrary order. I want to provide an ordering for these as well, right? So perhaps I want to see the latest deadline tasks first, right? So the tasks with the nearest deadline, I want to see them first. I want to see the tasks sorted by deadline. So I can come over here and I can also provide ordering. Ordering equals to something like deadline, right? So now if I click save, it will order the tasks by deadline. So currently it has not really changed anything. I am not sure why that is the case. So let us quickly display the deadline as well. So if I click reload now, we will see that, okay, just one task has a deadline, and which is why it is coming at the top, at the bottom. All right. So if I remove this now, interesting. All right, I have a tab over here. It is still at the bottom. So perhaps I can sort order by something else. So perhaps I can order by the status. Right? So if I order by the status, if I click reload, then yes, it has ordered by the status. So completed comes first and pending comes later. All right. Perfect. Now let us see if we have a question. Shravan is asking, if I want to append few functionalities to Django administration webpage, which is not in Django, how to add those functionalities. So Shravan, that is a more advanced topic. We will not be looking at that right now, but Django also allows you to do that. So first of all, you can add your custom forms over here. Right? You can add your custom forms over here. So if I try to add a task, right? If I try to add a task, I'm seeing something like a form. Now Django allows you to create your own forms, and Django allows you to embed those forms in the administration site as well. Apart from that, you can customize the template for this administrative side completely. You can customize the template. But that is not all. There are also drop-in replacements for this template. So you can customize a lot of other things. You can basically completely overhaul this administration side. Right. So towards the end, I will be giving you some additional resources that you can look at to learn more about that. All right. Perfect. Shubhanshu is asking, do we have to remember these things or can we check them while doing the project? So once again, Shubhanshu, you do not have to remember these things. Right? You do not have to remember these things. You just have to get an idea of what all things Django offers. Right? Once you have an idea that, okay, something like this was offered in Django, then you can quickly Google for it and you can use it in your project. Right? On the other hand, if you don't even know all the functionalities, so basically before today, we did not know what Django admin was. Right? And basically, if you were creating a new project, you would not have known that all these things, all this nice UI is created for me out of the box. Once I know these, it is okay if I'm not an expert on Django admin, but now at least I can Google things and learn things on my own. All right. So having the overview of the framework is important, and then you can learn the details yourself. Perfect. Let us quickly move on. All right. So the ordering is done. Now let's quickly see if we have any other things. So basically, all of these things we have done so far, I have marked them as attributes in the task admin. Right? I have marked them as attributes in the task admin. I can also mark them as functions. So perhaps I wanted to change how the ordering behaves for different users. Right? So perhaps for a super user, I wanted the ordering by deadline. Right? And perhaps for a normal user, I wanted the ordering by a status. So instead of giving it a fixed list, I can come over here and I can define a get ordering. Right? And this will accept a request. So now I can say if request.user.isSuperUser, right? Then I can say return status. Otherwise, I can return the deadline. Okay, so basically, now if a super user is viewing this form, then the ordering will be based on status. For other users, it will be based on deadline. Right? So I can do this for all these different fields. Is that clear? Perfect. So that is it about Django admin. Now there's a lot more to Django admin, right? Django admin is a huge thing. If you want to learn more about it, I am quickly going to give you a link. So let me just paste this link over here in the chat. Right, so this is a nice tutorial that you can go through to learn more about Django admin, right? This is a 3-hour tutorial. It covers most of the stuff that we have covered today, and it covers some extra stuff as well. Right, so it is a much longer tutorial. It is 3 hours. Go over here to learn more fancy stuff that Django admin provides. Otherwise, just go to Django project, right? And go to the documentation. Inside the documentation, you will have a complete section on the Django admin. You will have a complete section on the Django admin side, right? So Django admin side, and you will be able to see a lot of different things in this. All right, Django provides a lot of different functionalities for us. Cool. So this was it for today's class. Let us quickly see if we have any questions. So this is Django admin. Tomorrow, what we will do is, so far we have used Django admin to create all this nice UI for us. Right? Tomorrow we will see how to create our own forms. Right? How to basically customize these forms ourselves. How to create these forms in our own views. Right? So currently everything is under /admin page. Everything is under /admin page. Perhaps I want to create a view. Over here that displays a nice form for me, that allows me to edit these different objects in the database. So how do I create my own forms? That is what we will look at tomorrow. All right. Sudhanshu is asking, can the URL for admin be changed or not? Yes, Sudhanshu, the URL for admin can also be customized. Okay, the URL for admin can also be customized. All right, it seems that is it for the questions today. Cool, then see you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye.